Malvin, Jana, Billy, the Kid, Wubsy, Ari, and Lee in the building. Lee, you're already up on the board, ready to go. I got you straight away as soon as I saw your name.
Lee was
pop
first,
up.
I think.
How are y'all feeling today? Y'all welcome in. The mode sound is on. Let's go. My last day is usually on like around 5:34. Okay, got you.
Yeah, sounds
It
good.
should be on there. I'll probably save you for now then, just because I don't know where those. Or maybe I can keep it up for
Thanks,
now.
Lee, and thanks for hopping in.
I appreciate you. Joseph, welcome in.
Question mark? What's up, Joseph? How are you?
Jackson, what's up? Drew Santana, what's up? Ghosty, what's up?
Hi,
Jace,
TikTok.
how y'all
What's
feeling,
up?
y'all?
What's up?
Welcome in, y'all. Let's get those likes up to 5K and the shares up to 20. If you are looking to submit your music, go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. See the line, check through all of the details, and you'll be ready to go. Would absolutely love to hear what you got. Elias, what's up?
And if this is your first time hopping in, welcome in. Happy to have you. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
Welcome to Track Talk. Miss and large D. Ooh, I like it. Is it Elry? Am I saying that right? Or is it Erie? I might be missing some letters in here from this far.
Or Theory.
Or the Irie or Theory. Yeah, I was like,
Theory
I could go
Samurai? I don't know, yeah.
Irie. Okay,
nice.
cool. Hello, world. Welcome in. Martin, appreciate you hopping in.
The Irie Samurai, maybe, right?
Cool.
Not till probably around like 5:30 to 6ish. It just depends, but we got about 12 tracks for today.
What's up, Ari? And then Ari, you were talking about the bass. It's a Jupiter 8. Jupiter 8 is the bass line.
What's up, Ari? Good to see you.
Appreciate you hopping in. Kayla, welcome in.
Happy Friday, guys.
Y'all share out the live
Who's
with a couple
happy it's
people?
Friday? Who works a standard Monday through Friday job
What's up, Melvin? How are you feeling?
and is getting a little break for the next 2 days?
Just pedal up here.
Hi, Melvin. Thanks for hopping in on TikTok. If you guys are hopping in on
What's up,
TikTok and you're interested in what we do here and the submission rules and all that stuff, head over to the link tree in Torvik's profile and you'll see all the info there. Wubsy mentioned. Of course, Wubs.
Hey, thank you so much for the cheers, Wubsy.
Thank you.
Appreciate you so much,
For the
man.
bits over on Twitch.
Doing pretty good, Kayla. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate y'all being here.
We need an exclamation point Wubsy. That's facts.
I know. What's up, school? Appreciate you hopping in. Yo, welcome in. Let's share out the live with a couple people. Let's get the likes up to 5K and the shares up to 20. That's when the music begins. If you are wanting to submit, go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see steps there. Follow the details. Read through the context of everything. We'll get you on the board ready to go. If you want to see the line, you can always click on See the Line or head to Twitch or YouTube.
It's technically a brooch, but it kind of does look like a bolo today.
I completely agree,
thanks.
Kayla.
I'll take the swag.
I completely agree.
Oh, thank you so much, Kayla. That is so sweet. You're really pretty too. I don't have to see a picture of you to know that you're pretty. If you go around spreading compliments like that, you're gorgeous.
Very, very kind.
Fuck it Friday. I fuck with that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's Fuck It Friday.
It's Fuck It Friday.
TikTok, cover your ears. Don't get mad at us for cussing.
Wubsy, you need to make a... Joseph, welcome in over here. Kayla, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Wubsy, you need to make like a remix of a song that's like that. You know what I mean? Like the Man in Finance version, but that's Fuck It Friday.
I'm looking for a man in finance.
If you want to send in, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all the details, all the steps there. Please check the line, the order, the minimum before we get started. That way you can know exactly where you need to be, so on and so on. Da-da-da-da. Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for your help over on TikTok, Joseph. You're the best.
And we'll get flowing here as soon as we get to 5K and 20 shares.
Fuck it Friday. Fuck it Friday. How'd it go? Let's think really quick. I don't have my headphones on, so if Torvik's playing some little Bone Thugs and Harmony. I have not heard that name in a long time. We don't play popularly released music here. If you guys are interested in what we do here and what we're all about, head to the link tree in Torvik's profile and you will see lots of information. But either way, we are very happy to have you guys hopping in, whether that's on TikTok or whether it's on Twitch. YouTube, we hardly get any viewers, so I doubt anyone's over there right now, but you never know.
The viewers come after when people watch the
exactly.
The real Conmon? Is that the name? Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. If you're on Twitch, you can always hit !submit. !submit, and that'll bring you to where you need. The link tree is at my profile. It's my website, the link right there. If you click on that website, you'll see a list of different tabs and stuff like that. You'll see one that says Track Talk Submission, which will take you to all of the steps and all of the information, the FAQ, everything that has to do with the Track Talk live stream. If you fill out all of those steps, if you walk through all of those details and you read through everything, then of course we'll get you up on the board. The line is always up and always updated on Twitch and YouTube, so you can check it at any point to see the order, the minimum, stuff like that.
Your music.
Or if you, kind of represent, you have a friend of yours who makes, has started mixing for themselves and producing and stuff like that, then of course you can send in their music. Chad Hinge is in the building. Chad, let me get you up on the board. Welcome in, man.
What's up, Chad? Good to see you.
Chad
Happy Friday,
Let me get you
family.
up there with Lee. Let's see, Chad. Chad Hinge, the man, the myth, the legend. Let's see, Chad and I got you up, ready to go. Got you, man. Appreciate you so much. Welcome back in. Martin, appreciate you being here. Thank you for the likes.
Exactly, Freddie. Feel free to hang out and just see what we're about. We'd love to have you.
And then Melvin, I just got one from you on the POW, but please read through all of the details first. That way you know exactly what's going on and you have the details on everything, just so I can make sure I can actually get you in the right spot. So definitely read through all the details, and
That'd
then
be
at that
awesome,
point,
Lovesy.
I can get you up on the board.
Happy Friday. I'll be in the chat. Just can't be ready for the review until I have my full attention. No worries at all, Lee.
No worries at all. We got you. Exactly, Mel. So please make sure you read through all of the details, man. That way I can get you up in the right spot. Unless you think that you had credit from another day or something, let me know. Thank you so much. Is it
Sphinx, right? Sphinx Music.
Thank you so much. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks for
you
hopping
hopping
in on Twitch.
Thank you for the follow.
Sounds good, Lee. You got this.
Let's go, Lee. I like it. I'm excited for you. Is it Zooted? Thank you so much for hopping in. Welcome in. Got you, Chad. I got you. Let me get you saved. No worries at all, man. Melvin, did you read through all of the information there? Let me get Chad saved real quick.
Yeah, $5 definitely isn't really... It's kind of telling us you didn't get to read the submission rules, so definitely head over to the submission page and read through all the info there. We also have an FAQ section over there, too.
There you go. Perfect.
Aw, Kayla, you're very sweet. Thanks for hopping in here. And
Yeah,
thanks
so glad you're here.
Yeah, welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
All right, Chad Hinge, I got you back safe to the board, so you're set, ready to go.
Hi, Katie.
Katie's
Good
in
to
the
see
building.
you.
What's up, Katie? How are you feeling today?
You too, Chad. Thank you so much, and I hope your daughter's appointment goes well.
Popping in to say hey before a gig in 30 minutes. Good luck, Boetz, man. Good luck with the gig. Let us know how it goes after, man.
And good luck, definitely.
Definitely,
us
you should
updated.
drop some clips. I don't know if you're a part of the Discord yet, but you should definitely drop some clips in the Discord, man. We'd love to see you performing. I'm sure you're maybe posting stuff live too. Elijah, thanks for the rose. Gabri, thanks for hopping in. Appreciate you being here. How are y'all feeling today? And then Melvin, I got you. Let me update some things here real quick. Got you. So Melvin, let me get you on the board. Ready to go. And then Chad, if at any point you come in later, we'll be on for probably the next, it's usually about 5 hours or so. If you hop in later, you obviously still have that 35. Let's see.
Yeah,
Sick rats,
definitely,
welcome
Katie. However we can be of service, we got you.
All right, Melvin, got you at 10.
It's so hard. If
Thank
you
you,
reached
Elijah.
out on TikTok, it's so hard. It's very scammy on TikTok for sure.
Yeah.
What's up? We get a Sick Rats track. Let's
Let's
go.
go. And that's... And let's see. Aimless, I got you. Aimless, thank you so much for hopping in. Let me know who that is in the chat, because sometimes the name and the other name and the username and the credit name are different names. So let me know in the email. It's all different names, so let me know who that is. Aimless, I got you at 20 on the board. I appreciate you so much. Let me get you updated on the order. And then Melvin, I got you. And then also...
Yeah, make sure you guys keep the line up. That's the easiest way to keep track of it. Since it is modular, it does change constantly.
And Sick Rats, I got you as well. Thank you so much.
Sick Rats.
Sick Rats.
You reached out through this guy I met. non-backstage. It's a casting website for actors. His name is Alex Houston. He seems to, but I don't know. Yeah, you never know.
Got you,
Just
Aimless.
yeah, sometimes you gotta dig deep. It can
Thank
be
you for
hard.
the follow. Heard about you from
We'd be
G
happy
Trill.
to help,
Shout out
though.
to Trill. I appreciate you hopping in. Welcome into the family. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe. Appreciate
Yeah,
you
we love
hopping
Trill. Shout out to Trill.
in.
He's very cool, super hype.
Sick rats. Got you with 20. Boom. Ready to go. All right. Starting to update the board here and fill it out. Of course, you can see the board at absolutely any time by going to my link tree, clicking on see the line. It'll send you to Twitch, or you can always go to YouTube as well. The line is always there, always updated with minimums, amount of tracks left, order, all of that at those spaces. Me and my friends made the song Capinetti, Solonem. Beautiful. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much for hopping in. Dan, appreciate you being here. I got you, Melvin. Yeah, I got you no matter what.
Yeah, Melvin, we can save it 100%. No worries.
100%.
We can leave you on the board for now since it's a 10. And then if you're able to hop in, feel free to hop in. If not, we are actually going to try to go live tomorrow as well, which is different for us. We don't typically go on Saturdays, but we are trying to do more live streams this week.
Definitely. If y'all are looking to send in your music or your branding, your aesthetic, your Spotify, anything like that, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details there. Please read through everything, check the line, see all of the different details that you need in order to submit, and follow all the steps, read through the FAQ, all that stuff. So if you are wanting to submit, that's where you can find it. If you're on Twitch, at any point you can hit / submit and the details will pop up for you, so on and so on. We get started as soon as the likes hit 5K, which they are at, and the shares hit 20. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. Make sure that you are liking and sharing out the live. HIL, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you so much. But yeah, y'all keep liking and sharing out the live. We're gonna get things moving here in just a bit. But you, of course, can always read more details at Track Talk Submission at my link tree. Just sent my first tracking to mixing for my first ever project. Ari,
congratulations,
I love to
Ari. That's amazing.
Hear it. And that's like
very exciting.
I've had the incredible honor to be like the first engineer for a lot of artists before. Like there's some people that have like they've gone through a lot of studios and a lot of engineers, and I'm just the next one in that realm, right? But there's been a lot of artists that they've never gotten a track mix before. It's such a cool feeling to come back with like your first professional mix, Ari. So I'm super excited for you to just hear. Hopefully, obviously that it's great, and hopefully you're super confident in what they do. I'm just excited for you to hear that back. It's a great feeling to kind of realize for the first time like what your music could potentially sound like. It's so motivating, really inspiring. So I'm excited for you.
Congratulations.
All right, y'all, let's get those shares on TikTok up to 20. Shares up to 20.
Yes, it's so fun. I've been a part of the process for other people's music, but first time ever for myself. I can't wait.
Cardi clears this.
Very exciting. It means you're going to that next level.
I love it, Ari. First one. Yeah, right. I guess it depends on how long any revision on the other one takes, and as soon as you're ready to. Did you get a chance to listen to the just the melody structure that I sent you? Of course, we can talk on Discord too. Did you get a chance to listen to that melody structure? I don't know if that helped at all, but I know it's.
I know you're so busy, Joseph. Yeah. I keep getting excited. I'm like, has Joseph answered yet?
I know it's hard.
But I know you work full time. You also stream, so we totally get you're busy.
Absolutely, QB. All genres, all levels of preparedness. I know it's hard though when you don't have like an already preset clear structure to like know how to facilitate that in a new production. So I also understand how like funky.
What's up, QB? Good to have you. If you're interested, all the info is at the link tree. We got lots of info there. Just make sure to read through all the steps and check the line, but very happy to have you. Oh yes, of course, Joseph. We know how that goes. I've been really excited about your song, though. I feel like hearing Torvik's production just made me it helped me picture exactly how the song could go. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
Thank you, Wubsy. I appreciate you. Hey, Judah, welcome in, man. How you feeling, Judah? What's up? Appreciate you hopping in. We just got to get to 20.
I did get to listen to it. It does sound good. I know I will need to tweak the lyrics a little bit because I felt a lot of pockets.
With the melody,
Or
then-
melody didn't fit the lyric. I was trying to introduce, but I do love the flow. I just need to kind of meld it into a little more. If that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think like with what you had originally, it was like there wasn't a clear melodic structure a lot of the time. And so I think y'all are in that space of helping each other figure that out.
Right.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, because oftentimes, like when you don't, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate
thank you so much for hopping in on Twitch and for the follow.
Yeah, like and that's happened with my own music before. Like even like my own stuff that let's go. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Even like with my own music where I've built out like I have like lyrical ideas and melodic ideas
Katie,
first,
awesome.
but don't always know how it fits into production. And then as soon as I build out a production, I'm like, oh, there's just too many words. I kind of realize I go, wait, there's actually too many words in the line that I have, or at least in like a second part of a verse or a B section to a hook, and I have to kind of like restructure it to be like, okay, well, I like that melody, but the transition out of it doesn't lead to that melody happening again, which makes it hard to be like catchy and consistent and have good repetition. So that process is always like a little tricky. So I tried to like basically make like a typical like 16 bar structure. What's up, Mr. Dom? Welcome in. Jeff, welcome in as well. Appreciate you hopping in.
Hi,
Thank you for
Dom.
being
Good
here.
to see you again.
Build like a pretty typical, like, 16 to 32 bar structure for like verses
Top
versus
of the
hook.
afternoon.
Still have the slow down
For
leading
us.
into like the slower section, right? And so if I need to like add more sections, like just as an example, if you like the 16 bars on the verse, but there's like another melody that you kind of want or need in there, we can then do 8 bars or 4 bars of a pre-hook to help you fit in that structure leading into the hook one more time. It is a unique song structure, which is why we're working on it, right? Because it's something that's it's a special, unique, going fast, going slow. The way that it's built out is special in that way. Hey, thank you so much for the
Wubsy.
sub. I appreciate
That's
the
so
gifted
sweet.
sub, man. Shout out to Wubsy, man. I
Big
appreciate
shout
that.
out to Wubsy.
We got about 1,015 minutes here in California left of the morning.
Yeah, I think California's
10
like
15 minutes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's like 2 hours behind us.
Yeah. I was like, wait, 1,015 is about. But yeah, man, shout out to Websy, man. Appreciate you so much, man. That's so much love. All right, y'all, we just gotta get to 18 shares.
Katie, I was gonna say a half a minute now just to. Let's
Definitely.
see. I want to see if I can pull up your website and just check it out for you really quick.
In any way that I can help facilitate that, of course, let me know. Now, I mean, obviously, I didn't write the lyrics for melody, so not knowing, not being in your brain and having the vision for those melodies, that could be kind of difficult to do. But if there's a part where you're like, I just need another couple bars here, I can try to facilitate that. So at least you get to a place where you start recording what you have, so I can start building it out and mixing it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much,
What
Wubsy.
was that? What did it say? Oh,
Spread the love, grow the family.
Aw, yeah, so sweet.
We love you, Wubsy.
Yeah, we love you so much. Wubsy is literally family.
We don't specifically ourselves, but we do have people that understand the Discord world really in depth that helped us facilitate building out ours. So if you are looking for someone who probably
I did
could
build ours out. I mean, if you wanted to book us for a consultation, we could definitely help you with the basics. But honestly, I feel like I would just be taking your money at that point. There's so many ways to just Google the way to do that, and then like Torbik said, we do have like you can get some tips in our own Discord if you're interested.
Yeah.
Wow, Katie, this looks so much better. How did you do that in like a day? It's amazing.
All right, y'all. I just need 15. What's up, Ripley? I just need 15 more
It's so
shares.
good.
Let's go aimless. Da, da, da.
So cool. I see that you added a music section, or at least it's more clear now, the sections.
That little expanded, augmented beef.
Very, very cool, Katie. You should be super proud. I'm proud.
Do you have a preference on how to submit music? Just Linktree. Linktree, Track Talk submission. That's definitely the best route. Linktree, Track Talk submission. Just read through all the details for all the steps, and we got you. There's 19 shares. Aimless is going great. Aimless said it's time for some music. It's time for some music. Let's go. 20 shares. Let's kick it off, y'all. It's time.
Did you let Dom know how to submit, or you haven't responded? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
If you are looking to submit, I'll just say it anyways because we're about to kick it off. Wade, welcome in. Go to my Linktree, click on Track Talk submission, follow all the steps, read through all the details, check the line first, and we will get you in the right spot, ready to go. Let's dive in. Let's see who we're kicking it off first with today. I believe Lee.
Wubsy, you know I would be so honored, and I got you.
And then let's see.
I'm like, I'll do it for free, Wubs.
Lee is out for a minute. So Aimless, you actually get to kick us off today. So let me get these. And then Aimless, did you send an email? Let me know. I'm not seeing one currently, and I'm not seeing one in spam.
I'm going to need Libby to rip me to shreds when I'm ready to make a Spotify and prepare all my socials. You guys are so funny.
Aimless, appreciate you hopping in. So glad you're here. So let's see, Sick Rats, I got you, and then Melvin, I believe I have your Dropbox here as well. But just let me know, Aimless, if you did send in an email.
You know I got you guys.
John McKenzie, welcome in. Welcome to YouTube QB. Appreciate you hopping in. How you feeling? M. Del K, thank you for being here. I'm gonna
start trying to organize the YouTube videos a bit more, guys, like where I hopefully could maybe get sections added so you know exactly where to go in the video if you want to look afterward, and then different thumbnails and stuff. But we'll see. I always say I'm gonna do a million things,
got you, circle time.
You know.
Okay, let me see.
I gotta add it to my list of a million other things, and then
got you, circle time.
I just have empty promises, which is lame.
Let's see.
I still have a book I want to write at some point. I know, like literally, Joseph, that's me. I'm like, I want to write a book and also be an artist and also be a fashion designer and also be a stylist and also be helpful in branding and the life of creatives. Exactly.
Okay, I don't see an email, Elijah, but if you're on Spotify, let me know. Or you can also just look up Ambidextrous by Aimless. Okay, so I'm assuming you're on Spotify then, so I can just pull you up there. Aimless.
Yes, and when you want to do it all at the level that you know you can do it, it's like just takes over. And then you end up working more than you sleep and eat. My goal for this year has been to find some kind of work-life balance, but I just don't even know what that means. It's so hard to divert all of your attention into everything. I know. If any one of you gets it down, let me know.
Got you here. Got you. Yeah, what is sleep? What is that?
What is sleep, right?
Right. JJK, thank you so much for the follow. All right, let's get into it. Let's dive in. I'm super excited for this. This is Ambidextrous by Aimless. Aimless, give me all of the
literally
details.
Cigarettes, exactly.
Talk to me about the production elements. Is this a YouTube to BeatStars? Did you do it? Did you work with a producer? Is this self-engineered? Did you go to a studio? Did you work with an engineer? All that good stuff. Give me context. Give me details. This is Ambidextrous by Aimless.
That's all I asked, Joseph.
Let's dive into it. Let's go,
Seraphim, welcome in.
I'm excited. Let's run it. Kicking us off today.
Any other info in the email or no?
There's no email, so just this.
Got you.
But let me know what you are on other platforms so we can look it up if you'd like us to.
I fell in love with your colors when
Did you have track outs or just the 2-track from you?
I never took
Did you end up getting the stems wrong?
Look at your roots, and ours forever fade, 'cause autumn's revealing the truth.
Like your voice a lot.
Me too. So nice.
Exactly,
Katie.
And you lost your beautiful
just like you.
Leave it to me not to stick it to you.
Welcome in, Envious. Happy to have you.
Trees in a sepia, I knew that love was a figment of my imagination. Stories of pain somehow left from these pages. Two-faced, you're multifaceted. You filled the void I embraced at both hands, clenching the knives in my back. You put the baying all through the hills. They echo the songs that you sing.
Really easy listen, man.
The winter is calling, 'cause fall won't be falling till spring.
Hey, stick around. We have an incredibly generous community. No worries at all.
If I may keep a prayer of these tears that I stream.
Yeah, would love for you to stick around and just see what we're about. The community is awesome.
Where there used to be skin you could see. It seamless at first, then we lost all we had. Fearless of darkness engulfed us in black.
Thank you, Ari. So
Stories
sweet.
of conquest been ripped from the shelves. At war with the feeling, but I brought one shell. Two-faced, you're multifaceted. You filled the void I embrace at death. Both hands clenching the knives in my back. You put the
What's up, kid? Good to see you. It is a beautiful track.
That's the vocal range I was waiting for too, man. Beautiful. Absolutely, Cassie, I got you. Just 1 minute. Love that vibrato.
Two-faced, you're multifaceted. You fill the void I embrace at death. Both hands clenching the knives in my back. You put the bayonet.
Let's go, man. Y'all show
That
some
was
love.
really
Beautiful.
lovely.
Beautiful job, y'all. That was Ambidextrous by Aimless. I'm really excited to get into the details of this. Yeah, beautiful song
Really
structure.
quick, aimless before Torvik does his breakdown. If you have any other platforms that you want me to check out as far as your branding and your marketing and stuff goes, definitely just feel free to drop them in the chat or email us at that submission form.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is beautiful. This is, if you like what you hear, this is out on all platforms. You can go stream it. Once again, it's Ambidextrous by Aimless. Please go like the track, add it to your playlist, run up the numbers, boost the algorithm, all that good stuff. We want every artist in here to feel supported, to feel championed for what they're doing. So let's dive in. Let's get into it from the top. But honestly, I'm loving your lyric structure. I love your tasteful dynamic range in this, where you give them just enough layering and support on your hook to kind of let the song kind of flower and grow and bloom a little bit, but you save your moments, your climax of the song for a really strategic point where I was like, I hope he hits those higher notes, because you have such a powerful, warm, present, mid and low range of your vocal. I was like, I hope he does it, because it'll be such a sweet relief at the top of this song. And you did that beautifully, hitting that last kind of tag and post hook there at the end. So beautiful job, just structurally. Sounds fantastic. Let's get into it, man. And honestly, a good, clean recording on your vocals too. Let's dive in. I'm excited, man. This is nice. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in.
Also, thanks for hopping in from Poland.
And Cassie, I got you.
Yeah, I fell in love with your colors when bloomed.
Great space here too.
But I never took a closer look at your roots. Endurance forever fade. A closer look at your roots. Endurance forever fade.
Hey, Andrew, good to see you.
Revealing the truth.
Go one more time. Give me a sec.
Endurance forever.
Okay, something that I would keep in mind. So this is a YouTube beat, right? Okay, sounds good, Dom. I'll get all of the line and everything updated here once I finish my breakdown here and we shift over to Libby. This is something that happens to me often just because I have a billion plugins and there's always something wrong. There's always some issue with compatibility or
Literally
processing power
always.
or something. It's always something. I've got
I always hear, I'm like, okay.
when you have 800 plugins.
Don't talk to him right now.
Something's gonna go wrong, man. There's one thing that I'm hearing that usually is an issue with buffering size, or an issue with CPU usage, or an issue with export settings and things like that. It's these pops and stuff that come in the
Thanks for
background
being
of the
here,
mix.
Coopster.
I appreciate you.
I like your name, Coopster. That's kind of fun to say.
That's fun. I like
that.
it. It's a very uplifting name. What's up, Rain? Welcome in. So one thing that I'm hearing, I'm going to back it up so you can just point your ears towards it really quick. In fact, this happened to a recent song of me that I worked on, and it just annoyed me so much that it was already released, and then I noticed it because it wasn't happening in the DAW. It only happened on my final exports when I referenced it, and then it was out, and it sucks. I hate it when this stuff happens, but you can mitigate it. It is these pops that are happening in the background. Sometimes it could be like close proximity stuff to the microphone, mouth noises, crackles, things like that. It could be inconsistent power supplies to your like 48 volts and stuff like that are creating other issues within that. But oftentimes, almost every single time I've like updated a plugin. What's up, Soundmind? Welcome in, man.
Hey,
I've
Soundmind,
updated a
good to see you.
plugin, and like
I
I
was happy
said,
to catch your live earlier.
there's always a plugin to update. I try to go into something I recommend everyone doing. I try to go into my iLock and my plugin database and all of my sources for plugins every Sunday and update everything. Just double check all of them. And again, like when you do have at some point, 500, 600, 800 plugins, it's kind of a never ending list of things that are improving their bugs and their compatibility with the new OS systems and updating with Pro Tools and whatever it may be. So you almost always, are going to have some kind of compatibility issues. You just have to continue to chip away at it, but it can introduce some of that artifact that you're hearing. Like I said, this happened a couple weeks ago where the UAD plugins weren't updated, and I tried to export something and everything had these weird crackles and pops and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. So I'm going to back this up to about 28 seconds and maybe even a little bit before, and then you'll start to hear some of that artifact. And now there are things that you can do. You can print that file and use like RX to smooth some of that out, take some of those crackles and pops and stuff like that out. This was just this is one of the first songs I recorded before I had to step away. So this is just okay. I got you. Yeah, it's just something to look for in the future. It happens to every engineer. You are you're not alone in it at all. There are tools that you can use to mitigate them that I have to use all the time, depending on the kind of files that I'm getting, the kind of session that I'm getting.
Yeah, of course. Whoops.
Just something to turn your ear towards in the future that is going to take you from what is honestly a beautiful record. This is a good studio mix. Like you said, you went to a professional studio and got a really nice mix on it. Like you said, this is a take-home mix. This isn't necessarily an engineered mix. There is a difference between going in, and this is, this. So
sounds good, Cassie. We'll get it updated in a second.
Just speaking to everyone, right? Like there's a difference between going to a studio and getting a tracked mix, getting a studio mix that's take home. And then there's a difference between then paying an engineer to go into those tracked files and those track outs and actually mix them down and then get them mastered, right? So this is a great example of a really nice, warm, beautiful take-home mix or studio mix, but unengineered to an extent. And so I appreciate that you got a really, really nice track on this. Your voice is awesome. It's very easy to listen to. I love it. So just a couple things to tune your ear towards in the future.
Thanks
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Let's get into it. Let's go a little bit deeper into it. You'll hear those crackles and pops. Something to look for. The tool that I typically use for that is RX. I've never been steered wrong. There's just a lot of control that you have over isolating that signal without creating a bunch of artifact in your mix or just using a kind of random gate or noise reducer that ends up introducing all kinds of other warbles and isolation that just doesn't sound good. Changes kind of the form factor of your vocal and makes it, especially like the last thing you want to do is like, especially go to a studio, record on a $4,000 mic in a treated room, and then take it home and butcher it with the plugin, right? Then it's like you might as well just record with the 2020. Might as well just record with like a cheaper microphone, right? Because you're taking something great and then crushing it with processing. So it's just one example that has treated me pretty well.
Definitely make sure you guys are in the Discord if you're interested in collaborations and tapping more in with the Vibe Tribe.
What's up? Good to see you, Asher.
Asher.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Leave it to me not to stick it to you. You love the trees and it's happy I know. Love was a figment of my.
I love these. There's some things that you did in your vocal structure that I love. I think it's C sharp major, right? One thing that I really like about your vocal structure is your lead vocal melodies are beautiful, man. They're fantastic. But you have these almost like like pedal tones underneath it. This.
Oh, you're gonna do great. Everyone send Asher some good vibes.
Like you have this really consistent underlying pedal tone to the vocal that's super smooth, super easy to listen to. You have a very warm low register to your vocal that just cuts through beautifully, really balances out this mix a lot. That balanced with your the floating of your higher melody really, really works well. So I love that stylistic choice. I think it's perfect. Really, really, really well done. And again, there's a time and place to like follow your melodies with your harmonies, like your third note harmonies, to like follow what you're doing. But I like the idea of you almost creating like a pad with your vocal that sits underneath your main melodies. Sounds beautiful. Great stylistic decision there.
Imagination,
Thank you, Obsidian.
left from these pages, two-faced.
Yeah, I'll update the line here in a minute. Line is always up on Twitch and YouTube, so please go check it so you can see the orders. And I'll update everything in a minute.
Yeah, the submission link is at the link tree in Torvik's profile. Welcome in. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
All through the hills, they echo the songs that you sing.
Great voice, man. I like this a lot.
The winter is calling, 'cause fall won't be falling till spring. Knowing if I may keep a prayer of these tears that I stream, and down indented cheeks where they used to be skin you could see. It's seamless at first, then we lost.
Yeah, no, we get like metal, country, EDM, all kinds.
I'm gonna skip into this next section. Yeah, man, this is really, really, really well done. It feels smooth. It feels open. I also like that you are not. Yeah, the studio has the things on the mic, the tempos on the mic. Oh yeah. The C800G probably is what you're talking about. The C800G is fantastic. It is an absolutely fabulous. I mean, it's expensive. Granted, you probably won't find a good one in good condition for less than like 14 nowadays because they're not selling them really new. Yeah, the C800G is.
There's a new email at the new submission link. Welcome back.
Absolutely. Welcome in, Sarah. Appreciate you hopping in. Yeah, this is beautifully done. One thing that I appreciate about this, and I'll be honest, I'll be honest, Aimless. This could even be to your benefit. Often, and I don't know the studio or their work, anything like that, right? I just know sometimes people take a raw studio mix and send it to the wrong engineer, and things get over processed. They get squashed with compression, and there's already compression going in. They get over EQ'd, over processed, right, and over produced. So there can be a lot of risk in taking something that's already really clean and doing that. Now, if this is a hip hop song, if it's an R&B record, if it's a tight modern pop record, you might definitely need that. I almost feel like it's to your benefit, strangely enough, that you didn't get a secondary mix on this.
Let's go, Joseph. I love listening to that, bro. I swear we will literally sing that around our house. Like, we're just
so
always
catchy.
singing it.
So I almost think in a very strange week, or in a very strange way, that it's almost to your benefit that this didn't get tracked out and then like sent to someone else to kind of overdo. I actually really appreciate that this sounds very like raw and warm and natural. It's not over compressed. It hasn't been worked too far. It doesn't feel too tuned or too artificial. So I'm honest with, I almost feel like it's better that you didn't get a secondary mix on this particular track because it was tracked and recorded really well. It's very smooth. It's very, very easy to listen to. So outside of like the little polished things that I think another engineer could offer you, like the noise and stuff in the background, those pops and stuff that I think could be mitigated, I honestly am really appreciating the warmth and the natural feel of this mix a lot. I don't really have any complaints, man. It sounds great.
Both hands clenching the knives in my back. You put
as long as I have access, yeah. Yeah, I'll check everything in a second, Joe. I got you. And I love that.
Stunning.
In that faster, that faster vibrato on your vocal.
Yeah, Confessions of a Disease.
I love it.
Rain.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That fast vibrato right there, to me, is just everything. It adds so much texture to that high register, and it really allows the song to just open up like crazy. Beautiful.
I know it does. Yeah, it's a cool name.
multifaceted, you filled the void I embrace, the death, both hands clenching the
I like this a lot,
knives in
man.
my bed. You put the bayonet.
Really
I love the way it
nice,
ends
man.
too. It just has that. It ends with that impact, you know.
I love it. I
Really
love it. I
good.
love it. Aimless, you're incredibly, incredibly talented. Very, very well done. I do look forward to hearing more music from you, just because I feel like you have so much potential, man. Incredible, incredible song structure, beautiful vocal. There's little polished things that can always, make this feel a little bit tighter. But honestly, man, I'm really liking the rawness in your vocal structure. You're not missing all of the textural elements. It doesn't feel super thin and super brittle and over brightened and over compressed. I'm really appreciating where you're at. And if it gets any more polished from here, I think you're in a fantastic spot. That song is called Ambidextrous by Aimless. It is out on all
Are they
platforms.
re-releasing or?
Yeah, let me know. You said you were potentially going to get the track outs for it. Are you
Okay.
going to get a remix off of those track outs? Let me know. That would gives us some context too. But man, yo, show some love. And let me update the board as we
Is
go.
the email is definitely at the on the submission form, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. And then let me get everybody.
It should
updated
be
here.
what the heck is the email again? Track talk submission at Gmail,
I think so.
I think, but just double check that form. And then Aimless, let's go over your Spotify just so I can give you some quick practical tips that you can literally level up today if you'd like. Yeah, most likely with the distribution deal, I have a little bit more of a budget.
Nice. Yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah, that's really cool. And then honestly, yeah, if you do have a label and you don't care as much about this foundational stuff, if they're gonna help you with it, then no worries at all. Just let me know if there's anything that I can offer, but I'll go over the quick tips for Spotify just so you're aware of them. Because there have been people that come through that say they have a label and for some reason their Spotify still looks like ass, so I'm just gonna call it like it is. Okay, so you definitely want to make sure that you have a banner on there and that it's in the aesthetic of what your brand is meant to be visually, like whatever your brand identity is and that identifiable aesthetic, you would want to get a banner in that style for sure. And then a really big one is the description. Would be at least a minimum 350 characters, but they do give you 1,500 characters to work with, and that's for a reason. It helps with the SEO and their algorithms pairing people with your music, if that makes sense. So keywords you want to look for in the description would be things like a location, so wherever you're based out of, genres you like to tap into, specific artists that are, have a bigger name and platform. Yeah, I got the deal in January, so I'm still working with the guy on everything for sure. So these are things you literally can do now if you'd like, just get a little head start on and then have them tweak as they see fit. But it's definitely things that are so important that it's kind of like, why would you not do it as soon as possible type of thing. So yeah, tapping into what artists you have similar music to, Noah Khan, things like that, just bigger names that you can actually tag in the Spotify for artists. So putting the @ symbol in front of their names will give you the actual hyperlink and make sure that it's clickable on the user side of things so that the algorithm can also pick up on it as well. And then just making sure that whatever platforms you do have, whether that's Instagram, honestly, they only let you do like Instagram, X, and Facebook on Spotify, but whichever ones you have out of those, just making sure they're linked. And then if you do have a YouTube, or even if you don't have a YouTube yet, once you do, definitely laying it out similarly to Spotify. Those are just some quick tips. I know, like you said, you already have a plan for someone to help you with all of this stuff, but of course, you know that we're also here to help you in any way that we possibly can in your journey, even with you having a label. Yeah, we're here however we can be.
100%. You also some of the Aimless, man. Super, and then Rain, I'm
very,
looking
very
up now
talented.
too. Super talented.
You've got a lot of potential.
I'm also really excited too for you to, of course, to get the track outs for this song, but also to have more ownership in what you're doing too, especially if you're gonna do this kind of even like Lewis Capaldi style, like acoustic contemporary pop stuff that I think your voice just works really, really well with. For you to have ownership over the instrumentation as well and get a bigger piece of the
Yeah,
pie. I don't know if
definitely.
you play acoustic, or you can even, sometimes it's better even to like hire out session musicians to play under the structure of the track, that you don't even have to have percentages with. Sometimes they will ask percentages, just depends. But even like a couple $100 here and there, paying out session musicians where they do it as a service. Be more into the indie folk, love it.
Did you get
Love it, love
Rain
it.
back on there?
I was looking for it. But it can be beneficial to have like real session musicians that get paid as a fee, and then you own that much more of the publishing and the mechanical royalty. So just something to keep in mind. You have so much going for you. You're incredibly talented. I'm excited for you to build up this space. Your voice is amazing. So y'all show some love. You can find
Yeah,
Aimless
big
on all
love,
platforms.
Aimless.
Yeah,
Amazing, and we are so excited to see where your journey takes you.
absolutely. All right, and then yeah, absolutely, anytime. Typically, we do them.
Yeah, thank you so much for hopping in on
Thank you
Twitch.
so
We
much.
really appreciate you.
Typically Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This week's
Yeah.
a little bit different, just because we're gonna
This
be out
week
of town.
and next week are a little bit different because we are going to be visiting some family out of town for a week. So we won't be going live. We won't be doing these lives while we're out of town. So we are kind of going harder this week. So I think we'll try to aim to be live tomorrow as well, and then Monday, Tuesday, and then we'll be off for about a week, and then we'll come back and try to do our regular schedule. But we have a lot going on, so it might be up in the air, guys. Just bear with us while we're in a transition phase.
Yeah.
If you are interested, though, we do have a Discord, and then we do have a broadcast channel on Instagram that we could notify you before we go live.
Absolutely. Real quick, Rain, where did you send your last, and then ER, I got you on there as well.
Yeah, just let us know maybe the initials and then what platform you sent the payment
Credit
through.
on, yeah. Just so I can get you up there. I'm not seeing it right now, but it could be because it's under a different name that was on the email or platform or something like that. So let me know. But we got Sarah up next, so let's get into that.
Yeah, you can
really
check the
quick.
line anytime and see how many tracks we have left. We just
Yep.
got started, guys. That was our first track for the day. So we have 11 tracks left. And whoever is in that top 11 will be getting played today. Everyone else's credit will be saved.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into it. So this is Sarah right here in the chat. So Sarah, hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here so I can get this downloaded. Make sure that you are present and accounted for.
I'm not seeing Rain anymore, so I don't know if they're still in here.
Yeah. Let me know. All right, let me just make sure Sarah's here, and then we'll get into it.
Okay.
Sent money through PayPal. Okay, there's Sarah.
Okay.
Got you. Yep, I got you. I got you on there, ER. Y'all check the
So
line at any point. You
The
can see your name. on it.
PayPal.
Okay. Let me check
Thank
that
you
real
for
quick.
clarifying that. We'll definitely double check here.
Yeah, because for some reason I'm not seeing it on the list. If you go to my
Yeah,
link
that is
tree,
weird.
go to my link tree and click on
Oh,
see
but
the line.
I know why. It's because the artist is a different name, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was curious of.
Well,
Hold on.
yeah, like it could be under James.
Okay, that's more likely that I
Right.
remember that.
Yeah.
James R.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I got you. So you got
So
10.
10. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, cool. James R. There we go with 10. All right, boom. You're up. You're on the list.
No worries at all. It
You're
was
good, you're
actually
good.
pretty easy to find you. So
Yeah,
that
once I
was
have the-
yeah, it was not bad.
Hey, thank you so much for the cheers, Wubsy. I appreciate you
Wubsy.
so much. I appreciate you, man.
Libby's magical profile breakdowns. Oh, so sweet.
Absolutely, Brandon.
Thanks, Wubs.
Absolutely.
I love that little email there. That's cool.
All right. This is Sarah in the building. Let's run it. All right. So let's get this. I've got you downloaded right here. This is Ruminate by Sarah. Give me all of the details. I get this updated too with Delrick. I got you too.
I'm glad that you found the email.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
then, Sarah, I know we've gone over some stuff in the past as far as your visuals go, but let us know if there's anything you want to go over specifically today. You know we got you.
Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. Make sure y'all check the
Oh
line
no,
first.
Joseph,
All that good
that's
stuff.
terrible.
I hate that. All right. This is Ruminate by Sarah. Sarah, you know the deal. You've been here
Maybe
many
you should
times
just
before.
get off the highway and go have a coffee or something.
Demo going to be my first master. One more song, and I'm going to be releasing. So
very exciting.
You've been kind of
Building
stacking
up
a catalog for, I mean, at least as far as I've known you, the last year or so,
We
right?
love that.
10 months, something like that. Got you, Joe. Yeah, I'm going to update the line here in just a minute. Yeah, beautiful. All right, this is Ruminate by Sarah. Let's get into it. Any details you have on production and stuff, let me know.
Very cool, sir. I can't remember if you've sent me a Pinterest, but if you want to, feel free.
Got you, Joe.
I walk in pace, I get in your space, wanna tell you how you. It's the worst, you bring out the best. Run my way to you, felt it deep in my chest. Sweet little nothings, leave me wondering if I can have you, if I got you, baby. Fuck you, push and pull, I wanna get physical, no linguistics at all. Fuck you, push and pull, I wanna get physical, no talking at all. Messing with my mentality, you claw deep inside of me. It's like I can't breathe. Image stay circling, take my breath and let me be. Pictures of you and me. Knock on my door, I'll let you in. Open before now, you can't see.
Welcome in, Gene. Everything can be found at the link tree under Track Talk Submission.
It's the worst, you bring out the best. Run my way to you, felt it deep in my chest. Sweet little nothings, leave me wondering if I can have you, if I got you, baby. Fuck your push and pull, I wanna get physical, no linguistics at all.
Thank you so much for
Thank
following
you.
on Twitch.
I wanna get physical, no talking at all. It's the
Sounds good, Joe.
Let's go, Sarah. A little whistle at the top there. Oh, Mariah at the top. Let's go.
Yeah.
If I got you, baby, fuck your push and pull. I wanna get physical, no.
Let's go. Let's go.
Nice,
Y'all show some
Sarah.
love to Sarah. I love hearing that whistle tone at the top too, just because that's a tool that not a lot of people have. There's a lot of people that got a powerful chest voice and a high falsetto, but dipping up into a whistle is not a tool that everybody gets to tap into. So I love that you get that little bit of a flex.
Same email.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same email. Should be good. Yeah, I love that. I love that you're pulling that out, but also not like doing it at the end of every verse and hook to where it becomes just like a party trick. You know what I mean?
Or
It's using
Instagram
it.
DM, either one.
Yeah, it allows it to actually be the climax in the song that you want it to be, as opposed to just like a gimmick that you have. You're like, okay, yeah, we get it. We can't even sing that part with you, right? I think it's really, really important when you have tools, whether it's like R&B vocal runs, whether it's like low vocal fry, screams, whatever it is, to be tasteful in the way that you build out the structure. That way, it is just more impactful when it actually happens.
I feel like there was maybe a touch of sibilance there. Like the S's were a little S-y, guys, and it just kind of reminded me of a nightmare I had last night.
Oh God.
Where somebody was saying, bro, the sibilance on that track is just so bad. Like, you just got to throw the whole track out. And I was like, fuck, how did I let that slide? Like, what the fuck?
The nightmares that we
no, literally.
the nightmares that we have are different than most nightmares. I'm
I
like,
was
no, the
how-
mid-side EQ,
how did
no.
I let this happen? Like, I'm literally married to Torvik and I still let it happen.
God. All right,
I forgot to tell you about that.
That's hilarious.
I was like,
we have different
I was like,
nightmares
just
than most.
scratch the track. Honestly, I don't want it anymore. I'm scared of it.
Toss it out. Jay, go to my profile or go to my link tree and click on Track Talk Submissions. Make sure you check the line first, read through all the details.
Is it
We'll get you ready to
Sapak?
go.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you.
All right, Sarah, let's run it back from the top. This is Ruminate by Sarah. This is a demo, so this is a little bit early, but let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top as usual. And let's get into it. Honestly, the main thing that I want to address is the vocal production side, because the beat itself, it's vibey. It's got that like early 2000s, late 90s R&B pop
The structure's
feel that I love.
fantastic.
Sounds cool. You got a catchy
Your
hook.
voice sounds great.
You have an amazing voice.
Yeah.
There's some times where the tuning is catching vibrato, so there's some tips for that I can kind of drop in here too, where you're like utilizing a vibrato, but it's trying to tune it for you, and that's making it sound inconsistent and less polished when your voice is just doing something that it does really well, but the processing is actually changing the structure of the vocal. So there's a couple things that I want to address just so this sounds as polished as it should. But let's get into it. Ruminate by Sarah. Let's dive in. I know I have a love-hate relationship with stuff like that, right? And honestly, let me hear your hook. I want to bounce back to something. If you really want to like dig into like just the stylistic aspects of this too, there's one thing I think would be cool for you to do. Personal preference. This is just a taste thing and a stylistic thing. As always, feel free to ignore it. I just want to hear the end of your hook real quick. I think it would be cool to start the song leading into the verse. So musical instrumental intro for the first 8 to 10 seconds, and then end the intro with the end of your hook leading into your verse. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. I just need to hear your hook one more time. And then have it like filtered and maybe opening up the filter going into the next section right there. But let me hear what it is. That's like super like authentic to the genre, the era, and I think would just sound cool as a way to introduce your vocal early on without it being too long of just a low key instrumental and then kind of building up from there. But let me hear it real quick. I just want to hear like your punchline, your tagline. So like the if I got you,
good, Joseph.
Okay, perfect. The if I got you, baby, that little pocket right there. So like here's I'm gonna mess this up, but just so you can kind of get the idea.
I'm gonna mess this up.
But you'll get the idea.
Yeah. Perfect, Sarah. Yeah, I think I got it. I'm trying to open it right now.
If I got you. If I got you,
heck yeah, I got it.
You, oh baby. But it's like filtered out chorus or whatever, and you can even like cut the instrumental with the swell going into it, like those classic like old R&B pop reverse cymbals going into there, like this old like TR-909 stuff, right? Like it's got a cool vintage feel to it, even though it's obviously a modern record. But even just keeping everything until the if I got you, baby, that last little line leading into the hook, that one like little pocket like filtered and then opening up leading into it, something like that just introduces your vocal a little bit early so this intro doesn't become stagnant. Now, there's a million different ways you could execute something like that. That's just one bad quality example, right? But I think there's different ways that you can introduce something like that to make the intro more engaging, because this is a like 2.5 minute tight, concise pop structure that I feel like does need to be polished as far as all of those different elements go. Especially leading with the bass line too. If I got you, baby. Let it build up a little bit. If I got you, baby. And then like the verse hits there, but you have the processing that allows it to lead into it. That feed just grabs people's attention, introduces them to a good vocal early on, so they kind of know what to expect beyond the sound design, like beyond the song kicking in, like, okay, this is cool. I like this style. It's coming up on my playlist on Spotify. I'm swiping through on TikTok, but you're also introducing them to a good vocalist early on, which I feel like is going to grab their attention more than waiting for the 17, 18 seconds for your actual vocal to kick in. Just an idea. Of course, feel free to ignore it. Just a stylistic thing. That could be interesting to just really, really lock in the song and make it a little bit more polished for platforms, improve your playlist ability, stuff like that. Yes, I'm here, TikTok, of course. And absolutely any genre, any level of preparedness, we're going to go all the way across the board. The song before this was an indie folk song. This song obviously is a little bit more pop R&B centric. We'll probably get some metal songs, some country, some all the way across the board. So anything you got, we'll help out in any capacity that we can.
So it's my reality, fumble some broken pieces, and I can't find a key to this madness. You fumble some broken messing with my reality, fumble some broken.
So even here, is it Dana? Thank you so much for and please correct me if I'm saying your name wrong. Thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you being here so much. So really quick here. So this is honestly one of the very, very few things that I would kind of get polished on your vocal structure is your manual tuning structure for your vocal. I love your voice. It's got such a cool texture to it. It feels so like powerful and restrained, which I think allows you to really open up your vocal towards the end. What's up, Delinquent? Open up towards the end of the song because you have this like natural, like low larynx restraint to your vocal that I think sounds fantastic. Very, very well done. On the tuning side, so very much so on the practical side of producing your vocal, I would, because you have a wider modulation, you have a wider vocal structure. Yeah, I appreciate you, Delinquent. Thanks for hopping in. No, you're totally good, dude. You're totally good. Happens. There's people that I just see their content so much, I think I'm following them, and then I realize I'm just not.
Literally, the algorithms are good at picking up on what we watch regardless.
Right.
So either way, thank you for being here.
Don't even worry about it. I got no ego in the following and stuff too. So I appreciate that you are now. Thank you for being here. You have a nice wide vibrato. It's got like a decent amount of modulation to it, which I love. That's a fantastic, unique texture to have, and it sounds great in the song. But what's happening is the wider that modulation is, the wider that vibrato is, you are also catching other notes in the auto tune. So dun, 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 you hear it bounce a little bit. You hear it trying to correct to like a semitone up in the scale.
Hi,
right?
Kumi. Good to see you. We'll get you back up on the board.
I would, with a vocal like this, I would typically do. Yep, 100%. And depending on your retune speeds and your humanized structure, you're going to hear the tuning more so than you even like just hear what your voice is doing. You start to hear the processing. It doesn't feel as transparent. I'm a big fan of even like highly processed vocals. It's like you kind of don't know that it's there, right? It feels very natural and warm and saturated when you listen to it. So what I'm listening for here is I would personally, before you do a single thing, we've talked about this before, I'm sure, but do manual control over your vocal first with Melodyne, Antares Graph, something like that. I use Melodyne, and I have both, but that's my preference. So what I would focus on is through Melodyne, doing your manual tuning first and foremost. That way, with zero auto tune at all, you know that your like root notes, your fundamental notes of your vocal structure are in key. They're intentional. They're exactly where you choose them to be, right? You drag them into place, and you know that even if they were a little bit off, you're putting them exactly where they need to be. So you kind of already have an edited, perfect vocal. I'll use Melodyne to help with sibilant control. If I'm that way, I don't have to target my de-esser really strong. What I like about Melodyne, and this is for her, it's Pinterest. For me, it's Melodyne that I'm hawking on people all the time. But for Melodyne, the way I like it about it is before I add a single process on there, before I start adding EQs and compression and anything, I've already, for the most part, mitigated issues with sibilants and like harsh S's and T's and plosive stuff. I'll do that all edited. Timing issues, pitch issues. I do that all in Melodyne and then print. That way I know anything that I add a single plugin to already isn't like super boomy plosive energy. It already isn't harsh sibilants. It already is in the right key and in tune with where I want it to be. That's already taken care of and established, so that when I compress something, when I auto-tune something, I don't have to do as much of it, right? Like I don't have to like do all this like crazy stuff to like correct issues with the original vocal. So where the sound has different frequencies from low to high. So what I would focus on is manually tune your vocal first, especially because you have a wider vibrato. Then I would only auto-tune, and you might need to make some adjustments to your retune speed and some other, maybe even like your humanized function too, to allow a little bit more time before it tries to kick in with the auto-tune. You might want to soften that a little bit so it's not as sensitive. But the other side is I would go chromatic with your tuning. That way, if you have a wider vibrato, there's never a time where it's going to like pitch up or down two semitones, right? Like if you're in the key of D, there might be a time where you're like, your vibrato brings it up to like the D sharp just a little bit, but it's correcting all the way up to the E, right? Because that's the closest note that's, close enough as a cent above it, right? So hopefully this is making some sort of sense, right? And so it might be correcting two semitones up. If you have a slower retune speed, a little bit more of a human vocal structure in your auto tune, it's not going to kick in as quickly, but at the same time, even if it does kick in to tune the vocal, the max it's going to tune, perfect. You got it. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You're like taking like vocal at school, right? You're doing all kinds of dope stuff. I love it. And you're studying music, which is beautiful. So right now, some of it's correcting two semitones. The max it'll do it is slowly correct up one semitone, which is more of a natural vibrato, right? Now, B section to this, right? I know I'm saying a lot. The B section to this would be if there is a vibrato that just comes in too big. It's affecting the tuning. It's affecting the legibility, like the diction of your vocal. It's affecting the legibility of the note, right? So the vibrato is so wide on a particular take that you did, a particular comp that you had. If that vibrato is too wide and you can't really, hear the note anymore, you can always through Melodyne do modulation control and very, very strategically and lightly and transparently reduce the modulation of that vibrato, so it's a little bit more in control, and it'll catch the tuning a little bit easier. First and foremost, manual control, and then you might want to do chromatic after that. Because if it's chromatic, and even if it's not in a key, you already know that your vocal's in the right key because you fixed it in Melodyne. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. You can make it a little bit more transparent, a little bit more natural. That to me is like one of the main things that I'm hearing in this whole song, right? Is just your melodies getting kind of moved around by the autotune a little bit just because of your vibrato. But besides that, you have a fantastic voice. It's got a lot of power. Production is cool. I like the structure. Let me skip forward a little bit. So that was one of the main things. Let's keep it going.
Also, I have your Pinterest up. It's fire.
Beautiful. Cool production structure too. Love that bass. Mighty. Pinterest mentions thing he loves.
Pinterest always mentioned.
Good,
Thanks for the bits. You're the
good
best.
texture on the stacks too.
Saying
Subtle,
bits is
open,
funny.
bright. I like it.
Yeah, this is Sarah on TikTok. Make sure you follow.
Yeah, and then once you, and obviously if you do some stuff, manual control and Melodyne and then chromatic tuning, obviously that's going to help with the actual pitch structure that we're talking about. But I do agree that you're getting just a little bit extra of those like harsher, more resonant S's and T's. So frequency control on your de-essing, and then maybe just a little bit lower on your threshold on your de-esser, just to control it a little bit more without robbing you of your high end. Again, I prefer to do this manually in Melodyne because I'm just going to have a lot more control. Like I'm just going to be able to, I can literally just take the S, chop that S and reduce some of the sibilant energy right there. As opposed to like a de-esser that's like affecting all of that frequency spectrum there. It's going to be a little bit less dynamic. So I would do it in something where you have a little bit more control. Sometimes I still, like if I'm just dealing with a vocal that has like a really like this mic over here, the TLM102 versus a 147 is way brighter, way more sibilant present. It's a completely different like sound profile than the M147. And so if that's the mic that's being used or an artist is using that mic, I might just have to do a couple more layers of de-essing. But in this case, I think you can just have a little bit more control to where it suppresses some of that sibilant energy, with, of course, without robbing you of your clarity, without robbing you of your natural phrasing. If you go too low, obviously it becomes a lisp because you're taking all the S's and T's out of it. So you want to find a balance between the two. But I think that'd be like one of the only other things. Your layering is beautiful. Your hook structure, song structure, fantastic. I would focus on manual control over your pitch and chromatic tuning, and then focus on sibilant control. Beyond that, honestly, it's a really, really great record. Let's hear the last 30 seconds, but you're crushing it, Sarah. Sounds fantastic. What's up, Raya? Welcome in, welcome in.
Hi, Raya. Good to see you.
There's that whistle. Fantastic. Awesome.
Oh, I hope your workday is going okay. Glad it's Friday if you get Saturday and Sunday off.
Love it.
Nice.
Tight ending too.
Yeah, I like the way it ends.
Crushing it, Sarah. Y'all give it up on time for Sarah. Building up the catalog. Had to. You got to. You got to do it. That's like me and Sin. So it's like, I'm not going to do a song. I don't care what the genre is. It could be like an operatic song. It's like, there's going to be a Juno in there. I love that you sprinkled that in there. It's tasteful. It's very, very, very well established. So y'all give it up one more time for Sarah right here in the chat. Love what you do. Can't wait to hear a bit more of your catalog as you start releasing. So excited for you. I honestly believe you're going to do really, really well.
Me too. Okay, so your Pinterest is fire. I love it. You have a very clear aesthetic that is beginning to take shape, which is exciting. What I did see some imagery and some visuals outside of just outfits, but what I would definitely encourage you to add a bit more outside of just like outfits and stuff. Maybe something with font would be good. So any quotes you see that you come across that feel accurate to you, and then just any fonts you come across that you feel like speak to the aesthetic that you're going for are going to be very helpful on the branding side whenever you work with somebody to develop that. But honestly, I'm really excited because seeing it and then pairing it with your music, like looking at the Pinterest board. Hi, thank you
Thank
so
you for
much
the follow.
yeah,
Appreciate
for
you.
hopping in on Twitch.
Real quick, who is AK that sent through the website? Let me know who that is so I can get you on the board.
Anyway, scrolling through your Pinterest while that was playing in the background was like such a mood because it fits and it's so cohesive. So I really, really love that. It's really exciting, Sarah. I know we've talked about the rough plan, and the fact that you already have so much on your Pinterest tells me that you are going in that direction of, making sure that you're going to have your brand in order before you actually launch. So you're really killing it. I'm very excited. And you know that we are here to help however we possibly can throughout your journey. No, you're killing it. I think you're in a really good spot. If I were to do your branding, for instance, like what I would want to see more of is what I was just telling you, like a little bit more on the visual imagery side of things. Even like do the robot.
I don't think that was on our list, Joseph. I don't know if I put that
Joseph
in.
be putting
Joseph
random
was
shit in
putting
there.
random bullshit
If
in there.
we ever are doing random shit, guys, it's Twitch, okay? Or if it seems like we're talking to ourselves, it's probably also the Twitch chat. Anyway, what I would want to see more of is like more of that imagery that would pair with your outfits and stuff like that. Maybe some in the way of, album cover inspiration and what was the other thing? Like merchandise once you release that. Just like honestly fonts and scripts and stuff will really help in that way. But you're killing it, and I feel like I already see it's a very, very cohesive. I'm not even like questioning what the aesthetic is or what the vibes are. So you're doing really well in that way. And if I were to do your branding, it would be really easy for me to get what that concept is and what the direction that you're wanting to go in. So really good job there. Of course, if you have any specific questions, I got you or we got you throughout your process too. Like you've been hopping in here, you know how it goes.
And then is it Yao? Am I saying that correctly? I saw the name on the email, but I want to make sure that I get the right name on the board.
Yeah, and there was someone else that wanted to get on that I feel like hopped in from another time. Who was that?
So Rain is on there. That's James R.
I think it was just a bit ago. Should we scroll just to make sure we're not missing any?
Let me see.
Kumi. Did you get Kumi?
Oh, okay, let me get Kumi on there. Got you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, sounds good, Adam. Thank you so much.
You. Let me update it on here. Got you. Perfect. Thank you so much. And then Kumi, let me get you updated too.
Did you have another comment that came before, like with the outfits? If you did, it did not come through, unfortunately.
Got you, Kumi. Got you. Yeah, TikTok is super annoying with stuff like that.
I think it got filtered, dang it. If you have Twitch, you can hop over there, or YouTube, or if you don't mind typing it out in another creative way. How can I get those outfits and brand on TikTok without a team? Like how would you show up, in like with that look, you mean? There's lots of ways. I mean, if you're looking to do everything yourself, I would say your best bet is going to be either renting, so you can rent designer quality. There's so many options now with that. There's Rent the Runway, there's Newly, there's options for that. Or even cheaper is always going to be like thrifting, or I don't personally like to recommend fast fashion, so it's always for me going to be like vintage and thrifting.
Resale, yeah.
Yes, I want a team so bad, but don't know how to get there. Yeah, so it really depends on budget, of course. That's like number one. Yeah. And then just getting creative. If the budget is not there, it's really just getting creative with how you can find other small creators that are willing to work with you at your budget level. So, and honestly, just outsourcing to individuals. Like you can hire a stylist. Like honestly, that's what I mostly do. I'm good at the branding stuff and I offer it for the sake of this live. But I'm a personal and editorial stylist and a licensed cosmetologist. Like that is my number one passion. That's what I really love to do. So Sarah, hit me up. Honestly, I'd be happy to help you and work with you at whatever your budget's at. And we can come up with some creative ways to get that look that you're wanting. And I can do the work of helping you find a local photographer in your area that would be, like honored to have you as a client, and make it work so that it's more of a collaboration and not
Mhm.
as much of a client
Service,
like
relationship,
service, yeah, relationship and role. Yeah,
definitely.
definitely. Just honestly DM me.
And I think honestly, like what you're talking about too is like true of like everyone at a lower level, right? Is like
Yeah, those are
find,
really good questions. Honestly, no
yeah, I
one's
love
even
that.
asked us how to do that, and I'm like, you know what? That's a really, yeah. There are ways to do it.
And it's the same for me, like people that are like stuck with YouTube beats, and I'm like, well, how do I get out of that? Like, how do I get out of that hamster wheel of like just leasing beats for $50 or
Thank
$30
you
or
so much,
something?
Adam. That's so sweet.
And then someone getting the exclusive, and then all my music being taken down because I no longer have the rights to the beat, stuff like that. And it's like, find, it takes some work, it takes some time, it takes building relationship, it takes networking, but find producers that you can grow with for points. Find engineers that'll do it for cheap because they're still trying to grow and learn the process, and maybe give them points on the publishing and mechanical side. Like you can find people, and same with like stylists, same with stuff like that. Like find people, because oftentimes people think they have to like wait till they get a $500,000 thing that they have to recoup, and then like, okay, well now I can get all the stuff that I need. But often it's
Right.
very, very hard to get to that point, and sometimes not always beneficial to get to that point because of how much you owe going back the other direction. And so I think oftentimes now I feel like the best thing is just find people at your level. If you can
Definitely,
afford
Sam.
better, then you can always get better. You can always upgrade. You can always pay more, right?
Sarah,
But find
remind me.
people that you can grow with initially and build from there.
Exactly. Remind me where you're located again.
I'm super excited for Sarah because, man, very, very talented.
Me too. Definitely.
And let me see. Okay, so Adam, I got you up there. Okay, cool.
Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot that we can do remote, and then anything I feel like I can't do, I can help you find somebody. We could
100%.
definitely help you.
Absolutely.
100%.
Man.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I didn't want to cheer when you were about to say something. Yeah. Yay! I gotta get my cheer at the end. Marcy, thank you for the
No,
follow.
I was just saying I'm very excited.
Yeah, me too. Very, very, very excited. Y'all give it up one time for Sarah, building up a crazy catalog, really, really talented vocalist and writer. From the beginning, your issue has not been like vocal ability or songwriting or structure, stuff like that. It's been like practical mix things, which just comes down to
Rye is
like
the best. Big
working
shout
with
out to Rye.
working with the right team, working with the right people, right? And I think you're doing so many things right. So y'all definitely show some love. Make sure that you're following any artist that is vulnerable
Definitely.
enough to get on the stage and send in, especially unfinished music. Definitely show some love and support.
And Sarah goes live too sometimes, right, Sarah? You're
Let's
also
go.
you did like an engineering program, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or you are in some kind of engineering school. So Sarah's killing it.
All right. All right. I think Lee is still out. So Joe F, hop in the chat. Let me know. I just saw you right there, Joe. So I know you're here. Let's get you going. Let's get this updated. If you want to send your music, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow all the steps.
Okay, yeah.
Got you.
No,
got
I feel
got
that.
Go to. Got you right here. All right. And we got links on links. I love it. Nice to meet
Raya,
you.
we're gonna miss you major. I think that means you and Joseph both hopped out, so we're gonna be dying. But no worries at all.
Appreciate you so much,
I hope the
Raya.
rest of your birthday goes okay.
All right,
There's Joseph. There's still hope for now.
let's go. All right. It's nice to meet you
Y'all
as well,
think
Joe.
I'm kidding.
Self-produced artists here are my links, as well as links to 2 upcoming ones. Let's go. What do you want me to listen to? So I see 2 upcoming, and then I see your Instagram and
that's
Spotify.
for me, probably. The Instagram and Spotify, that's helpful.
So which song would you like me to play? No worries at all, Raya. I totally get it.
Oh, 12-hour workday, that's so tough. You're really killing
Picture
it.
being
Mad props to
free.
you.
Got you.
We love you so much. Have a good rest of your workday.
Perfect. All right, let's get into it. This is Joe Farwick, if I'm saying that correctly. This is Rich of Being Afraid. Let's get into it.
I don't know how else you would say that.
Let's see, self-produced. And let me know if you did the engineering on this as well, or if you outsourced to someone else. Thank you so much for the follows.
Joe.
Appreciate it. All right, let's get into it.
After all that we have known, how could you be so cold?
Ooh.
Everything you asked
Beautiful.
for. How could you ask for more? For more.
Ooh.
Nice.
How could you ask for more? I'm all alone, stuck in my fears. Sometimes I think my end is near, and the monster under my bed disappears.
Vibey.
You're the only time I want. You're the only time I want. Talking to myself. I'm so rich it hurts. Rich of being afraid.
Yo, this is nice. I really like this show.
Beautiful melodies.
I'm a kid on earth, on my search for a friend and hope of better days and better me. I'm talking to myself, friend and hope of better days and better ways. Talking to myself. I'm so rich and
Vibey, dude.
rich of being afraid and hope of better days and better ways. I am lost in pain. I'm a kid on earth, on my search for a friend and hope of better days and better me's. Cause all in all, no one really cares anyways. None of that matters anyways. Be whoever, be more. Whoever I want. Can do what I want. I don't see the chance to be more than my silhouette. Struck by raw emotion.
Let's go. Super unique structure. I like it a lot,
I
man.
like
Let's
that
get
so
into it.
much, Joe. Very, very talented. Also, Delinka, thank you so much for the kind words.
Let's go, Joe. And you got it, man.
Definitely
you
a
got time.
vibe. Twitch is loving it as well, Joe.
That is Rich of Being Afraid by Joe Farwick. Let's get into it. Let's straight into it. There's a couple small, very practical details on the mix side that are very easy to mitigate. And then I have a stylistic thing that is just the way my brain works. I like ideas. I'm an ideas guy. I like ideas, so I'll throw some out there. Of course, these are stylistic, so feel free to ignore them. There's no right or wrong answer. It's art. It's subjective, so you can do what feels authentic to you. But I'll throw some out there just in case it maybe would spark something that maybe would be more creative to you. But this is Rich of Being Afraid by Joe Farwick. Let's run it back from the top. I like this a lot. It's a cool vibe. And I also, when you first introduced the production structure, I think I was expecting halftime. So when the faster beat came in, it immediately like jumped me into a different lane and made me want to move differently. And I like that. That like the surprise of that movement in the beat, I think is fantastic. I think it sounds really cool. All right, let's run it.
After all that we have known.
Right off the bat, I don't know what you're recording with. I'm not recording. Let me know if you do know. What's up, Howie? Appreciate you hopping in. My intuition tells me that it's like a really bright, maybe cheaper microphone, like an AT2020 and a Scarlett or something like that. If that is true, let me know. If not, let me know what you are using because it could help mitigate some of the things that we're talking about. Because there's a couple things that are happening in tandem that I think would be nice to mitigate if at all possible. But if it is higher end, it could also be like there's a lot of reasons why you get self noise and a higher noise floor to your gear. So I mean, also it could be a $40,000 vocal chain that you're still dealing with the same thing. Once
Those are song name ideas for this song, Joseph.
Soy 17.
I love
fabulous.
I love
fabulous
these ideas,
microphone.
Joseph.
Okay. So a fantastic microphone. I love it. Really, really nice. So you're just getting a lot of like over gating early on. You're doing the fern is gorgeous.
I
It
like
is
it,
gorgeous. Okay,
Joseph.
so you
Vibes.
might just be mitigating some, and I know you engineered all this yourself, so it's a fabulous setup right there. Fantastic setup. Love it.
Yeah, you're
I'm a
killing
fan
it.
because I don't hear those names that often. So anytime someone mentions having like a Soyuz 11 or like a 13 tube or the 17 FET, I just don't hear Soyuz that much. And so it's fun to just hear those names. Fern also super boutique brand that you just don't hear a lot of on the preamp or compression side. So I like hearing those names pop up in the chat. You might be one of the first. So I like it. So you're using some cool boutique stuff that are
Sure,
fantastic.
that makes sense, Joseph.
You might be mitigating some noise with that by gating or reducing. I would be a little bit more intentional with how far you push that, just because you are also introducing some artifact early on and some warbling in the vocal as it opens and closes, kind of just on the threshold of that gate right there. So just be really, really careful, really tasteful with your settings right there. It's just right on the edge. So when this first vocal kicks in right here, you can hear it just fighting with the gate just a
What's
little
up,
bit.
DRMC? Good to see you.
After all that we
Like right off the bat right here. I appreciate you, Delinquent. Let me back it up here. I want to hear it introduced.
After all that we have known, after all that we
You just hear those little cuts in the vocal as it kind of
being
sits
here, Delinquent.
as it kind of sits on the edge of that threshold right there. One thing that I would probably recommend, I recommend this to most people, especially if you're self-engineering, is to use very subtle, very tasteful reductions before gating. It helps mitigate some of that extra cutting and chopping that you get from that gate opening and closing, especially if you are pushing the high end on separate elements. Sure. I mean, yeah, it kind of depends on like the way that you want to structure things and kind of what workflow works well for you.
Thank
if
you
you
for almost
are-
10 likes, guys.
If you are doing any noise
10K.
reduction or anything to mitigate it on the master, I would definitely not do that. I would do it specifically within the vocal chain itself early on and then print. So what I would do on your chain here, just based on kind of what I'm hearing, knowing that you have the 17 FET, knowing that you have the Fern, which is fabulous. That's a bucket list, depending on, or bucket list compressor. It's fantastic. The VT, you have VT2 or VT1? Anyways, they're fantastic. They're super, super high quality. The other side to this is analog gear is noisy. I've bought and sold a bunch of analog gear. I've used a ton of analog gear. Analog gear is noisy. So everything has noise, right? I also have a tube microphone. That can be noisy. You're going to get some hiss from it. It can also be on the far cheap side. Okay, beautiful. Fantastic. The stuff is noisy.
Oh, you know
So-
what? I'm sorry. One of our night bots is sending out the card website. So that's confusing. The automatic one.
Okay, interesting. It can be noisy too. So if you are doing any noise reduction as well, I would, what I usually will do would be kind of right off the bat. So like first thing when you're getting in your vocal, especially as you're printing, if you have a lot of noise, I would print with even like NS1 at 5%. So something like NS1 will just take some of that self noise from the preamp itself, some of the self noise from the microphone itself, even though it's a fairly quiet microphone. Everything has noise if you push it hard enough. And just very transparently reduce some of that hiss. If you have a lot of self noise and a pretty, like even that preamp, like especially vintage stuff, right? Like I talk about this Juno all the time. It's one of my favorite synths in the world, but that chorus is noisy as hell. If I flip on chorus 1 or 2, it's you hear it swinging back and forth, and it's super, super noisy. So you have to mitigate that sometimes, right? But I would do some initial reduction to keep it very transparent, because if you have a lot of noise and then you gate it, you just hear that gate opening up and closing with just a lot more prominence in the mix. But if you can reduce that noise and then print it where it's really transparent and you get a lot less of it, your gating can be way more subtle and way more clean. So you're not having to push it as hard early on in your vocal chain here. So that's I'm speaking a lot on this one practical detail, but I do hear it, and I do feel like it's one of the very few little elements that's going to make your vocal feel less quality, even though you're recording through like a $10,000 vocal chain, right? And it's like you're putting all your time and effort and resource into a phenomenal vocal chain and a great production structure, and then processing is robbing you of some of that energy, right? So I see that all the time when someone is like recording with a C800G into a Chaotica eyeball, and I'm like, what's going on? We got a $15,000 microphone, and then you're robbing it of some of its openness and its clarity, right? So I always, anytime I hear someone recording into a great chain, I try to find some ways that we can optimize it as much as possible, and not have a phenomenal chain that sounds just as good as like a $400 mic, right? You want to get every bit out of that vocal chain as you possibly can. So let me skip forward a little bit, but just try to mitigate the noise and then gate really subtly so you don't get any of that chopping from the vocal. Let's get into the main structure now. Honestly, most of this production structure and vocal structure, fabulous. It sounds really, really cool.
No, for more.
Good evening to you. Is it Cosmos or Cosmos?
How could you ask for more?
Love the vocal stacks.
Me too. That's the highlight for me. I always love stacks like that.
Sometimes I think my end is near, and the monster under my bed disappears. You're the only time I want. You're the only time I want.
And I'll be honest, like I don't really mind how dry the vocal is too. Like it's fairly, and there is some like hall reverb tucked in the back, but like it's a fairly dry vocal compared to the live for the production. I kind of like that. This is a cool contrast. I wouldn't always like that. It's not really a right or wrong thing. But I actually do like that you have a little bit more of a forward dry vocal. There's some times where I wouldn't mind if it pushed forward a little bit compared to the life of the production, even as much as like a dB and a half, 2 dB, just to allow it to like sit over the top a little bit more. I'm not saying that's game changing for you, but I do feel like it could use like a little bit more punch because it does sound like you're softer in your vocal register, maybe a little bit closer proximity to the microphone. And those two things are, you don't have like the diaphragmatic support to really like slice it through, right? But I do think you could give it a little bit more punch, even just in your compression or even just in your level settings, just to push it forward a little bit. But honestly, I like a lot of the stylistic decisions you're making. It's really, really cool.
Talking to myself, I'm so rich it hurts. Rich of being afraid and hope of better days and better
What's up, DT? Welcome in.
I am lost and clear.
As this too being like one of your main vocal structures, this da, 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 that melody right there, fantastic melody. It's really, really well established. Being that is one of your like forefront, more of like your hook melody structure here, I wouldn't mind if that was supported too, even just by the low octave underneath it, or accented by like the third when you get into the last part of the hook. Let me back it up a little bit.
Feel free to check out our website, Benji, theobsidiankey.com. If you
bring
really
in that
care.
you bring in that low octave underneath it right there. So you're, D sharp minor, right? Yeah. I love that melody. So on this. Okay, so over that high melody right there, having the third above is kind of what I'm listening for. The low octave sounds great right there. You do bring it in on the octave, but having in the third harmony over the top. So let me back it up just a little bit here.
Talking to myself, I'm so rich. You're the only one I want. Talking to myself.
So right there on the so start there, right? Off the F sharp, right? So
I'm so talking. You're the only time I want. Talking to myself.
whatever, you know, it's like the higher. It'd be like the high third over the top. If you got that double tracked back in the mix, so it's kind of barely there, and it almost just gives you like this
Definitely
like
catchy.
vocoder. But I
Very
love,
well done, Joe.
I love that melody structure. It's fantastic. So take that with a grain of salt. Let me skip forward a little bit. I'm loving this, man.
I'm a kid on earth, on my search for a friend and hope of better days and better me. I'm talking to myself, friend and hope of better days and better ways. Talking to myself. I'm so rich
vocal presence here just once all of these layers kick in. Last thing that I'll say, and honestly, I'm being like kind of picky, Joe, because honestly, this is a really cool song structure. It's unique. I feel like it's punchy, it's vibrant. I like it a lot, man. It's really, really well done. The last thing that I'll say is I do feel like probably on your master chain, you already talked about clearing it and kind of starting from scratch. I would probably recommend doing that. I do feel like you are reaching some of the limitations of your compressor and limiter here, where you're either over soft clipping or even just leading up into the section right here. You hear a lot of like, there's a bit of pumping in the compression side and a lot of breakup at the top, which tells me you're probably clipping something going into the master or on your instrument or vocal buses leading over there that is causing some of that breakup when all the layers come through. So when you get into your verses, you get crunchy drums, which I love. It's nicely saturated. It sounds really nice, but leading up, like it sounds like your chain leading up into your mix bus, there's a lot going on that's kind of crushing the ceiling. As soon as it all hits the ceiling, the signal kind of shatters at the top. Which is where a lot of that oversaturation is happening. And when your vocal layers come in, you hear that kind of at the top, right? That right there. The master used, on the record, I used stereo and mid-side on the master and used harmonic distortion. So love that. And I'm also a huge fan of when you introduce those elements and have control over them, right? Where there's no choices kind of being made for you. Be careful that they don't rob you of your clarity. It might just be fine-tuning some of those settings, right? Taking it back 5%, being really choice with how hard you push like your vocal bus when all of those layers come in. Just be careful of it, right? Something to point your attentions towards, because you can kind of hear certain parts where some of those buses maybe are like hitting their limitations or they're hitting the compressor a little bit too hard and you lose some of the life and then it kind of all breaks apart beyond the saturation, because the saturation and that distortion I feel like sounds really good. So just be careful of that, revisit it, point your attention back to it for a second and make sure that as you build out those textural elements of what you're doing, that it's not robbing you of clarity. Because I think stylistically, crushing. Sounds really
now you're over on Twitch.
I was like, hey, I know the last name. Switching over here. But I love stylistic what you're doing too. Yeah, just be careful of that.
Focal clear MGs.
On it. Got it. And I like this like pretty raw vocal. It's not over processed. It's a little drier. It's a little bit more open, which I personally appreciate stylistically. I feel like it sounds nice. It's a good contrast. This kind of hyper compressed, saturated production mix. I really like it.
No one really cares anyways. Cause all in all, no one really cares anyways. None of that matters anyways. Be whoever, be more. Whoever I want. Can do what I want. I don't see the chance to be more than my silhouette, struck by raw motion.
And I do feel too. Let's go, TT. I'm excited,
we're lucky.
man. One quick thing on this outro here. I feel like emotionally out of the song structure. What's up, TJ?
Lend me $5.
So like when it comes to the vocal structure that you have here, I would love for it to just feel a little bit more intentional. Some of the overlapping of the layers, I like kind of like the chaotic nature of it. Like I don't mind that. It feels to an extent fairly intentional.
Cheers.
What's up, TJ? Welcome in, man. It feels pretty intentional, but I do feel that it pulls me slightly out of the emotion of the track just a little bit. My recommendation okay, perfect. I love that. I think from a conceptual standpoint, beautiful. And my strictly just personal opinion, it's too dry for that. I kind of want, even like think of it like when you like see like a cheesy movie and they're like someone in their thoughts and it's like like it's maybe saturated and reverberated a little bit. Maybe there's like a chorus on it or something like that. It would be interesting to me to hear that with even just like a Roland like Studio D chorus, like number 3 or something like that. Like it has like a little bit of like depth and dimension to it, and it feels separate from the vocal that we've heard. Right now it's like a very dry like lead vocal doing it, so it doesn't feel as removed from the I would love for it to feel more connected to the concept that you're talking about. I think some like really like tight plated reverbs I think would be nice, a chorus or something like that to give it like that dimension that I feel like represents your concept a little bit more. It being just like a drier lead vocal, I just personally don't connect it to as much as I do the rest of your vocal structure in the song. That's also just my stylistic preference too, right? But I'm gonna hear the part one more time and then we'll keep it moving. But I like the idea. I like the concept. I like the idea. But in my opinion, I would maybe wet that up a little bit.
Cause Who really cares anyways? None of that matters anyways.
Because, and I don't mean this as an insult at all, but like my gut reaction to it is like a country rap thing. That's like what I hear like when I first hear like that vocal come in. And I think if you honestly just some really intentional shift in processing will completely shift my perspective on like what my brain thinks it's listening to for a second, right? To me, it's just in like I almost thought you were going to start going into like more of a spoken word rap right there, as opposed to like a concept of an outro vocal that's a little bit more tied to what you had in the rest of the song. So that's kind of the only perspective that I'm kind of leaning into right there.
I can be more whatever I want. Can do what I want. I don't see the chance to be more than my silhouette.
Even that like want, I would like auto pan. So like want. You know what I mean? Like go like all the way right, all the way left, and then it kind of bounces around your head a little bit. And then even this is getting a little more complex, right? But like on the stutters of your vocal, that want, you have like the triple right there. I would go like all the way right, all the way left on an auto pan, and then automate a formant shift down each time, right? So you have like one's a little bit deeper, and it just makes it feel more eerie and mental and chaotic than just like vocal stacks chopping over each other, right? It would bounce around the head a little bit, kind of based on the concept. It would maybe start detuning a little bit as it bounces around. Little things like little intentional processing like that. I think it would just like tie it in a little bit more, but obviously that's completely up to you. There's not a right or wrong answer to it. I love what you're doing stylistically, Joe. This is fantastic. Yeah, show some love. Show some love. The song is dope, man.
Joe, I'm going to start out my portion by saying I feel like with your curly hair, the color of it, just your whole vibe, that you could be my brother.
honestly.
Like literally, we kind of look like brother and sister.
That's so funny.
Anyway, so let's start by going over your Spotify really quick. There are some practical steps you can take, like literally today if you wanted to. But that are just easy next steps that can help take it to the next level. Right? No, honestly, it's kind of cool. And also killing it with the 143.5K monthly listeners.
Hell yeah. Awesome. I love that,
it's
dude.
Well
Congrats.
Deserved, definitely. And I could see you, just 10xing that for sure. So let's talk about some ways to do that really quick and just make sure that your Spotify is completely optimized to be able to get pushed by the algorithm and stuff like that. So your description is a good length, which I like to see. I would just work on adding a bit more keywords. So things like location, where you're based out of. And then you may have some of this stuff, so just, take it with a grain of salt and, throw out what you don't need. But a location is helpful. Another thing is what genres you like to tap into. And then specifically listing out some bigger names, artists that you pull inspiration from, and making sure that they're actually tagged. So once you log into that Spotify for artists, putting the @ symbol in front of whoever you end up tagging for your inspiration is going to be helpful to make it, hyperlink and clickable on the user side of things, but also for the algorithm to pick up, like, okay, if they like to listen to, someone mentioned Charlie Puth earlier in the Twitch chat, or whoever you end up listing out, right? Then they'll probably really like Joe Farwick's music as well. So that is a good thing to mention. You have 1,500 characters to work with, so I would say don't be shy. Share whatever you think the algorithm could use. Feel free to get ChatGPT's help or, any kind of AI's help. Just make sure that you're very specific in your prompting with what you want it to do. Say, I want it to be around this many characters. I want it to be completely optimized for Spotify, and stuff like that. Exactly. It's for SEO.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you do have your Instagram linked on there, which is awesome. So I was able to pull up your Instagram. Sick. And let me double check your link tree really quick. Okay, so some tips for your link tree are going to be, let's see if I can get this up on here. To go ahead and get those little icons for the majority of your major platforms. So Instagram, Apple Music, Spotify, all of those can be in the little icons at the top. And then if you have a YouTube, the biggest ones that I would say are non-negotiables that you absolutely need are Instagram, Spotify, YouTube, TikTok. Those are like, you gotta have those. So if you don't have a YouTube, Joe, let us know now. I'm just kidding. But you've got to have it. Like, you have got to prioritize YouTube for sure. And anything you're posting on any, other platforms as far as shorter form content goes, you can go ahead and start out on YouTube by just cross posting. Okay, so go ahead and claim that, or make sure it's claimed, and then combine it with a personal YouTube page. I am going to be releasing a checklist for artists, producers, musicians in this space that will basically just have all of the top platforms. It'll have YouTube, Spotify, TikTok, Instagram. And I'm just going to come out with a quick checklist for you guys to go through and just make sure that you have all the bullet points taken care of and that it's set up to the best of its ability, or to, as maximized as possible. And that will be given out to you guys for free. So hopefully I'll have that in the next couple of weeks. But just to start out roughly, if you do want to work on the YouTube before I even put that out, you want to lay it out similarly to Spotify. They also like a longer description. So you could literally just copy and paste what you already have. And then they like, all of the your other platforms to be linked, a banner like Spotify, which I think can you pull up the Spotify on here? I just want to make sure that the banner is good on all screen sizes. But yeah, so let's go back to the Linktree really quick. If you have the Linktree app, or even if you pull it up on desktop, it should be in a similar spot. It's going to be under settings, which I think they moved from bottom right corner in the app to top right. But it's basically wherever your profile photo is, I think. And then you scroll down in the settings to social icons and just go ahead and plug in all of your top platforms. And then it will show up in little icons. People basically already know once they go to your Linktree to look for those icons. I always recommend putting them up at the top. That way they can't get missed. But it leaves your prime real estate section, which is all of your main links on your Linktree, open for important things like whenever you get your YouTube going and you have a YouTube video you want to promote, you have any merchandise you want to promote, you have an event coming up, all of that stuff is going to be the stuff that you want to make sure. And then one day when you have a website, ideally, when you're ready to go to that next level, which I feel like you already are. If you ever are interested, we do have somebody that does websites. Yeah. These are just some tips too, in case it's helpful. Similar to Torvik's side of things, it's like nothing is set in stone. Yeah. This is what we recommend to completely capitalize and optimize, what you're already doing. But it's not like it's a hard rule that you absolutely have to do. It's just, this is what we feel like is the most aesthetically pleasing and the most optimizable to help it make it as easy as possible on the user side of things. Definitely. So the way I like to think about a Linktree is essentially like a one-stop shop for users to basically like plug and play. They know exactly what to do, how to support you, where to go, where to follow you on all platforms, all that type of stuff. And you just really want to mitigate as many of those barriers to people finding you and becoming like long-term fans and followers as possible, right? Mm-hmm. That's the most ideal thing. So
artwork is sick too, man. I like this a lot.
Yeah, your whole vibe is very, really very cool. And I feel like you do already have a clear aesthetic and brand, which is awesome. That there's not a lot of artists coming through here that do have that established. And that is what we describe as the ideal foundation. So your ideal foundation is the brand. Then ideally all of your platforms, your website, all of that stuff would be set up just as professionally. And then it would just all be about releasing music consistently and marketing, right? So you're doing so much right. There are things that you can do to go to the next level. And if you ever are interested in some of the services that we have to offer, feel free to tap in at theobsidiankey.com. We would be so honored and happy to help you in any way we possibly can. But 100%. You're really killing it, Joe.
And let me say this too, Joe, like last thing, like you're crushing it, man. You're doing so many things really, really well. As someone who like works as an engineer, who's a full-time engineer, to me, that's far down the list of things that really matter. Of course, I think a good mix matters, but it's song, it's vibe, it's aesthetic, it's the way that people feel when they listen to your stuff over anything else. So even the things that I'm mentioning, I'm I'm a picky engineer and I produce a lot. So I'm listening for these little elements, right? And I do think they can be valuable. I do think they can change the way that a song does feel. But the way that you're writing, the way that you're structuring your songs, the way you're building out your production, to me matters so much more than even like the mix and master does, right? Like get the basics down, get some clarity to your vocal, right? And have like a well-balanced production. But honestly, man, I feel like the way that you are just approaching your music is fresh and it's creative and it has a cool vibe to it. So you can ignore half the things that I'm saying too if you just feel like the vibe feels the way that you want it to. That to me, that authenticity matters more than anything. So I'm just excited for you, man. You're already crushing it.
Y'all tap in with my brother, Joe.
A long lost brother.
Are you Hispanic, by the way, or what's your ethnicity? I'm just interested if you're comfortable sharing.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. We really love having you. And if you're interested in tapping in at the Discord just to get more of a feel for what the community is about, collaboration opportunities, stuff like that, we would absolutely love to have you. German. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, I'm Hispanic, and a lot of people think I'm all kinds of things. With my hair, a lot of people think my mix is half black and half white. But I am Hispanic, and I don't look like it. I think we're all just mutts at this point, right?
I know,
That's what
right?
it comes down to.
I know. All right, let's get it. We got DT in the building. Let's go, DT. If y'all do want to submit, go to my link tree. Click on Track Talk Submissions. You'll find all the details there. I learned something today, right? Eastern like me.
Yeah, and then I get either half black and half white a lot, and then I get Middle Eastern a lot. Which is interesting. I'm like, I don't know. I'm Hispanic, I think, unless my parents are lying to me.
I get nothing but what you would assume. I fucking am.
No one guesses with that guy.
No one guesses.
Although someone did say, I forgot who it was the other day, but they were like, I was just wondering if y'all are brother and sister. I'm like, bruh.
I was like, easy now.
This weddle.
Thank you, Timothy. I appreciate you. I'm about as Nordic as it comes, man. Yeah, right. Hey, there might be, I don't know. I need to do my 23andMe and whatever. All right, let's get into it. We got DT in the building. Let's go, Joe. I'm so glad. Yeah, if y'all haven't already, if you're on Twitch, ! Discord, it'll pop up for you. If you're on TikTok here, you can go to my link tree, and at the top, you can see all of the icons. So you kind of look like your family came here on the map. They very well may have.
I'm dead.
All right, let's get into it. Once again, if you want to submit, go to my link tree. Click on Track Talk Submission. Please check the line, check the minimums, check the order, and let's get into it. We've got the family DT in the building. Let's run it. DT, you know the drill. Then definitely let me know what's going on with this track. I think you said you just made it, right? I think you were just bouncing the mix right before this. This is called I Don't Know About Being in a Negative Mental Space, to where you just answer IDK, bro. That has been the story of our life for a minute. That is very much so. What you got to do sometimes.
Not to get too depressing, but
just
basically we'll just say shit's relatable.
Shit's relatable. BeatStars Beat legit just made it today. Beautiful. Okay, let's get it.
Nice. We're so lucky to get another DT track.
Dude, I love it.
I really love it.
Yeah.
Is that in the track or is that you?
Questions wondering about what I think, and I don't give you what you want, so you get so upset with me. The only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know. It ain't like I'm making it up, I ain't lying to you. Everything that's coming out of my mouth is the truth to say. The only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what's running through my mind. I wanna figure it out, I can't process what I'm trying. It might take me some time, I hope I can get it behind, yeah. Baby, when I call your phone, don't press decline. Mind's cloudy, I'm drowning. Wonder if you're leaving me, I don't doubt it. Do you think you can wait for me? You said, I don't know. Are you for real? Damn. I don't know. I don't know.
Adam over on Twitch loves it, DT.
I'll go to my profile and click on the link there.
Nice.
Okay, back in. I don't wanna put you in the past tense, cause I love you with a passion. My brain been holding me captive, it's tragic. Girl, I wanna tell you everything. Satisfy all you need. But that ain't what I tell you whenever you question me. I can't even eat, sleep, think, shit, I can barely breathe. Don't know what to say, do, be, in order to give you peace. So I count to 1, 2, 3, and then I up and leave, yeah. What do I do? What do I say? Shit. I don't know. If I was you, I wouldn't stay, cause I don't know. Wasting your time, are you even mine, shit? I don't know. You've been asking all these questions, wondering about what I think, and I don't give you what you want, so you get so upset with me. The only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know. It ain't like I'm making it up, I ain't lying to you. Everything that's coming out of my mouth is the truth. I said the only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know.
Gold hook, man. Really, really nice hook. As always. What am I expecting?
I don't know. I don't know.
Nice and smooth.
I don't know. Let's go, dude. Man, show some love to DT. Let's get straight back into it.
The only thing I am craving or like really excited about in the future with DT is coming up with more melodic structure that will show off your voice more, because your vocals are so. But this is killer. I mean, it doesn't sound bad at all.
So
I really like it.
It's so good. Let's get straight back into it. I'll tell you some things that again. You always know the deal. When there's like something that my brain just wants to hear, I'll always say it, right? Like sometimes, because I guess I trust my ear and my intuition at this point, and my taste. But there's a couple things that like my brain is just like wanting to hear in the mix that I feel like would kind of like lock it in. I always have that in mind, but it never happens. For whatever reason, I feel that, man. I feel that. We'll be live.
It can be hard sometimes
tomorrow,
to create a unique melodic structure that complements your voice. So I completely understand.
Absolutely. 100%, Timothy. Yeah, all genres, all levels
Adam
of
is just absolutely loving it. He said, Professor Cadence, gosh. And then he said, they are like a warm blanket about your vocals. So
let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's run it. Let me update the line and minimum here real quick too.
Would tomorrow or Sunday be better for a live, guys? Maybe tomorrow, right?
You've been asking all these questions, wondering about what I think, and I don't give you what you want, so you get so upset with me. The only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know. It ain't like I'm making it up, I ain't lying to you. Everything that's coming out of my mouth is the truth. I said the only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what's running through my mind. I wanna figure it out, I can't process what I'm trying. It might take me some time, I hope I can get it behind, yeah. Baby, when I call your phone, don't press. It ain't like I'm making it up, I ain't lying to you. Everything that's coming out of my mouth is the truth. I said the only answer. You've been asking all these questions, wondering about what I think, and I don't give you what you want, so you get so upset with me. The only answer.
I'm actually gonna start it. I have an idea that I can't get out of my head. So I'm gonna back it up, because it's something I feel like would be really interesting. Just based on the way they structure the beat, I feel like there's a way that you could actually chop the beat in order to make this way more dynamic. Because basically the way they structure the intro is it's like low key with the acoustic over your vocal, and then like halfway through the hook, you either have to only do half a hook and go straight into a verse, or halfway through the hook the beat comes up, but then your verses sound exactly like the beat, so it doesn't feel like your melodies or anything's changing, because from the hook to the verse it sounds really similar. So I have an idea, but let me just see how they do it to see if that's even an option for you.
Like, is that sample built into the beat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You've been asking all these questions, wondering about what I think, and I don't give you what you want, so you get so upset with me. The only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know.
And then it's the B section, right? Here.
It ain't like I'm making it up, I ain't like.
You're so talented, DT.
Here's kind of the way that I picture this, personally speaking. You know the deal. I would start right off the bat with your vocal. Hook right away with the acoustic. That way you have an entire hook structure that's acoustic, and then the beat. And this is going to mess with your structure a little bit. So if you don't want to do this, don't do it, right? Because everything's going to be moved back a little bit. But I feel like when the beat hits, I think it would be great to finish it with it. I don't know, right? And then lead straight into, boom, the verse hits, the bars hit, you change your pace, you change your cadence, right? And it all hits with the beat, instead of you being halfway through that beat already and then nothing really changes going into the verse, right? Except for your vocals slightly, right? This is not as dynamic. The way I kind of see this happening would be as just starting right off the bat with your initial vocal structure. So you have your lead in on the I don't know, right off the rip, and then the beat hits after your 16 bars, and everything comes in right away. So let me hear your first part of your hook here really quick.
Once you've been asking all these questions, wondering.
So like right here, let me back it up. So it would kind of be it definitely does, right? So like I think this is where you can kind of decide. So the other idea that I had, again, you've got options. The other idea would be that you chop the beat and crossfade them together and do another bar of the hook again and just push everything back, right? So still have your intro with that vocal, so it has its little time to sit, right? Then start your vocal with acoustic and then repeat that vocal with the acoustic again. So basically the compromise between both of us, right, would just be extending the acoustic part and then hitting the beat really hard. But that's kind of up to you and your vision for the song. But I feel like there is a world where this feels way more dynamic, starting immediately with. And this is like B section. Because then the dynamic builds a little bit. The production builds just a tad. Other samples come in. It swells a little bit. This would be like B section to the hook.
You get so upset with me. The only answer I can come up with to tell you is that I don't know.
And then verse.
It ain't like
yeah, and then beat hits.
I'm making it up.
And the beat hits right on the verse. You change your flow. Like that to me feels way more, it tells the listener exactly where you are in the song. Where the intro, you start with the hook, it's really clean. Of course, you could cut the hook short a little bit. Just only do the last half of your hook. That's an option, right? But then the beat hits with the verse. That to me like makes the most sense. And I feel like that's what I would feel emotionally more as a consumer, personally speaking.
I ain't lying to you, everything.
So this would be verse, and again, this is gonna F with everything you did after it, so you're gonna have to mitigate some things. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much.
Thanks for following on Twitch.
Out of my mouth is the truth. The only answer I could come up with to tell you is that
this is also what's up, Stanky? Welcome in. This is also personal preference too.
No worries at all, Stinky. Good
I
to see
like the idea of doubling your last punchline right there of that I don't know. To me, it just like it's like an earworm. It just like locks it in when you lay off of the I don't know, and let the beat flow into the transition. I do feel like you lose like a little bit of the steam transitioning. If you had the only question that the answer is I don't know, and you could even have like I don't know. You could have like a vocal run at the last one that like makes it a little bit more engaging. I think the first one with one I don't know feels good. Yeah, like right. Yeah, like once the beat has built up a little bit, having more, and obviously, again, these are all stylistic. I'm not right or wrong or anything like that. Brain cells, thank you so much for hopping in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That's an option.
And also, this is not just for vocalists, so.
Yep, 100%.
So glad to have you either way.
An option, right? If you like it, obviously, if you like the structure of it where it's like really clean and it's really concise, then keep it that way. There's not a right or wrong answer to it. Absolutely.
I really don't know. I don't know. Running through my mind.
Talk
I wanna figure it out. I can't process what I'm trying. It might take me some time. I hope I can get it behind. Yeah, baby, when I call your phone, don't press decline. It's cloudy. I'm drowning. Wondering.
Because I'm kind of curious. So imagine this again. If we reposition this, and this is going to take some imagination, but bear with me, and I think it'll make sense. If you move all of this back 8 bars, right? So your hook starts right off the bat, or you double the intro. Hook starts right off the bat. The beat hits with the verse. That would mean this is still going. I'm drowning. All of this is still happening on that pre-hook. I'm drowning. And then the beat would drop going back into the hook. So it all flows together, right? So if this is all back 8 bars, this whole part right here, has a beat. It's still a little bit more powerful. And then when this goes acoustic, it would start your hook again, which means it fits. It's the same structure as the intro. It's catchy. All of the attention goes to the I don't know right there, right? So when this beat drops, imagine a hook there instead of your pre-hook. Everything's moved back by 8 bars.
If you're leaving me, I don't doubt it. So I'm drowning. Give me some time. I hope I can get it behind. Yeah, baby, when I call your phone, don't press decline.
This is hook. So as soon as this hits at 45 seconds, 45 seconds.
When I call your phone, don't press decline. Mine's cloudy. I'm drowning. Wonder if you leaving me.
I like that.
I'm doubting. Do you think you can wait for me? You said,
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Double
fire,
hook.
actually.
Double hook right there, probably. See, so you can see, I think that's what the production's supposed to do, because now you can feel where you're having to fill space because you don't have any hook left. But if you just repeat the hook right here, this is supposed to be more hook. You're having to fill because everything is a cheek. I appreciate you, man.
No, literally, one of these days I just want him to come up with a bad idea. Like, I'm not kidding. That
I promise
never
I've
heard.
said something.
No, whatever.
I'm sure I have.
Whatever.
So now you can
It's annoying,
hear.
honestly.
You would have a
Low-key
double hook.
pisses me.
You would have a double hook right
PMO.
there. You would have a double hook right there, which would make that way more catchy. And then when the beat comes back in, second verse, boom. No, and so now not only have you consolidated your intro where it's way more concise, you've introduced more of the hook. You have a more powerful verse and pre-hook because it's over the beat. You have, and then you also establish a double hook after that, more catchy, more repetition, and taken out all of the dead space. You fixed like 5 problems in your production structure, or like the vocal production structure, by moving everything back 8 bars. Because now you have no filler. Right now you have to kind of fill because there's just more beat to get into. After that, bro, you're just like locked it, dude. Now I'm like hyped because now I feel like I'll feel this so much more. Because end the hook right here, beat hits again, verse starts again, you start flowing like crazy. And you're already doing that. I feel like it gives way more weight to your lyrics. So I hope you do a little bit of this because I think it's going to sound really dope for you, man.
You've been asking all these questions, wondering.
And then I feel like this would be like starting verse here, right? Yeah, because there's a lot of filler. So I think this would be a start of V2, right?
Thinking they can give you what you want, so you get so upset with me. Only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know. Okay, back in.
Or pre into that right there, right? Yeah.
Cause I love you with a passion. My brain been holding me captive. It's tragic. Girl, I wanna tell you everything. Satisfy all you need. But that ain't what I tell you whenever you question me. I can't even eat, sleep, think. Shit, I can barely breathe. Don't know what to say, do, be in order to give you peace.
Crushing
so
it,
I
dude.
count to 1, 2, 3, and then I up and leave, yeah. What do I do? What do I say? Shit, I don't know. If I was you, I wouldn't stay.
Back to like low hook.
I don't know. Wasting your time, are you even mine? Shit, I don't know. You've been asking all these
And then you get a big hook, right? So what I like about this, everything moves forward 8 bars. When you go into the B section of your hook here, you finally get the relief of the beat with the hook, right? So just as an example, your first hook is low and acoustic, verses are really punchy. You go back into acoustic, right? You get the A and B section of your hook, verses is super punchy again. And then you get to start. Do you know?
Do you know?
You go back into the hook and it starts the same way, but then you get like the relief and the dynamic range of finally getting a hook with the beat at the climax and the end of the song. And like the structure just starts to kind of work perfectly, right? It just all kind of starts to make sense because you finally get this B section. And it's fire.
So upset with me, the only answer I could come up with to tell you is that I don't know.
So catchy, dude.
It ain't like I'm making it up, I ain't lying to you every.
And then if it starts to feel long, you finish that hook on the B section right there and fade it out. You don't have to fill in any more voids. You could chop this at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, fade it out at the end, and don't feel forced to add more filler at the end. Obviously, that's all completely up to you. But DT.
It's just the automatic one.
Okay, I'll fix that. Man, show some love to DT. I'm loving this, dude. That hook is gold. It's so catchy. Your flow, your movement on the song, I think is like addicting to listen to. It's got so much energy to it. I really like the way that it makes you feel. What's up, Retrack? I like it a lot. I'm a huge fan. Of course, I just love your voice, man. It's such an easy listen. So I'm.
Thanks for correcting it, Joseph. That's sweet.
So
We'll get that fixed.
Yeah, that's interesting that that one's fine.
And
yeah.
then DT, remind me what we've talked about as far as branding and all that stuff goes.
It's time to get DT.
Basically, just let me know how I could be a service because I'm willing to help you for free as much as I possibly can.
Yeah.
I fucking got you, bro.
Going to get a Pinterest.
Let's go.
Music to Libby's ears.
He said Pinterest. Fucking ready. Yeah, no, that's the best first place to start.
Yeah, I have Stream Elements right now. That's what I'm doing a lot of.
So
this other
while
stuff, right? So I'll
you
just switch it out.
are kind of like working on getting your aesthetic formed and shaped. You are building up your catalog, right? That's kind of where you're at, is just like building up your catalog and stuff. And then when I'm actually ready to release stuff, I'll definitely get with you guys on it. Man, DT, I'm really excited for you. So most of what you're doing now is like a heavy focus on the quality of your music, stuff like that, and then um just working on getting that aesthetic discovered and shaped. But honestly, like I said, it's really fun on Pinterest. Just have fun with it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself or feel like you have to like figure it out all overnight. It's like it really is a platform just to have fun with the visuals and explore and get inspired. And the reason I even mentioned Pinterest now is because I feel like it's a good place to just have fun and be building that up while your main focus is on the music. Like, I don't even want you to worry too much or think too much about your branding right now.
Yeah. Establish that catalog. That way, when everything's in order, you can just start scheduling out releases once every 2 weeks or something to start like kind of flooding the market with what you have. And you'll have a backlog of just an aesthetic to run with and stuff to post and, content for those videos already or for those songs already. Like, you can really start to run with it, man.
I'm excited. But of course, you know where to reach us. If you ever need us, yeah, we've got you in the DMs.
Anytime. Y'all, give it up one time. Give it up one time for the family, DT.
I'm going to run to the restroom and get some water really quick.
Cool. All right, let me see. I think Sick Rats, hop in the chat. I think you're up, Sick Rats. Let me know if you are present and accounted for. And let me get you pulled up. I don't know. That's so catchy. Like, frustratingly catchy, man. Yeah, Stinky, let me get you on there. And let me just update some things here as we go. I don't know. Yeah. I love like a melody that y'all know what I mean, like a melody that makes you want to sing. You know what I mean? Like when you hear that melody, it like makes you want to keep building off of it. It just sounds it's a kind of addicting, man. It's a really catchy melody structure. I absolutely love it. All right, Sick Rats is in the building. Let's get all these updated. I don't know. And let's see where I got you right here. Let me see. Let me see. All right, we got a video right here too. How often we go live? Typically speaking, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's a little bit different this week. We'll be live, I think, probably today. Y'all can let us know if Saturday or Sunday works better for y'all. Just drop it in the chat. But we'll be live a little bit different this week just because we're going to be out of town the week after going to visit some family. So it'll be a little bit of a different schedule for us. But yeah, typically speaking, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, starting close to like 1 to 1:30 Central. Typically speaking. That way we just have time to do all of the other many different things that we're doing. All right, let me get Sick Rats pulled up. Sick Rats, go ahead and drop some details. I got a music video from Sick Rats. G2G got to go, I'm assuming. This is G2G, and I'll wait for Libby to come back for this first listen. But let me know if there's any peripheral details. Just waiting for those Torvik sample packs. And then drop a stack of those. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, it's daytime here, Delinquent. It is 3:36 p.m. where I am. Yeah, 3:36 p.m. Central Time here. It'll happen, honestly, probably once we get into, as most of y'all know, I'm between studios right now. I moved out of the studio that I was renting, and we'll have a new spot in the next coming 2 months or so. Next like 6 weeks or so, we'll have a new studio spot. Once that happens, I'll just be able to get all my synths and drums and guitars and everything set up again. That way I can start, I would love to make some synth packs and stuff like that. It'd be fun. It is, okay, so that's like 10:36, right? PM or AM? I don't know. Damn you with that melody, DT. It's so good. I'm stoked too, Wubsy. I can't wait. We're gonna be going full force whenever we are finally able to not like be in our like living space here. It'll be super exciting. I'm good for now. Not on the docket right now, Wubsy, but hopefully very soon. We're in Texas right now, DFW area currently. Okay, so 10:22 at night, nice. Yeah, no music like currently on the dock. I mean, I always have stuff that we're working on. I have some stuff we're working on for Libby, obviously stuff of my own, but I've just been so project focused, building up what we're building, that I've just been trying to obviously prioritize the sessions and stuff that I have for clients. We're trying to get out of here, delinquent. I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. A huge variety brain cell. I like a lot of different music. So even for myself and my own music, I tend to jump around quite a bit. But I mean, even for clientele, I feel like most things tend to be, pop, R&B, hip hop, even, synth oriented. I have a lot of synths, and I love like 80s synth pop, dark wave stuff, things like that. So I have probably 2 or 3 like synth pop clients right now. I have another synthwave record, another like cinematic synthwave record that I'm making for another client. Yeah. Dude, Retrack, I'm telling you, I'm going to be so sad when it's done. I'm going to be so sad when it's done. All right, we got Sick Rats in the building. No. And then Romeo, yeah.
I'm like super annoyed that Severance is almost done. And honestly, they're like the length of them has been so short. I feel like, don't you?
I mean, some of them have. I mean, most of them are like 45, which is like typical, I would think. But
I don't know. I think it's just that I'm so obsessed that I want it to be like over an hour.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's it.
You need to be living in LA with a big recording studio. I don't know if we would ever do that, honestly.
I want to be like more removed from the hustle and bustle, if I'm honest, and just have like some like peace and quiet and like a really creative space. I would love a bigger, more major studio, right? And hopefully we'll start building that out, in the very near future. But everyone's like, you got to go to Nashville, you got to go to Miami, you got to go to New York, you got to go to, to LA.
The thing that we're very grateful for, like nowadays you can kind of live wherever and do whatever because of the internet, right? So I'm very grateful in that way. I love visiting California. I love visiting LA specifically. I've been, I think, 3 or 4 times now. But I just cannot see myself living there. Mm-hmm. Out of LA, New York vibes, we would always pick New York vibes.
As long as I got power and Wubsy, as long as I have power and Wi-Fi. As long as I have power and Wi-Fi.
But yeah, Pacific Northwest or New England vibes are more our lane for sure.
All right, this is a song off my Forever Low album I dropped a few months back. Okay, beautiful. This is just a quick video we shot just to use as the lyric video and TikTok post. Okay, beautiful.
I'm excited, Sick Rat.
No worries.
I love when we get a video.
All right, I'm going to keep things updated here too. I just got to make sure I get everything. Dropped it as a single first. Okay, so this has been out for a couple months then.
Tell my friends
That's fine, Timothy. No worries at all.
Tell my friends I gotta go. This all ends the way you know. Touch my face, said I feel cold. I've been fucking up for show. Tell my friends I hit the road. This the only place I know. If I stay, then I will blow my fucking brains out just for show. In another lane now. Always took the same route. Lit inside the same
Talk to me about the production mix again real quick.
I need shit to change out. Switching up the scenery, everyone around here always been mean to me. People say I dress like a freak, it's my own nose, cause I like to bleed. You are not welcome, now you gotta leave. Hate the way they look at me. Wish it's all differently, even as a kid, I knew I was thinking different. We never had a reason to be pissed, why you mad at me? Looking in the mirror, they say the kid's a weirdo. Wipe away the tears, bro, I can never hear your ass, cause I turn my headphones up till my ears blow. So, tell my friends I gotta go. This all ends the way you know. Touch my face and I feel cold. I've been fucking up for show. Tell my friends I hit the road. This the only place I know. If I stay, then I will blow my fucking brains out just for show.
Hey, I like the slowdown right here. You're warm and my hands are cold.
The more that
for Delinquent, if I'm honest. It's like pretty loud over the beat.
This place is so lame. I said that I stand. So JK, 'cause they don't hear what I
It might be different on TikTok though, because it's over compressed.
Yeah, true.
tell my friends.
Look at your hair.
Go.
Sick. No pun intended.
I've been sad forever.
Sick,
dude.
I'm dead.
In
I'm
the
sorry.
grave, they don't know. In the grave, but they don't know.
Y'all definitely go make sure to check out this freaking video. So dope.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'll show some love. I mean, honestly, I think this is a really good idea. I'm seeing way more, even like major artists do stuff like this, where before you have maybe like the funds or the energy or whatever, maybe the tools and resources to do like a full-fledged music video that's like choreographed and all that stuff, and gonna drop 1,000, 2,000 on a video or something like that. This
I remember
is
Sick Rats had another video though that was pretty cool too.
definitely.
So you're doing really cool stuff.
This is a good example of like what you can do though, of like one shot videos for the lyrics. You can use like CapCut auto lyrics and stuff like that with some cool like visuals and effects and stuff like that to make it interesting and engaging, or just even do it really simply. But it's like
Getting creative.
it's like the halfway point between a background with lyrics and a full-fledged music video where it still feels like pretty engaging, right? So you might get more views and more exposure from it while it's still being like pretty low effort. You could probably release 10 of these in different environments that are all just lyric videos that are pretty low effort. You just you don't really have to sync anything up. You just have the visual, edit it, obviously do your color corrections and LUTs and stuff like that and kind of let it fly. But I'm excited for you because this is really cool. So let me pull it up on.
Have you cut this down or clipped it down into shorter form content? Because this would do really, really well with some of the lyrics
Definitely.
over it.
Let's go.
I love that your hair has that blonde patch in it because I want to do that to my hair. And one of my friends is supposed to do it. Like, I'm a licensed cosmetologist, so I have the hookup with my friends.
Nice.
But we're slacking. We were supposed to do it months ago.
I love that, dude. I love it. Yeah, if you got like
Awesome.
a decent iPhone, like
I want
a
to check out your TikTok really quick.
somewhat newer iPhone, you can get some pretty decent stuff, man. I love it. Sick Rats. Let's get into it. So that one is called. Let me pull it up here. It's on the Forever Low album, right? Yeah, G2G.
Really smart, Sick Rats. You're doing it right.
Let's run it on Spotify. That way, of course, you get the stream for it. I want to make sure you at least get the stream at this point. So let's run it back and let's get into it, man. But honestly, the structure of this is like clean and catchy. You have good confidence in your vocal production. But let's run it. Let's run it from the top and dive in, man.
Tell
Foul.
my
I
friends
wasn't
I
following you
gotta
on Twitter,
go.
on TikTok.
This all ends the way you know.
I fixed that.
Touch my
I know it's hard sometimes because like at the end of a live, I'll have so many notifications and follows and stuff just from being on for hours and hours. So I'm always trying to like update that as I go, but I know I miss following a lot of people just because I'm busy afterwards. But I try to get to as many of y'all that are like engaged with the community as possible. So Romeo, I have you on there for 35. What's up, Senna? Welcome in, man. I have you on there for 35. Currently, I think the minimum's 25.
Happy Friday, Derek.
Let's get into it. All right.
Tell my friends I gotta go. This all ends the way you know. Touch my face, said I feel cold.
Y'all can check the line at any point on Twitch or YouTube, or click on See the Line.
Tell my friends I hit the road. This the only place I know. If I stay, then I will blow my fucking brains out just for show. In another lane now. Always took the same route. Lit inside the same house. I need shit to change out. Switching up the scenery. Everyone around here always been mean to me. People say
honestly, man, it's a pretty like well balanced mix. Like it's like nice and open. The production is mixed well, fairly punchy. I'll say one thing that is just my opinion, right? This is not right or wrong. It's just something that I feel like could amplify this a little bit. Right now, the bias. One thing I messed up on when I uploaded my album. When I uploaded this too, I tweaked this song and remastered it, and when I uploaded it, my plays got split from the signal. Okay, so you re-uploaded another version of this and split it from the signal. Yeah, it is a tricky
Distribution
thing.
can get really tricky for
It
sure.
can get really tricky because you're uploading to like 200 DSPs, and that's what's up, Jenna? That's a tough thing to deal with, man.
Hi, Jenna.
So
Happy
I would
Friday.
be really, really cautious with stuff like that. I mean, obviously, if you have, how many monthlies do you have right now? 38 monthlies, you're fine, right? And that is going to be way worse for you if you got like 40,000 monthlies and all of a sudden your distribution gets weird and then your ISRC codes are all effed up and you can't even like add it to your PRO to register it anymore. Like it gets so frustrating. So you're in a fine spot. You're in a fine spot. It's annoying, but at least you didn't have to like backtrack 20,000 streams on it or something, because that's where it gets like really, really frustrating. Okay, so on your vocal structure, something I would think about just going into the future, something I would think about. Your vocal in this song, what I feel, the beat itself is pretty high tension, high energy. I like it. It's like really, it's like a punchy production. I like the way it sits. The 808 is heavy. It's like smooth and eerie on the guitar, but the production itself is nice. It does punch through really well. Now, the energy of your vocal is like high tension. Like you have a lot of like, when I hear your vocal here, it's almost like punk rock, you know what I mean?
Out just for show, in another lane now.
Like even like the way that in another lane now, I hear the tension and the energy behind your vocal, but the way that it's mixed is super smooth and bright. And you're like missing some of like the punch and like the energy that I would like to hear, that I hear you doing in your vocal. So it's almost like I hear the energy of what you're doing in your vocal, but it's being like suppressed by your EQ and compression, where it's like a little too smooth. It's like not slicey enough. It's not punchy enough. But then also really shimmery and smooth at the high end as well. So one thing I would recommend is making sure you don't like carve too much of like that like natural resonance in the mids of your song. I think a lot of people like hear mids and they just like think mid. I'm not saying you did, but like in general, like mids are just like a bad thing, right? It's like I'm trying to get all these mids because the mids are ringy and the mids have all these sibilants and all these bad things, right? But the reality is like a lot of the punch and your fundamental frequencies of your vocal are in that space. So I do feel like some of that mid is kind of carved out right here. I would love to like very lightly like, hey, appreciate you so much, man. Appreciate you so much, DT, man. Have a great rest of your day. I would like
Thanks,
on
DT.
a future record reintroduce a little bit more of those mids
for a bit.
and make sure not to like over excite the high end of the vocal, right? So what that might look like would be a little bit too smooth of a compression, and then on the high end having like fresh air or something like that, where you have like this really tight and smooth vocal, but then it's also shimmery and fuzzy at the top, right? I would like restructure it slightly. That way you still get some punch from your compression, you still get some drive, but you don't lose any of the impact, right? So that's kind of what I'm listening for, just to say that very loosely. Honestly, your vocal sounds good, but I do, at least what I hear is energy in your performance that's like not reflected in the mix. And that's what's crazy about mixing, honestly, is like you could be like driving, I'm in my lane now. Like you could have all this energy, dude. You could have all this energy in your performance and cut it all out in the compression, right? Or like slice it all out with EQ. So something you got to be careful of, because honestly, I feel like your performance is good and that's not reflected in the structure of the mix. And that happens all the time. Happens all the time. All right, let me listen a little bit farther. I'm not saying at all, honestly, that it sounds bad, because it's a pretty clean, well-balanced mix. Like your vocal sits on top, it's bright, shimmery. But if you want to perform a punchy vocal, a bit of drive and a bit of energy behind it, just make sure that you're not too smooth and everything else. Like you're not chopping out all of the resonance, right? And like being too surgical with your EQs, because it will be reflected in the mix. I've been there and done that so many times where I've done too much to something and I've actually lost a lot of its energy.
Look at me, wish it's all differently. Even as a kid, I knew I was thinking different. We never had a reason to be pissed. Why you mad at me? Looking in the mirror, they say that kid's a weirdo. Wipe away the tears, bro. I can never hear your ass, cause I turn my headphones up to my ears blow. So tell my friends I gotta go. This all ends the way you know. Touch my face and I feel cold. I've been fucking up for show. Tell my friends I hit the road. This the only place I know. If I stay,
Would love to hear like a high octave on that too. It's a good hook.
Or even a female.
Yeah, 100%.
Back on
It's a
there.
good hook. It's catchy. It's repetitive. It sounds really, really nice. I think just because you're splitting it, and you're in the low octave the whole time in your rap, like that's the same register of your rap too. So like the rap and the hook doesn't change a lot dynamically. I would just maybe have the high octave, which would be like a low female vocal or like a higher male vocal over the top. Tiny little detail, but could give it, a little bit more life and help give the hook more punch. But honestly, most of what I'm hearing here, Sick Rats, is really cool, man. I feel like it works.
Vocals in your tracks would be really, really
Honestly.
cool every now and then, because you have that gritty,
Yeah.
such
contrast.
a like deeper, darker sound to your vocal. It would just, it would offer a really cool ethereal balance, I feel like.
Let me know really quick who FC is that sent on the PAL. FC who sent on the PAL. Let me know who that is.
I will blow my fucking brains out just for show.
I love the breakdown here too. Any genre lift.
The more that I stay, you tell me no way that I'll be okay.
This is a nice breakdown here, man.
No pain. This place is so
Okay, Timothy.
Okay, I got you.
said that I'll stay. Told them JK, 'cause they don't hear what I say. Anyway, tell my friends I had to go. I've been sad, forever low. In the grave, but they don't know. In the grave, but they don't know.
Let's go, man. Y'all show some love to Sick Rats, dude. Yeah, I like your vibe. I like your vibe, and I feel like you like execute this genre, and it doesn't like feel like too try hard. Like it feels like it fits well with your natural voice and stuff. There's small things that you can do to like polish the actual like mix structure. But I'm super excited for you, Sick Rats, because you got so much potential. Honestly, you got a lot of potential.
Once
man.
I have my stuff established, let's definitely collab. That'd be fun.
Come in, Lee. Sounds good. Sounds good. We'll
Thanks
be here.
for being here, Lee.
still
You're
got you up
almost
there.
done with your training. Good job.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
Yay. Okay. Remind me what we've gone over exactly, Sick Rats, and if I repeat, if I what the heck am I trying to say? If I repeat myself, then just let me know. But as far as your Spotify goes, there's one thing that I really, really want you to get done like ASAP, which would be to expand your description. So you have 2 lines here, and I really want to see at least like 350 characters. I fixed my profile pics and fixed my link tree. Nice. Okay.
Beautiful.
Well, honestly, everything is looking really good. So I can tell that you've put some effort in there for sure. Your link tree looks awesome too. And I want to go over a couple points after the Spotify. But the Spotify thing that I really, really want you to prioritize right now is that description. Make sure that you put some kind of location if you're comfortable with that. And then the kind of genres that you tap into. And then like 2 or 3 artists, or even 3 to 4, honestly. 2 would probably be too little. I would say 3 minimum artists that you pull inspiration from that will allow Spotify to say, oh, okay, if they like this music, they'll like Sick Rats music. You know what I mean? So whenever you do plug that in, just make sure that you put an @ symbol in front of the name, whatever name you're gonna plug in, and then that will make sure that Spotify's algorithms pick up on it. Did you get the what's it called? Updated? The line fully updated?
Should be.
We'll
right
deal
now.
with that later, whatever that is. Like okay, but I'll add a better description for show, and I'll add Seattle, Washington, home of the depressed kid. I mean, man, I think that is everywhere, right?
Real quick, Romeo, you might have submitted to the other email. So just, if you wouldn't mind, if you are in here, I do believe I have you up next. If you could submit to the most recent one. So just go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and make sure that it's sent to that current email, because I'm not finding you right now.
But yeah, adding in those keywords is definitely going to be helpful for the algorithm and for SEO purposes. And it's just something easy that you can do. So it's like, why not, you know? And then I see that you have your Instagram link. So otherwise, your Spotify is perfect. Once you get that description updated, it's going to be solid. And then on your link tree, let's see. Where did it go? I found it. Okay, I wouldn't double up, like, since you have Instagram, for instance, in the icon up there, people already know to look for those icons. So you can go ahead and clear up the space in your prime real estate, I like to call it, where, you know, your main links are going. Then you don't have that's like the reason for the icon, so that you don't have to take up a whole link with the Instagram, with the Twitter, and even the Spotify. But the Spotify, I understand wanting to have in a link. So if you want to keep that there, that's completely fine. But I always say, like, you did this perfectly where you have one of your songs. Oh, okay. It is a YouTube video. See, you did this really well, Sick Rats. You have a YouTube video as your first link, which we highly recommend. Just make sure that in the settings section, or it's not in the settings section, it's like, where is it in the Linktree app? If you have the Linktree app, go to where you have that YouTube link and make sure that the preview option is like toggled on.
Mm-hmm.
That way it offers, can you show like the automatic image of like a preview image of the actual YouTube video, because it's more attention grabbing.
So
and it's not turned on right now. It doesn't
so it's
seem
not automatic. You have to upload a thumbnail. So
okay.
So like this is how, wait, where are you?
Right
you're over here. So you can see mine where so like that's my YouTube video right there. So when you click on it, it goes. So it is like a clickable link, but once you upload it, it'll just be black. And then you just basically just upload the cover photo of that YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
Video, and it'll
so
be there. They changed that.
So
it's annoying.
I know they did change that because it used to just be preview.
Yeah, I've had to do that within the last couple.
I don't know why they fucking go changing shit and making it more annoying. Okay, let's fuck them up.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So it's like exactly, it's like just more attention grabbing, and it makes people want to go to the video even more.
Of course, Cassie. Yeah, we got you. Absolutely.
And then what I would have instead of the Spotify link, best video on YouTube.
Thank you, Wubsy. I appreciate it. So nice,
Wubsy. What I would have instead of the Spotify link is like promoting one to two songs that you want to promote at any given time. So say you release a new song and you're like, dude, I want to go hard in the promotion on this one. Make sure to go ahead and link that on your Linktree, but just do it through one of those like distribution sites that puts all of the different platforms that you distribute to, or that your distribution automatically distributes to, or whatever, on your Linktree, if that makes sense. So be like stream, let's see, what's one of your song titles, like go stream medicine, or go stream candlelights, or just stream candlelights. Just make that the title. Or even the artist name.
Just stream Sick Rats, and it would lead to
you could also do that where you just have one. If you feel like you're not going to want to keep up with updating the Linktree constantly, because it does kind of get annoying, then you could just have that generic one that's like stream Sick Rats on all plats or whatever. And then you have every single platform that they could possibly stream you on, right? And then instead of like the pay Starkiss on Cash App, I would change that to like support Sick Rats mission, or support support my music journey, something creative like that. People just like it to be more polite. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Something. I don't know. I roll my eyes at that stuff, but at the same time, it is more marketable.
It doesn't feel baggy or something. Like people just, it's a subconscious thing, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah. But honestly, overall, it's laid out really, really good. And I'm very excited to see like how much progress you've made in that regard. And then how much you're killing it with your TikTok specifically is so awesome to see. And it's honestly just even inspiring me. But I found the one that you said, look, the one that you said you clipped from that longer form video we just watched. And it's really, really good. So you killed that. What I would say, and this should hopefully be pretty encouraging to you, is that you can feel free to, this goes for everyone, but you can feel free to recycle your content.
Yep.
Like every so often when it's been a while, like people are not going to remember, you can literally use the same clips and just change the words up a bit, or throw a different filter on it. Like just change it up slightly, but it's so much less work once you allow yourself, or even just realize that you can recycle a lot of your content and work smarter, not harder.
In fact, I think I'm pretty sure it was Instagram CEO just like a couple weeks ago, like got a question of like, is it bad to like post stuff again? And he said, no, just make sure there's no limitation. Dude, in the
literally
algorithm.
Sick Rats. And I could easily see that happening for you, especially with something as good as like those train track things. Like, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, same video. Literally. People will not even change it. I say change it up just in case the algorithm does decide and if they do decide, okay, that's very spammy, we don't want, like,
Yeah.
it can be kind of spammy. So I could see them implementing some stuff in their algorithms and their bots to like mitigate stuff like that. So I say change it up just a bit at least. But dude, go ahead and use that video like 20, 30 times.
Yeah. Literally, like, you could just zoom in by 2% and it just changes the form factor of the video enough to have its own metadata, right? And then save it
and
to
just
your
put like
phone
different prompts and stuff. Like, you were really smart with that one. What did you put? You said, I wrote a song about how much I hate my hometown. Like, that's perfect.
That's
It's
catchy.
attention
Yeah.
grabbing. Exactly.
It's a good hook.
So overall, Sick Rats, you're really, really killing it. There was just a few things that I feel like I wanted to encourage you with and to help you level up even more, but you're amazing.
Yep. Exactly. And honestly, if you want to,
Exactly.
put a couple
So
of your
smart.
prompts into ChatGPT and say, hey, I need 20 similar prompts to this. Just like, it'll just dump a bunch out for you that you could use, and just like have a whole bunch of videos ready to go. Just edit them all on CapCut and have them release every day for the next 20 days. And
Okay,
you,
Sick
like,
Rats. So that's another thing then, and that's what I wanted to point out. If you are doing live shows, first off, that's fire, and I hope we get to go to one sometime. But I would get on Facebook, and I would really, I know Facebook, I hate Meta, but whatever, we have to deal with it, right?
Of course, man.
I would get on Facebook, start a page for your music, make sure all the branding is there, make sure you have all the info plugged in, so you at least have your link tree, you have all the different platforms plugged, all that stuff. And then start creating events for any live events that you do, and just invite anyone you're comfortable inviting from your friends list, and then encourage them to also invite their friends and family and stuff like that. And that's how you get that boom. For DJs, bands, and really anyone doing live shows, I always really recommend hopping over to Facebook for sure.
Absolutely.
And I would definitely make sure to also put that in your link tree. Like, that would be towards the top of the link tree. So the way I want you to think about laying out your link tree is in order from highest priority to lowest priority. So the stuff at the top would definitely be like your streaming links, any shows that you're doing,
Perfect.
a website, like when hopefully you get an actual website in the future, your merch, stuff like that, and towards the bottom it would be things like, your Cash App if anyone wants to give you a little tip, or just stuff like that.
Definitely. Man, y'all saw some love to sit.
Okay, good. I'm glad you already know about that.
I'm so excited for you, man. You got a lot of potential. Let's keep it going. Perfect.
Dude, we love you, Sick Rats. You're really, really cool.
All right, we got Romeo in the building. Romeo, hop in the chat. Let me know that
And
you're
I don't
here.
remember if you're in the Discord, but if you're not, definitely tap in over there.
I got you downloaded right here. So Romeo, let me know. Let me know exactly where you're at, and then Lee, you should be coming up in just a second. Give me all. I know, Romeo, it's been a minute since you sent in, so just update me on any details, any on the production, on the mix, on all of that stuff. Just let me know some context on that, and
Of
we'll
course, absolutely.
dig
And
into
we
it.
absolutely love Seattle. So if we're ever in that area, we'll definitely hit you up. Also,
Absolutely.
Wubsy is in Washington as well. Not Seattle, but very cool.
Let's get into it. I'm excited, Romeo. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This is Rainbows, Skittles, and Sunshine. Yeah. So talk to me about production. Talk to me about the mix and like who handled that and stuff like that. For the next 7 songs. So however long it takes to get through the next 7, or at this point 6 after this.
We're going a bit longer today, and then we are going to try to go either tomorrow or Sunday. Let us know which would be better for you guys, Saturday or Sunday.
Cool. Okay, awesome.
But we're
produce
leaning
beats. Let's
towards
go.
tomorrow, Saturday.
All right, let's go. Maybe we can even do a poll in the Discord and see if that would be. Okay, cool. Got you. And that's a far east side, right? Spokane.
Yeah, no worries at all,
Yeah.
Lee.
We got you. All right, this is Rainbow, Skittles, and Sunshine. Let's go. Update the line. Funky. What are you using to produce?
Sick Rats. We'd love just to hang out. I love that area so much.
Exclamation point submit, please.
Woo!
Love the voice box.
Who is this?
Romeo.
Nice, Romeo.
Switch up. Mm-hmm. Really nice, man.
Romeo, I'm also so glad that we're finally getting to hear you.
I
Thank
know.
you for continuing to come in. We really appreciate you.
This is cool, Romeo. I like this a lot. Love the synthesis.
Romeo, let us know really quick. Do you have anything distributed to Spotify or any other platforms?
Man, y'all show some love to Romeo. I love this.
I love that so much. That was really easy to listen
Super
to.
vibey, man.
I wish Kason was in here because I feel like he would have liked that.
Honestly, very, very well. I mean, I love the mix on this early pocket right here, man. Romeo, this is beautiful. Really, really nicely done. Okay, so real quick, let me see. Just gotta address this real fast. So FS, who sent 10 on the PAL, please, everyone, make sure we put it in our description and everything too, just to make sure that you like check the line first. So you can always update minimums and how many tracks and stuff that we have left. Right now the minimum is 25. So let me know if you want to add to that to get yourself higher, or of course I can easily save this
Romeo.
for the next live that we do, which I think will most likely be tomorrow. So just let me know what you want to do. That way I make sure I get you on the right spot on the board.
So would you like to talk through how to work towards getting to a place where you are ready to distribute and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
Let us know.
Let's run it back. This is Rainbow Skittles in Sunshine. Let's get into it.
Okay, awesome. We would love to.
Love the pumping here too. What are you using? Are you using like the Arturia pack for most of your synthesis, or what are you using for this? Sounds great, man. Or even stock stuff. It's a really good balance too, man. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Join in a box for the end of the life.
Yeah. Or yeah, hop in.
I already did. I tried.
Oh, I didn't see it pop up. Do you plan, Romeo, let me know too. I just use the sounds of my Logic and M Audio Promedy and then play what I see in my head. I love that. Honestly, sounds fantastic, man. It's really, really nicely done. I want to back it up just a little bit. Do you kind of have, because this is how there's kind of two veins that you can be in. You can have space for an artist if that's what you want, if that's what you want to kind of pitch towards, or you can fill in some of the gaps with a new lead element that helps maintain the energy when the energy and dynamics are lower in the song structure. Let me know if you want to get an artist on here or if you'd rather keep it instrumental, because I would maybe have a different suggestion based on the two. Let me back it up a little bit.
Good point. No worries at all, Karen. Good to see you. Thanks for
Okay,
hopping
cool.
in really quick.
That's making a lot more sense to me because there's a part of me that's like, okay, there's definitely like some high, like square lead synths that could come in to really fill in some of these voids right here. Where on the other side,
Hey, thank you so much.
thank you so much for the
Big
gift. I
shout out to
appreciate
you,
that.
Karen. You're the
Shout
best.
out to Karen.
Very
Appreciate
sweet.
that so much.
That was lovely.
If you weren't getting an artist on here, I would probably fill in some of those gaps so it feels a little bit more energetic and cohesive when you lower your dynamic range. But now knowing that there is ideally space for an artist, I feel like you are absolutely have plenty of space here, and I wouldn't fill in the gaps.
Also, Romeo, I think I remember you having a Twitch, right? If you do, would you mind hopping over there?
I got you, Timothy. No worries at all. Let me get that. I'm gonna put it on my list right now. You're totally set. Yeah, that's what we always recommend because I always want to make sure that people coming in have as much of a chance to get heard as possible. Obviously, we can't do it 24/7, so we try to mitigate that as much as we can. So we always have a minimum and how many tracks we have left in the order up on Twitch and YouTube at all times. And we update that after every single song so that people know that if you send to 10, but there's 30 people in line,
Right.
and we can't listen to that many
You
songs.
won't get heard
Yeah.
today. Yeah, but your credit is always saved.
Yeah, I
so
got you. So let me
either
get
way.
you saved. That way, when we open up the lines again, I can get you back up there.
Yeah, just whenever you're able to hop in
Yeah.
in the next couple weeks, definitely just
Gotcha,
let us
gotcha.
know.
Hey, thank you so much, Wubsy. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate
Awesome,
you so
Romeo.
much, man.
There you go. Now you
Okay,
can read
cool.
the chat.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no worries at all. All right, let me back it up a little bit. But now knowing, Romeo, okay, over here. Now knowing that you have space for a vocal, that makes me so happy. I mean, you need Bruno Mars on this, man. This is a pitchable song. Sounds really nice. One thing that could be nice if you just feel like it, and again, like I want you to create authentically, but I'll say just kind of some things that I'm hearing, man, and honestly, just it feels killer. I wouldn't mind. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you so much, Miss Your Taps. Thank you so much for the
Thank
sub. I really
you.
appreciate that so
Big
much.
shout out.
I don't know why it didn't like notify me. I just saw it in the chat. Thank you
Yeah,
so much
that's
for
weird.
that. It could be nice to
We used to have a lot of subs on TikTok, and then whenever it got like shut down for that one night or whatever, they all got
I know
reset.
it canceled all of them. Okay, we had
Because even I'm not a sub anymore on there. I need a sub again.
That's tragic. Yeah, we had up to like 65 subs, and whenever they shut down TikTok for like that 8 hours or
That
whatever
was
that
annoying.
they did, it blocked all the payment systems and they removed all of the subs, which sucks. But I'm
So thank you for
very grateful
rebuilding
for
that.
kickstarting it again. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, this is super, super nice, Romeo. One thing that could be interesting would be like one counter melody when you have a little bit more space after this. It's really, really cool. So let me back it up a little bit, especially on like some of your bigger moments and like the hook and the verse as you're building up some energy. That way it doesn't lose any. And it could be really subtle. Even kind of like bell tone, like DX7 stuff could be really interesting. Yeah, this is nice, man. I love it.
He's not distributing yet, Wubsy. We're going to talk through some of that today, but I'm very excited to get Romeo to a place where you are ready to distribute and market. It's very exciting.
Like, let me pull something up. You're on. Let's get into Pro Tools, baby. Just for a second, just so I can kind of show you what I imagine, then we'll move on. Because I think this would help. Where are we at?
Atlanta Beats. What is that? ATL Beats.
Maybe on SoundCloud or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably on
Potentially.
SoundCloud.
Like you could probably have, so like the way I kind of imagine this is a DX7 style mono. So let me just kind of pull something up here real quick. No, I don't need that.
Perfect, Romeo. Good to know.
And I'm going to put a lead on here. Let's go up. And dun, dun, dun. Let me adjust something real quick. with a little bit more portamento. There we go. Oh, look at that. It's buttery. All right, let's bring it down.
Torvik is like the producer of your first ever song that you're releasing, man, lucky.
Yeah. I love that. Okay, so
or are you starting with Gargoyle?
I guess it depends on how quickly you ride over the new beat, or we adjust it and how quickly they get back. It's a race to the finish.
Low-key,
Okay,
Joseph, just the biggest advice I have is do not launch until you have at least your branding in order.
Hey, thank you so much for the
Synth
cheers,
time.
Wubsy. It's synth time, baby. All right, okay, so here's kind of what I'm listening for. Let me get over to the track here.
Thank you, Wubsy. You're the best. Yeah, of course, Romeo.
Thank you. I have a relative pitch. So as soon as I hear a song within a couple seconds, I can find it just by hearing.
I know, Adam. No, it's insane. It's sometimes very annoying.
So like within a couple seconds, I could hear like some of the notes that he's hitting, and then know that it's like an A minor structure or C major as a relative key. So it's not perfect. Like the example I always give would just be like Charlie Puth, where you can ding a glass, and he's like, that's an A flat. I can't do that. But really quickly within hearing a pitch and establishing something within a couple seconds.
Okay, sounds good, Joseph. Yeah, you know I got you for sure.
All right, so here's kind of what I'm hearing is like a counter, right? Let me hear it. And actually, let me dry this up a little bit because I want to get the counter melody here, but I don't want it to be like all ethereal. That's
sweet, Wubs.
That's not what we need. So let's go into here. A little bit of I guess a little bit of this. I don't mind so much, but let me even. I don't mind that. And let's go here. It's honestly not even like my favorite tone of synth, but I think you'll get the idea of having a counter in here. Let's see it. So can I get into the hook here? Woo! Let me see. So as a counter, so here's what I'm hearing. Give me 2 seconds, and I'm going to pull this back.
Yeah, it's a little loud.
Yeah. And I actually don't want this, so I like it. I know, I like it a lot. And then I'm going to go here. Okay, so give me just a minute to re-establish this. I'm going to actually readjust. See where these tones are coming from. Yeah. There we go. Mm-hmm. That's what we're looking for. Bring these operators. You just have to do some operator editing here. And I'm going to go slightly higher on this attack. You should be able to see it there. So you hell yeah. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Little bit more attack.
I also like those little bolas that go down.
What's that?
Those little bolas that just... the little balls.
I like it. I know that is the fun about visual that's stuff funny. Here. Okay, so with that there... Twig it, baby, one more time. All right, let's bring this in a little bit, and then I'm actually going to switch out. I don't have the delay active. Just so I want you to get an idea of kind of what I'm feeling. And you have a little bit of this chorus. A little bit more dry. So now here's kind of what we have over the sound as it builds up. And then I'll turn this up, and then we'll kind of get an idea. Because I wanted a counter to the kind of funk that you have right before it, right? And so I do like it a little bit higher, but yeah.
Yeah, I like it where it's at.
So right after that, dun, 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 and then have a counter to that. So let me back it up here. Woo! You know, you can just have some fun as like the counter. I mean, that's not the tone I would use. I would go a little softer.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
there's something that's just like a.
Just for an idea.
Whoops, wrong button. A little counter melody to kind of what you have there, just to like fill in the gap and keep some energy that's still really soft. It's not like interrupting the structure in a way that is like all of a sudden it's like this super bright saw synth in there that just like punches through everything and kind of ruins it. Especially if you have like a lead vocal melody over the top, you don't need something that's gonna be like super interruptive, right? You want something that still kind of sits underneath the vocal structure. And this is like really soft. A little bit of like a little bit of that LFO. Also allows, yeah, because that vocal structure is going to sit a little bit more in the middle. If you're down here a little bit farther, it's going to sit a little bit more in the space. Anyway, so that's the idea. That's the idea, Romeo. Something in that vein that just lights up your B section to the hook. I think it would be nice. All right, let's get back into the track. We'll skip towards the end. But honestly, I like so much of this. Romeo, I think you're a fantastic producer. Yes, Lee, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I could get in and edit that sound to all get out. I could spend an hour on it. But even just as an idea, right, to have a counter lead melody that's soft and textural on the B section there, I think would be fantastic. Let's get into your next little movement here, and I'll get out of the DX7 here. What do you mean, Joseph?
Like one-on-one.
Like one-on-one?
Learning? Or...
I have before. I mean, I've helped coach people through some stuff before. Kind of set the establishing of like learning Pro Tools. Yeah. It would just be like booking a consultation, basically. Let's go, man. Y'all show some love to Romeo. Romeo, I like your vibe, man. I feel like you're doing so many things right.
I just want to give a big shout out to Romeo here, who has literally waited months to get their consultation. So that level of patience and just your determination.
Appreciate it so much.
Yeah, we just really love you, Romeo. We're so grateful that you're a part of the Vibe Tribe, and we really appreciate your respect for this consultation service that we offer. And I'm just so glad and grateful that we got to hear your track today finally.
Love it.
And talk about, some things to get you started in your official music journey and career. I'm really excited for you.
So excited, man. You're very, very talented. I mean, your intuition, you're doing this all stock on Logic, like just doing what comes to you. Sounds fantastic. Sounds really good, man.
You're so sweet. We just love having you here. We've been very grateful to have you.
Absolutely.
Just honestly, I've seen Romeo continually support and encourage other artists as he patiently waits for his turn. So it's just really cool to see a genuine, kind human being just being, the best and fitting right into the Vibe Tribe, what it's all about. But yeah, Romeo, let's talk a little bit about a plan for, as you build up your catalog. This is a really good sound. I'm seeing that you want to be more on the writing side. So I don't know if you ever actually want to go through specifically with distribution on your side, or if you're going to be more so like marketing, on the writing side. So that would kind of determine what you end up doing if you ever release just instrumentals, to distribution. And that's just that, like, that's what they are, and people can remix them, but obviously they wouldn't be able to take it, add lyrics, and then make it their own. So that's a little determining factor, just something to think about. I would start definitely on Pinterest, start utilizing that, having fun over there, just dreaming up. Of course, it's a free platform. It's similar to other social media services, but the algorithms are all catered to visuals and aesthetics and just helping you discover what you want as far as your official, music identity goes. So I would definitely hop over there. That's always a good first step. I have thousands of beats that I have done nothing with, just never really knew what to do or where to go. This is just the only way I know to release my emotions and feelings. I love that so much, Romeo. So if you so you can do both. Honestly, if there's some that you feel like this would just be great as an instrumental, I say put that in the My Music folder that is set to be distributed. Excuse me. And then I would have another folder that's like, this is for artists specifically, and that's the stuff you won't distribute. I want to start releasing them and finding artists. Yeah, so try to put them, start categorizing them in those two categories, and that will really, really help you down the lane, you know? Yes, Wubsy, that would be so, so cool. So, and then as far as the rough process goes with, how you'll want to lay things out, it's going to be definitely getting a brand in order as the foundation. And then you'll work on setting all of those platforms up with that cohesive brand. And, all of your platforms will be cohesive in nature with that exact aesthetic that you have going for you. And it will be identifiable as Romeo or whatever your artist name or producer name will be. I would start thinking up producer names, what you want to go by. If you want to keep it that ATL one, I forgot what exactly it was, or just start brainstorming some ideas of what you would like to go by for your producer name. And then from there, once your platforms are all established and have that cohesive aesthetic and brand, you can it's all just about marketing and releasing consistently. And even if you just you're known as a producer and you only release really dope instrumentals, there's certainly a place for that. So I'm very, very excited to see where you go. I feel like the first step, like I said, is just beginning to do a bit of self-discovery on Pinterest. And then and the way I know you've heard me talk about this, Romeo, so I know I don't even have to go into it, but the way I like to set it up on Pinterest is just to get a brand board on there and just pin everything that inspires you. Nothing is off limits. So I say the more versatile the better. I wouldn't stick to just outfits. I would do and you're more on the producer side, so like outfits are kind of an afterthought depending on how visible you want to be in your brand and in your marketing. But yeah, just like colors, images, quotes, any imagery you can offer, really, like anything in the vein of art or cars or architecture. Yeah, so start on there and then start by categorizing, and then we'll go from there.
100%.
But yeah, Romeo, definitely make sure that you're in the Discord. I try to hop in there and offer value every now and then, but even if we aren't able to, we do have a really good supportive community in there that would love to give you feedback on anything that you need help with throughout your process. So definitely tap in on Discord for sure.
100%.
And then, of course, if you ever have any specific questions, you know where to find us.
Anytime. Man, show some of Romeo. Fine. Super, super good. I mean, as someone who loves synths and loves funky music, I'm a big
shout
fan
out to Romeo. Very
of what
cool.
you're doing, man. Once again, thank you for your patience, and also just thank you for your vulnerability and your creativity,
Yeah.
man. Really.
Thanks for sharing your art with us. It was beautiful.
Absolutely. 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 Y'all, show some love. Let's keep it going. We got Lee up next. If you want to submit, looks like we have 5 tracks, or 5 tracks after this next one at least. So definitely, if you want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through all the details, follow all the steps, make sure that you check the line first. You can check minimums and check the order and check how many tracks that we have left.
There's the link, Romeo, just in case you're interested. We would love to have you in there. I know I speak for all of the community when I say that.
Lee is in the building, so
let's go.
I'm
Lee.
so excited. I'm so excited.
Don't be nervous. Lee. We got you.
So we got some of the attachments here. So I see these visuals there, and
Awesome.
then I have the master, the YouTube, and the Spotify.
You know what? I really love when someone can read. I love when someone goes to the submission form and they read. They read through all the steps. They send us exactly what they need, and they know what to expect. Lee, you've been awesome. You have continuously hopped in and patiently waited your turn as well. And you've sent everything over very organized in an email. I just can't say how much we appreciate that and how much easier that makes our job That's it.
Very helpful. Very, very helpful.
You deserve your roses.
All right, so I've got the Spotify here. Open that.
Thank you so much, Lee. You're the best.
And then let me know real quick what song. So I have those links there, but let me know. Okay, hold on. So those are the links to the Spotify and the YouTube, but this is the song unreleased right here, correct?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've got an email folder full of people mad because they didn't read. So
Yeah.
I'm mastering a song. Perfect. Okay, so I have your Spotify up so we can look at
I
that.
honestly think, guys, like, what do you think that it is? Because we've really run into this where thankfully it's not like he said a whole folder full of
Yeah.
people.
Oh,
Thankfully
yeah.
it's not that bad, but we do get a lot of people that just like don't read through it. And that's like, I don't even know what to do with that.
Yeah.
We have an FAQ section. Like, if you guys, you know, our core group, if you guys ever think of anything that would make it easier,
But still
just let
understand
us
all of the
exactly
nuance.
just let us know.
Yeah.
Because we are always willing to improve for sure.
Because
But
it's
honestly, Katie, I think it's something odd. I'm like, I think a big part of it is attention spans
something
too.
laziness.
Like where it's like
honestly.
I can't even be bothered
Yeah.
or something.
'Cause it's
Basically, it's
like-
fucking weird. Okay, I'll just say that. That's it.
Well,
It's
it's
just
because
fucking weird.
we have mods saying the details constantly. We're saying the
Hey,
details.
you're right. No, yeah, and,
We're
and
saying
it's
the
just
details
strange because we're
constantly.
like, we never just like pay for things without reading. Like we
Yeah.
don't do that. Like we're very intentional and like super specific and like
Mhm.
I'll read FAQs just for fun. So like I don't know, I can't relate to that.
You're good, you're
But
totally good.
it's strange.
Yeah, so like we have everyone saying it, we're saying it. Then we have all of the details of the live, the steps you have to submit, all of that stuff. Then we
No worries, Adam. No big.
Then we have the FAQ. If there's further confusion, there's an FAQ that you can go to. If there's further confusion, there's full terms of service of everything that we do.
Goldfish
So I'm like,
attention spans.
I don't know it. People are
Bro,
like,
it's the part that makes
drives me
this
nuts.
so hard and us like burnt out even more. We're like, I just sometimes like I just want to give up.
no,
but
I would like, yeah, I would just always check on things.
yeah, it's odd.
I just think we're unfortunately on the same platform as a lot of people that do something that they call similar. And so it's like people are just used to either spamming the chat, they're used to just like sending 5 thinking they're next, you know what I mean? And then so on and so on.
Whoopsie, it's so funny.
This one,
Goldfish syndrome, guys. That's what we're just gonna chalk it up to, you know. I don't know. It's odd. But yeah, if y'all ever notice anywhere where you're like, hey, I think this could be beneficial or you could improve here, please just let us know. But yeah, that was just
Yeah.
a little interesting vent sesh that we had to have.
Okay.
Thank y'all for understanding.
Appreciate it. We've got Lee in the building. So
Let's
is
go,
the
Lee.
is the artist name? It's your boy Lee. Let me see the Spotify. Oh no, it's just Lee on
And
Spotify.
then Adam, it's not a problem that you didn't include your Spotify.
Yeah, no
that
worries.
part's really not a big deal.
Yeah, no worries. At all.
You could always drop it in the chat later if you would like us to go over it.
It's Friday. It's time to vent. Hank, they are clear MGs. Clear MGs.
Thanks
Close.
for being here, Mr. Tap.
Close. All right, let's get into it. Let me pull this one up. Make sure it's downloaded. All right, Lee, let's dive. This is Disoriented, and let's dive in. And then yeah, quick details, Lee, because you might have sent it in an earlier email. So just quick update too on what you did in the production, what you did for the mix and stuff like that. Couple little things. Okay, got you.
Let's go, Lee.
Just your role in that, like whether you got this production, you obviously did it yourself, if you mixed it yourself, things like that. So give me some just updates on like the role that you played in this track from start to finish. That way I have some context on it, and then we'll dive into
I
it.
love that you still use the same email. I did that for the. Actually, no. One of my emails is literally from like sometime when I was a kid. I don't know exactly what age I was, but I love
Hell yeah,
that.
Lee. Let's go, Lee. I kind of, once I started hearing those vocal chops, I was like, that's someone who's working on their own stuff. So I kind of figured,
I
but
love
yeah.
that.
Are
So
you on
cool.
Ableton? What are you working with too? I'm excited. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Delinquent.
Y'all make sure y'all follow Libby. Everybody go follow Libby right here.
Thank you guys. I would really, really appreciate it.
What's up, Sloud?
talented.
What's up, Kershey? Welcome in, man.
Hey, Kershey. Good to see you. Happy Friday, dude.
I can see it's midnight. Can I live without you?
Let's go. I
love it, Shloud. What are you eating? We always like to ask. We, meaning me.
Oh, I like that D too. I'm ready. I like this transition.
Katie. Bellatrix is a vibe, for sure.
It's fat, it's vibrant. I like it. It's cool, man.
Oh, nice, Shloud. That sounds good. Like the dressing, kind of. I'm glad Shloud hopped in. This is very similar vibes.
I know.
You guys would get along. I hope you're both in the Discord. I know Lee is.
Super engaging track, man. Let's go. Y'all show some
Bro,
love.
that was fire.
That is Disoriented.
Lee, that was
by
really awesome.
Lee.
The wait was worth it on our end. That was really, really cool.
I like this a lot, man.
I could really, so similarly to Shloud, who just hopped in on TikTok, who is a great producer as well and good in this genre, I could really hear this being used for things like fashion shows, like runway.
Yep. 100%. 100%. Let's start it back from the top, Lee. I'm super excited for
Loves
you.
you. Remember, you can say whatever you want on Twitch.
You've got great intuition on the production side. Sounds really, really nice. It's vibrant. It keeps your attention. It's a very engaging track. I'm super, super excited.
Okay, I'm gonna screenshot that right now. I'll definitely take a like fresh look at the website after this.
Yeah.
And take whatever you guys say into consideration for sure. Thank you so much for taking the time to do that, Katie. That was very sweet.
Yeah, there's so many moving parts on our end between the line, chats from 3 different platforms, I think 5 or 6 different screens that we're looking at. We try to balance everything as much as we can.
And I know that like
always...
less is more for sure, but at the same time, it's like it is like tricky when you don't know how this works, and so there does need to be obviously some kind of explanation for it. And
yeah, because like I think so many people are used to reviews, right? Where like this is a free line, it's a 5 skip and it's music reviews, and that's all they're doing. And we're offering obviously like a long form 35-minute consultation service. It's just like a different thing.
It's more of a professional service,
but it's on the same platform, and so it's hard to like differentiate that and have it in vain, and it require a little more effort, a little more time, maybe even a little bit more money, but you get a professional service.
Exactly.
But then still be on the same platform. It's the next 5 lives or a bunch of live music reviewers.
Exactly. Like for us, this is a cheaper, shorter version of what we offer outside of the live stream, right? Which is longer form consultations. But when you compare it to like a review or something, people are like, I got in the skip line. I sent 5 or 10 or whatever. And we're like, that's not how this works.
That's just where the service works. So it's just different.
It's just tricky for sure. But thank you so much for doing that, Katie.
Yeah. Any tips?
Let me go get those other headphones just because my ears are hurting.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that, Zooted. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, and that's it's hard because we just live in the same platform, and so that's hard, right? So anytime someone sees people hearing music, they think it's the same thing, so they spam the chat, They think it's a skip line. They think it
Right.
should be free. Someone else is doing it for free, but they're not doing what we're doing for free. We're doing,
Like
this is different.
we're very transparent about the fact that we do this as a job. So it's like, I mean, we cannot afford to do this for free. If we could, that'd be awesome. Maybe one day that would be like goals.
Yeah.
But we definitely cannot afford that in this economy. Shoot.
Yeah.
I'm
The
sorry.
line 25 min was a little confusing. He thought it was 25. 20.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah. And I had, it was because before too, it wouldn't let me put the $ because it made the words move, but maybe I've reordered it. So maybe it'll let me do it now. Let's see if
I'm
it'll
sorry,
stay.
guys.
Yeah. Okay. Now it will. I'll try to keep that in mind too. Cause the reason why I only had 25 men on the line was because because it wouldn't let me have that. Have you seen the price of eggs? I know it's kind of funny because people are like I do reviews too, and so I know what it's like to build out whatever. I'm like, most people are doing that as an additive to their normal job because they're, you know what I mean. It's like I also am full time as a producer and engineer. The other 60 hours a week that I work on top of the 15 hours a week we spend doing this, right? So it's like there's just a lot.
Wubsy big booby bitches is so fucking funny. I cannot.
Yo, go
I'm
over
sorry,
to Twitch.
I'm catching up.
It's worth going over to Twitch just to see Wubsy's old email. It's literally worth it.
Could you lower these now that it like translates a little different? No.
Well, not without lowering everything.
Right. Okay.
So it would lower.
Man, well that stinks. There's no like happy medium with my headphones.
Just-
I think we need to blow another $1,500.
Oof, God
Just
damn
kidding.
it. All right, let's get back to it. Lee, it's your time to sign. Let's get back into it. Let's run through the track. Okay, so we should have Lee's Spotify, and I have these images here, which are cool. I like these too.
I got it. I got the Spotify pulled up,
Killer.
and then I am going to pull up the Instagram.
And then the YouTube link.
Or
they
you
have,
also
too.
have your Instagram linked in your description, which is fan-fucking-tastic.
Fantastic.
Love that.
All right, let's get into it, Lee. It's time to focus. Sorry, got off track there. I just want to, like, if there's ever ways we can improve, I want to. We've also tried, seemingly tried everything and tried so many things. But let's get into it. All right, let's run it from the top. I'll probably have a couple
For sure, Lee.
questions. Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's go. I like this like really crunchy, saturative mix. It's like everything's still clean and you can easily distinguish it, but it feels super like textural and fuzzy, and I actually like it a lot. It's really, really cool. Appreciate you so much.
Can you see me breathing? Standing here without you. I can see it's me.
Love the slide on the portamento there too. There's just like some really subtle textural things in here that I love so much, man. Really cool.
Can I live without you?
Appreciate you so much, Katie. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, so sweet. We appreciate you. We've loved having you in the vibe tribe.
And I actually like, so I don't know how intentional the movement on this was. I actually like, let me back it up a little bit. So C minor, right? F minor too, right? Really nice. Back to the B flat. Okay. So one thing I really, really like about this that I think is fantastic, every once in a while over that progression, you actually like pitch up a semitone, your stutter on the low form and shift vocal. So you have like kind of two vocals that you chop and form and shift. One that's the more natural female vocal on the top, and then one is like a form and shift of that vocal low that you have in the stutter as well. But then you'll randomly like pitch it up for a second, like a semitone, right? So it just becomes an accidental, just becomes chromatic. And it's like all of a sudden this like beautiful, like really happy thing becomes kind of twisted a little bit. And I like that. Like
Mm-hmm.
in most
Exactly.
contexts, in most contexts, it'd be like the wrong note, right? I love that. I love that, Lee. It's like it'd be like, oh, well, that note is not in the right key. But the way that you the way that you locked it into the mix and made it fit into the structure, that feels way more intentional. And I actually like all of a sudden you go, ooh, but then you kind of get back into the beat a little bit, and I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She's rocking. Oh, those are MDR, Sony MDRs, I think, something like that.
Yeah, they're like cheap. Honestly, I'm struggling right now because it sounds like ass in these because they're cheap. But then these are like really squeezing my head in my
The
ears
other
right now.
ones are they're biodynamic DT770s, which are so harsh. They're so harsh and brittle. We just need to get
Yeah,
another.
they're good for like tracking and stuff. You know, they're great. They're professional, but
Yeah,
after like 4 or 5 hours, it's like, bruh.
you probably need to get a pair of like NDH20s or something like that to track with, just so we can both use them.
Oh,
and
well,
whatever.
thanks. Thank you so much.
They are. I mean,
Thanks
they
for
are,
helping
and
me.
they were. I mean, they're expensive when
The
we
red
got
one.
them. Yeah, they're expensive. They were like Beats, right? They're like $150 whenever you like first get them, but they're super old. I mean, they're probably 10 years
They
old now.
feel much more cushiony and nice on my
Yeah.
ears.
All right, let's get into it. But honestly, Lee, so for me, on the vocal group to do so, I love that. I love it. Yeah, it's really, really well done. But to me, this is all about intentionally, and it's like just having something wrong in your song structure is it's going to throw people off, and you can kind of tell when something feels intentional. It feels really well established and connected to the production. This is a good example of that, of doing an accidental, right? Having a chromatic note over that structure right there, and it's still feeling intentional, and it just makes you feel something a little bit off, and I like it.
Oh, it kicked me out.
Can you see me breathing? Standing here without you.
That vocal is cool.
I like it a lot.
I can see it's midnight. Can I live without you? Can you see me breathing?
Even as you start to detune here, man, it's nasty, and I like it a lot. It's a really cool transition.
We're like yelling because our ears are fucked up.
I know, dude.
Damn.
Really like smooth open automation. I don't feel like there's anything that like I don't like about this, man. Like it's really cool. Your transitions are smooth. It's really consistent across like the mix. Very saturated, very granular. It's got a lot of like artifact to it. I'm really liking it, Lee.
Let's go,
Let's go,
Slad.
Slad.
I love that so much.
I love that shift.
I hope
right
it goes
there.
well. There's nothing I don't like about this or that makes me feel like, ooh, I don't know, that was a hiccup right there.
This is a really cool transition for content. So like I this is where I would imagine like finding a creative way that you and then hopefully other people start to do to transition creatively in this content of like something shifting in reality to something different, right? Whether it's an outfit change, or I've seen videographers do transitions as they're adding layers to their like cinematic effects and stuff like that, where it's like here's the raw, or you know, here's like the log footage, here's this, here's the light, here's this, and you could have something that like shifts as it goes into like boom, the final like cinematic sequence at the end of the full thing. Like I could see people using songs like this, and I've seen it happen many times, with hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. Songs like this, tracks like this, like production switches like this that are super cohesive, and you can morph your visuals at the same time that you morph the music, and it can be a really cool opportunity for a song, for a sound to go viral. So it's something I would look at.
Yeah,
For
I was
sure.
telling this to Shloud the other day. I want to start posting more fashion content, and I would absolutely love to use stuff like this for it.
100%.
I can see
I love that texture, man. Biggest thing I would say is get it released so that you get the benefit of it. So that's, you want all the content to point back to your streams and translate to streams. So as soon as you have stuff like this out, start sending it out to videographers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lee. That's so
Send
sweet.
it out to dancers.
We'll definitely talk about some of that marketing and whatever.
Crushing it. Sound design is, oh yeah, I've got
And
no,
then
no,
let me
no
know
notes.
really
It's awesome.
quick. We got those images. Is that what you're gonna have as the album cover art?
I think that's what's on the Spotify already, right?
Okay,
That's
okay.
yeah, it's like this here. Yeah.
Got you. That's your banner on Spotify.
I'm loving this, man. It's really nice. Really nice.
Dude, I was so big on Dance Dance Revolution. I'm reading your description now. I'm like, oof, I was obsessed. I kind of miss it, low-key.
I have an idea I'll throw out there just for the sake of having an idea. I'm throwing it out there. You have the same vocal chop pretty much through the whole structure of the song. If you have any ability to do manual pitch correction, which of course I know you can compartmentalize and Ableton and do that. Ableton's great for music production, probably the best for music production. But if you had Melodyne or Antares or anything like that, taking that same vocal track, maybe even printing it or just taking chops of it and changing the vocal melody. So we have right. That's kind of the main. But you could have a
Happy Pi Day.
Like you could have a different chop that kind of moves underneath that.
That'd be cool.
And then like even if it's like the first part starts there, so you have or the wait, hold on. And you would just use those formant shifts and those note steps on the chop to shift the pitch of those just to like have like a different perspective on it. The only thing I'll be like concerned about is like that as fabulous as this production is so interesting. I don't think this would happen, but anything becoming monotonous at all. So even having some changes in the vocal chop of like just like changing a little bit of the vocal structure could be interesting. Not necessary, I don't think, honestly, not necessary, but could be interesting just to kind of flip it a little bit, right? And just maybe make some very minor adjustments to the vocal melody and the chop
Thank you,
there.
Delinquent. Thank you for being
Appreciate
here.
you so much. Got you, David.
It's not released yet. But it's actually just LEE on Spotify, all in lowercase. You can put Lee, maybe Breathe, or You and Only You would be a good way to find it. Those are his song titles.
Yo, that was Disoriented by Lee. Yeah, honestly, man, I'm really, really, really happy with your. It just feels unique. It feels interesting. You're not just like dropping
Yeah,
the
of course,
vocal in
thank you.
there and letting it breathe. There's a lot of like intentional automation, intentional movement, and artifact in there that just as a producer, as someone who loves good sound design, like just makes me happy to hear that intention and that movement. Nothing about this feels like super stagnant or anything like that. That's why I'm listening for that vocal structure. If you feel like it, just drop those notes up there a little bit. Make some manual shifts to the notes. Could be interesting. But honestly, this track is fantastic, man. It sounds amazing. It's mixed really well too. I like it a lot, man. Y'all give it up for Lee. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Lee, I would say, honestly, if you were interested in changing your name at any point, you could honestly consider Mr. Lee or putting a middle name or something.
Mr. Lee's kind of dope.
I know, it kind of is. And I don't feel like that would really be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's not a huge deal. I don't freak out too much about the names. I go by Libby in my music name. I know that's probably very saturated as well. But I don't freak out about it because I'm like, they're really finding you from your platforms anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge deal. If you don't want to change your name, don't worry about it. But let's go over your Spotify. I think you do have a banner photo, right? I would put something a little bit more identifiable. I'm not sure if you have done any self-discovery in the way of coming up with some kind of aesthetic for what you want your music identity and brand to look like, but I would definitely start diving in on Pinterest if you haven't already. It's a really, really helpful tool. I have mentioned Pinterest a lot today, guys, so I'm sorry if you're getting sick of hearing it, but it's just very, very helpful tool, and I want everyone to know about it because doing life without Pinterest as a creative, devastating. Ugh.
Dagger to the heart.
I'm just kidding. Name isn't a big deal. If you think it would make it easier to be found, I'll try it. It would definitely make it easier to find you in the search. Otherwise, it's not a huge deal.
Right.
It's really just comes down to like you know, if you feel like you are up for changing it, do it.
Yeah, but not like we said, like most people are gonna find you through the platforms that you're posting on, right? So it's not like the biggest deal.
He put Pinterest with a question mark. You know what that means? Pinterest next.
Thank you so
You know
much,
what that
Lindsay.
means? We gotta go in more detail about Pinterest.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so I highly recommend getting over there, starting a board for your music specifically, and then pinning everything that inspires you and feels true according to what you want to put forth in your music and your identity and your brand, like I was just mentioning. So visually, I want you to dream about what your music represents and what your brand would look like. And it's really just to have a home for all of the vibes and the aesthetic that you're going for. It's really just fun, honestly, too. Like, it's really fun as a creative. It's a really great platform. I always say replace your doom scrolling with inspiration scrolling, because it is really, really fun and just helpful. So outside of your brand, once your brand is already literally hashtag anything, exactly.
Right.
Anything. I mean, no one can tell you that there are rules to what inspires you, right? Like anything can inspire you. So literally pin anything you come across at the beginning. If you already don't have a Pinterest and you're not familiar with it, you will have to search for some things. So you could search for, like, this is just an example, but like Gothic architecture, or just whatever. I'm not saying that's your vibe. That was just an example of like what you would kind of type in. So you can use whatever art is on there. Yes. So, well, you can't, it's not copyright free. You can't use it per se, but you can pin it into your board for inspiration. And then it will just help you develop your brand, basically. Mm-hmm. So if you work with somebody professionally to develop your brand, then it's going to be very helpful for them to have that Pinterest board established so that they can develop your brand, if that makes sense. But honestly, I was going to say outside, oh man, it's because I was off for too long. I'll just get onto my phone. That'll be easier to leave up. Sorry guys, 1 second.
And real quick, Cassie, let me know if you're here. I currently have you up next, but just let me know.
There we go. If you want to get it added on there, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I highly recommend it. Outside of the brand portion of things, that sounded
there
weird.
We go. Y'all, make sure y'all are following Libby.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. It is really helpful still for brainstorming anything on the visual side of things. So outside of brand, it would be things like merch, album cover designs. There's so much that you can gain inspiration from and just help you navigate and figure out. And once you have that board, like I said, or like what I do for my branding clients is I develop a mood board specifically based on, their Pinterest boards. And then they always have that board to refer to. So if they're like, oh, well, I need to launch some merch, or, oh, I need an album cover, let me make sure it fits this mood board aesthetic, because that's your brand. So it's important that it fits under that umbrella and that it's identifiable as Lee, So that I highly recommend hopping on over there if you haven't already, which you said you haven't. So
definitely,
it'll be really helpful. And I would really, really work towards getting more of an identifiable vibe and aesthetic going for you.
This is Libby's account, Shloud. This is Libby's account right here.
Yeah. Thanks for any follows.
If you do want to submit your music, we have, I think, 5 tracks left after this one. So if you do want to submit, go to my Linktree, click on Track Talk Submission, but please check the line first. You'll see a whole list of just details and an FAQ and everything at the Track Talk Linktree or the Track Talk Submission form right there. Just please read through everything, follow all the steps, and of course, we can get you up on the board. But make sure you check the line first so you can see the minimums and the order.
And then one thing I wanted to point out, Lee, about your Spotify is it looks really, really great. I like how long your description is, so that's awesome. But I would definitely make sure to add specific keywords. So a location, I see that you do add genres, which is great. And then tagging specific artists and actually making sure that they're tagged so that it's hyperlinked and clickable and recognized by the algorithm. But other than that, it looks fantastic. You're really, really killing it. Let me see your Instagram really quick. Oh, yeah. And then the last thing I wanted to go ahead and make sure to mention is that you do definitely need some kind of link tree. That way you have that one-stop shop for everyone who comes across you. It's that one link that you can put and blast out to all platforms, and it has all of your information and just makes it that one-stop shop that's really easy for people to plug and play and find everything that you do and support it, right? And follow and all that stuff. So that's really big. No, it's free.
There are 2 levels of paid ones, but I use the free one, and it's more.
You can get by with the free one easily for sure.
Just to consolidate all your info.
It's great. There's also Biosite. There's also like Deacons, I think, AI or whatever, or Beacons, whatever. I think it's Beacons actually.
Yeah. Deacon is like.
Yeah, that's random. That's like something
like a
religious or something, right?
Yeah. Go to deacons.ai
whatever,
to get saved as well as consolidate your links.
It's not AI, but I don't know much about that one. But I'm just saying you can research these and see what would be the best fit. I will just let you know that Linktree is the most used. It's like the most recognized. Yeah. So people already know how to work it, and they are constantly putting out updates and keeping up with that stuff. But you can use anything. So I highly recommend getting a Linktree first. And then when you are ready to go to that next level, definitely getting a full-on website would be down the lane,
100%. Man, y'all show some love. Show some love to Lee. Dude, I'm already just a massive fan
lovely. That was really cool.
Of your music style, the whole aesthetic of what you're doing sonically. It's really, really
literally
cool, man.
I don't even know. I don't even know what a deacon is.
Look up Deacon. Look up Deacon.
Whatever.
AI
My little brain does good.
It's
okay?
AI pastors.
My little autistic neurodivergent brain does really well on this live stream for how constantly overstimulated it is.
Man,
good job, brain. Good job.
Show some love to Lee, man. Lee, you're a beast. You're a beast, man. I'm super, super excited for your future,
Anthony?
man.
Good to see you. Thanks for hopping in, and welcome to the Vibe Tribe if this is your first time.
Absolutely. We appreciate you so much, Lee. Thank you for being here, for being a part of the community. So happy that you're a part of the family.
We really appreciate you. You're awesome. And then you know where to find us. We got the website, theobsidiankey.com, which you could do website in here. Lovesy, I'm gonna kill you. TikTok, shut your ears.
Cassie, let me know if you're here. Cassie, let me know if you're here. If not, Joseph, let me know if you're here.
We have the Discord, which you are a part of, so that's awesome. What else do we have for you? I don't know. Basically, you know where to find us.
Hell yeah.
Yay, yes, please do.
Please do.
Honestly, won't be able to post much fashion content until we get into our new space. So it'll be a couple months for me anyway. But I'm very excited, and I would be happy to use it for sure.
All right, Adam, let me know if you're here.
Al Pastor. AI pastors. I just read that as Al Pastor. Like tacos.
That was making me want tacos.
I'm hungry.
Dude, I'm hungry as fuck.
We might need to just fucking get some tacos after this, bro.
Absolutely. Same back to you, Lee. Appreciate you so much.
Mad lovely. You're really killing it. That was really cool. Actually, I wasn't expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't expecting you to be bad by any means, but I just wasn't expecting that type of music and for it to be that professional. So that was awesome.
Cassie, Joseph, Adam, I'm not seeing any of them in the chat right now. I'm going to give it another second. If so, then
Cassie,
David, you got a free skip.
Joseph and Adam, where are you?
Where are you?
Look at this graph.
I see David. All right, we might just run David. All right, cool. We got to keep it moving. We got Spotify right here. Let me know how you feel about the profile.
If the others hop in, they can definitely get their turn next.
For sure. For sure.
Oh, there's
Joseph. Okay, so Joseph, we got
Joseph
you.
And then David.
You're right on time. Joseph. Let's see. And
Is it okay if we play it now, Joseph? Sounds good, David.
Perfect. Sounds good.
You know how it gets towards the end of life, guys. We get increasingly more
It's a lot of stimulus.
sleepy, drunk,
you wouldn't
and
believe it.
crazy.
It's a lot of stimulus listening to music all day, and then
Doing more than
with
10
all of these screens.
with how long we go is hard. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm looking for it now. I know I saw it a minute ago.
Yeah, I'm listening, and we heard it before. I just want to send it in, and you have an extra note so you can. Okay, for
Okay,
sure.
cool.
Sounds good.
Do you have an idea of what you know has been upgraded with it? Let me know. Gargoyle.
Gargoyle
I'm not-
in turmoil.
I'm not seeing it actually, and it's not on spam.
I think I saw it come through on that old email earlier.
Okay, if you have the capacity to forward it to the new email, that's probably the easiest. Right now, I don't think he's changed anything. Okay, got you.
Okay.
Howdy from Nashville. Welcome in, Michelle. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you, Joseph.
Perfect. That helps a lot.
We need to delete that email, but
Whoops.
Torvik keeps saying that he has other stuff attached to it, so I don't know. I don't know what you're attaching song submission bullshit to. Artists supporting artists, exactly. Thank you for being here, Michelle. If you are interested in joining our Discord, we'd love to have you in there. That's how you can tap in more with the community and not just us and whoever's on or happens to be on TikTok right now. Honestly, I think more people are on Twitch right now, right? It seems like. Is it Bella's Lullaby, bro? In this valley of
That is what it sounds like.
shadows. Yeah, it does.
Oh, you're good, David. I got yours. You're set to go. We changed the email that it went to like a month or 2 months ago or something like that. So some people that have been here for a year or 6 months, something like
Let's
that.
see. Yeah, it
we're
did. We
sending
got
to
it.
the old
Thank
one.
you.
So I got you, Joseph. You're in. But yeah, David, you're completely
Valley
fine.
of Shadows.
In this valley of shadows. Oh. Ba-da-da-do. All right.
Our
It's
neighbors
here.
hate us.
Ready to go. What's that?
Our neighbors hate us.
I know. Just for like 6 more weeks. All right. This is Gargoyle. What's up, Senko? What's up, Tyson? This is Gargoyle. So you said nothing has changed since the last time we heard it, right? So you just want to get some updated notes that you can give to the engineer. Is that, am I picking up what you're putting down? Let me
Yeah,
know.
he just said he just wants to play it for fun, and then if we have anything else to add, we got it.
Okay, cool.
High above the cement streets, I feel it watching over me. I can't breathe, can hardly sleep. You've chiseled out
This
my
one's catchy as fuck.
innocence.
I know, dude.
Lying here,
Annoyingly
half
catchy.
asleep, not knowing what it
cool.
means to be someone that
Gotcha.
you love. Running like stone when we first touched. I'm running. Maybe it's
I'm excited you'll have a meeting.
It goes like this, so 1, 2, 3.
He's
A
taking some
simple
initiative on his
song,
end.
It's meant to be. Just let me slip inside your dreams, making you a masterpiece. Electric guitar, piano keys, like instruments. When we sing, we merge together beautifully. But we both know when sunsets dawn that you're quickly moving on. Hot so cold and broken bonds. Now a rubble falling on. I don't care what they say. I've stayed here for lesser things. Though I know I can't contain the fact that you don't feel the same.
Exactly. Loves
Your
it.
Right.
curse will fall on me. A protector's
What's up, Kraken?
Isn't it cool, Adam? Very different.
Catastrophe. How does one fly with heavy wings? Wreaking havoc, misguided deeds. A road away, our memories. You're an omen haunting me, but I can't stand to see you leave.
How you doing, Chaos? Good to see you.
What does that part say? Love spoiled? No, yeah.
I like that, Adam.
Exactly.
Let's go. Okay, let's run it back. So I'm basically, for those of you who don't know, I've heard this exact version of the song before. He just wanted to send it in, just to, this man, incredible blessing. I appreciate your support so much.
Joseph is the best. Joseph's family.
And just so excited to dig more. And right now I'm producing and going to be mixing a song for Joseph. So I'm really excited to like get deeper into that. Just working out like lyric structure and stuff. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a cool song. So we've already heard this whole structure. So I'm just gonna play it basically straight back through. I'll stop to pinpoint some things that I think that we've already talked about. Just like double check on it, make sure that you got a note for it. And then we'll dig straight back into it. But there won't be a whole lot else that I'll run into, so this will be a slightly different breakdown, of course. Bubsy said I didn't catch what you said, Libs.
No idea.
She said gargoyle.
Gargoyle.
Let's go. This is so catchy, dude. Honestly.
High above the cement streets, I feel it watching over me.
I love that, Adam.
I can't breathe, can hardly sleep. You've chiseled out my inner beast. Lying here, half asleep, not knowing what it means to be someone that you loved. Like stone when we first died.
I can picture a cool music video.
Yeah.
Maybe
With some gargoyles.
it's the melody, it goes like this, 1, 2, 3. A simple song, it's meant to be. Just let me slip inside your dreams. Making you a masterpiece. Electric guitar, piano key, like instruments.
It feels so much. I mean, I know one of the last updates we got was like having the guitars higher, hearing those melodies a little bit more distinctly. It sounds way more full because of that. So I'm excited. Just it's already going in the right direction, and you already have new notes for the engineer. So I'm excited to hear what the next revision on this looks like.
And we sing, we merge together.
Aren't we all? Like, that is just like the blessing and curse of being alive today is the
Especially
duality.
the younger generations, we're just like, man,
The
if I hear
duality
the
that
word
we live in.
unprecedented one more time.
Yeah, I just need like 2 years of precedented times would be fantastic. Can we have 2 years of precedented shit? That'd be nice.
Together beautifully. But we both know when sunsets dawn, that you'll quickly
I like following the guitar melody here too.
moving on. Hearts so cold and broken bonds. Now our rubble's falling off. I don't care what they say. I've stayed here for lesser things. Though I know I can't contain the fact that you don't feel the same.
Nice, Bubsy.
So like we already talked about, you need layers here. We already talked about that's going to be revised the next time you meet with them. The other is, I don't know if we talked about this too, but even just from a vocal register standpoint, it does fall down quite a bit, right? So you get like, as soon as that first voice hits, you kind of miss, and even like Libby said, like, what'd you say there? You miss kind of half of your phrasing there. Now the melody is crazy catchy. The da 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 da, so freaking catchy. The repetition is great, but you do lose the low register, so that might just mean tighten up the compression, or even just maybe automate your actual levels there, the fader there, to push your vocal forward just by a dB and a half, 2 dB. Maintain it, since you are dipping lower. You might be singing quieter or at a lower pocket of your range. It's a little harder to get air behind. So you might just be falling out of the mix slightly there. So one would be tightening compression slightly as needed and making up the gain. The other would just be automating your levels and push your vocal forward on the hook by 2 dB, 2.5 dB, so you maintain your prominence. That, in addition to layers, I think will make that far more punchy.
Yeah,
far
definitely,
more
Adam.
vibrant.
It would be super cool to have some visuals paired with this. My brain goes in a lot of different
I love
ways,
that.
but I like it.
I agree. Yeah, so I think, some small vocal restructuring on your hook. We've talked about some of it, but the other is just making sure that it stays on top when you're in a quieter, lower register of your vocal. But I like that fuzzy saturation too. It fits because the whole mix kind of sounds like that.
You're a curse before
And we already talked about swelling there a little bit. Yep, definitely.
How does one fly with heavy wings? Wreaking havoc, misguided deeds.
Oh, you do really great. I never would have guessed.
Let's go. Not at all, not at all.
You're awesome, man. Your English is great.
Yeah, and Joseph, this is also one of those things too, where like in my head, I can see just I guess in my like professional experience too, I can like see what works well on platforms. I can see what's catchy. I can see what is better for playlisting. I can see what will give you more opportunities for like I can see and know all of those things, and you can toss all that out the window to create authentically, and it could still do wildly well. You know what I mean? So like that's where like and I think that's one of the benefits of like our platform too, is we're not like, no, this is how hip hop's supposed to sound. This is how rock is. This is real rock and whatever. It's like, it's really just like getting in kind of like the nuance of it. And it's like, I know what tends to be executed better and be more likely to do well on certain things. But if there's also just a feel that you want to sit, and if there's a lyric you want to just hit and have space and have a little bit more context to it, then keep the gap, keep it open, keep it the way it is, right? This is where like your personal creativity comes into play, right? And so, and that to me is everything. That authenticity, that personal creativity, that personal inspiration, to me, is over absolutely everything. So if you hear that gap, if you try to fill it with something and it just doesn't hit the way you want it to, then the gap is yours. It's yours to keep the way that it is. So that'll always be, you know, just a passion of mine. It's like, I have ideas, I have things that I've seen do well, but I also want this song to be your song, and for you to be creative and for you to honor your own authenticity and the way that you express it matters more than anything. Let's go, Adam. Yo, give it up one time for the family. Shout out to Joseph. That song is called Gargoyle. It is in its late stages of the song. It is on its way to getting released and getting some of the final revisions from the producer and the guy that's engineering it. So if you like what you hear, definitely tap in with Joseph. Make sure that you're following Joseph everywhere. He also games here on Twitch every once in a while too. So definitely tap in with that.
Make sure you're tapped in on Twitch.
100%. Go support the family. Absolutely any way that you can show support.
Yeah, I was looking if my ears were red because I'm just like, dude, they're hurting so bad.
Well,
like,
those
it's rough.
Other ones are on ear, which is even worse too. I don't. Joseph, do you have a Spotify or no? I know you're getting into because these are going to be your first releases, so I don't think there is a Spotify yet.
No, still working on getting all of that in order. Which I'm definitely going to help however I possibly can. Joseph, of course, you know, if you have any questions right now, we'd be happy to answer them on live or you know, we're going to help you outside of the live too.
100%, man. 100%.
I'm very, very excited though for you to officially launch and release.
Same, like if I have some glasses that I wear just because I'm looking at screens all day, and it can give me like eye issues and dryness and headaches and stuff like that. And even when I'm doing that, it can be really painful. And these are heavy headphones too.
What is it again, Joseph?
Nothing on it in the name. It's subject to change because I got you.
Tic Tac.
Into Tic Tac. And you have the link tree too that people can find you at us too. Yeah, so definitely hop over to Twitch if you don't mind really quick, Joseph, so they can find you on there. We'll get you pinned for just a second. And that way people can go and find your link tree and find your other platforms and stuff like that.
Dude, it's really, it's so annoying.
It's a big factor in choices. So, I mean, most of you all know I have a bunch of random different pairs of headphones, but I also have a pair of HD 280 Pros from Sennheiser that I used to use to track more, but they're so brutally uncomfortable that I switched to these.
But what's your Spotify again? I forgot it.
Is it just the name?
Is it Joseph?
Headless headphones at the office? What is that? Thank you for the follow, Master X. Master XO.
Yeah, thank you so much for hopping out on Twitch and following.
That. It's just Jay.
We appreciate you and your support.
John Jacobs, All right.
People look at me like a D. Yo, I came from TikTok. I'm DJ. Oh, nice. Thank you so much for hopping in.
Thanks for hopping in.
Very happy to have you.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, there's
So yeah, you can see the line
70
right
of
here,
these.
DJ, and that's kind of how it works. Once you read through all of the steps on the submission form, which actually here on Twitch you can do !submit, and it'll bring up that submission form. You just look through all of that and see how it all works for future. If you don't want to submit today, we completely understand. But
Oh, I
just so
can't
you know
pin
how
because
it
of the
works,
box.
either way, we're very happy to have you.
Yeah, like I don't think I can even pull up since there's no content on there. I can't really pull it up
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay,
because
I
there's a
don't even
lot of
think it will.
JGs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pull up.
But yeah, I mean, obviously there will be some bridges that we cross kind of whenever we get there. So
Yeah, like right now, it's the same thing with DT and a lot of our other
Yeah.
artists, right, that come through
Get the
here. But I
music.
really want you to build up that catalog and for that to be your main focus. And then, of course, be, active on Pinterest.
Mhm.
Sorry, guys.
100,000. Hey, of weekly listeners, let's go. I love
Literally,
it. I love
let's
it.
go.
And honestly, Joseph, I don't put it past you, man. Like if you
Yeah.
are intentional with the way that you market, if you're consistent, if you're putting out good music, you're building up a catalog, and like you have a brand that people just like relate to, they attach to for whatever reason, right? And for every one of us, it's a little bit different. Then like you absolutely could. And that's like one of the things, like one of my downfalls too, is I spend so much time on other people's music, this as my job, that I very, very rarely get a second to like really try to create good content for my music and post it and get more listeners and stuff like that. So I think if you are intentional and you are consistent, and once you have this music set up and ready to go of putting it in front of people,
Yeah.
I don't deny it, man. You could have something really, really cool going
I'm
for you,
very
man.
excited, Joseph. It's just
Yep.
it's hard not to want to do it overnight, you know what I mean? But at the same time, the things that you take time on and build sustainably it always proves to be worth it for sure.
Yep.
So
100%.
it'll pay off 100%.
Y'all show some love to the family. Joseph.
No, literally, I think that's every creative can relate to that. Even me, I've had to be extremely patient in my own music. I'm literally married to a producer, but it's like, of course, we just have to grind and make money, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what life is for a lot of us right now in this economy, and I completely understand that. But that just means that our own personal stuff and creativity is going to take a back burner, and it sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't even have all my stuff fully in order or established because I haven't been able to go hard in releasing and stuff like that. So I'm right there with you, genuinely.
Yep. And honestly, like I think like we've had these conversations all of the time of like just how cool it would be for just to like wake up and you have 1 billion streams and it's like so fun and like whatever, that'd be so crazy, or like you just like won the lottery and all of a sudden everything's like, but there's like something so fulfilling about the fucking stress and just the toil you have to go through to just chip away at turmoil to just chip away at the process, right? Like the fact that like even like for myself, I've done music my whole life, and like just the fact, like I know that when that moment happens, if something's starting to get picked up, it'll be like so
definitely
fulfilling.
Adam.
It'll be like so just relieving because of the amount of work and time and money that went into like building skills and building a foundation to where if it did, like I think for a lot of us now, like if it happened tomorrow, you wouldn't even have the tools to maintain it. You wouldn't even be like, oh, I don't even know. And that happens for a lot of people. Where they like something like that's why there's one hit wonders. There's people that like all of a sudden their song blows up like crazy. They literally don't know what to do. They get a bunch of money. They just bury themselves in all of it. They don't even know how to like balance their life anymore. They go on tour for like 100 days and then their life falls apart, right? It happens more often than you'd think. And so honestly, like taking things slow and building a foundation, to me, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful.
Yeah, so anyway, all that to say that we're very proud of you, Joseph, and you know that no matter like what it is, we'll do it if it can help you. You know, like whatever we can do to help you on your journey, we will do. I'm very excited for you, and I'm just so grateful for the part that you play in this community. You are invaluable.
Absolutely.
And genuinely irreplaceable. You're really awesome, and we love you.
100%. All right, we got Adam in the building. Adam, you're up. Let's get straight into it. Hello, my name is Adam from the cold Poland. Welcome from Poland. So glad that you're here.
Did you double check that Cassie's not here?
I mean, I asked him before. So Cassie, let me know if you are here.
Yeah, just in case Cassie hopped back in, you are at the top. So want to honor that. I'm very appreciative. Thank you very much. Y'all are amazing and help people out daily.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, that's so sweet. We really appreciate you. You the best, bruh.
Got you, got you. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing Cassie right now, so we'll hang on to it.
We got Adam.
Been singing and making music the past 2 years. This year started going more worldwide by starting to post music on all platforms. Basically grinding. Let's go. I'm sending you a preview of a song that me and my producer have been working on the past 3 weeks with this female vocalist, Jane. We found her on Fiverr, or wherever the heck they found her. But yeah, thank God. Let's go. This song is a letter to my father, R.I.P. Sorry to hear that. Telling him how I've been doing lately with life. Hope you guys vibe with it. Okay, got you. I'm super excited to get into
rest in peace, and I'm so sorry for your loss. But thank you so much for being vulnerable and being willing to share your art with us. We don't take it lightly.
So grateful. And thank you so much for all of the love, Zooted. I see you in the chat all the time too, man. Thank you so much for the love and support as well.
Yeah, thanks so much.
We're getting into our...
You just got a sub today, right? From Wubsy? That was awesome.
And I appreciate that so much.
Yeah.
All right, let me get Adam here.
5 years. Aw.
More after
That's brutal, dude.
All right, cool. All right, and once again, we got, it looks like after the song, we got about 3 more songs. So if you want to submit, of course you can, or if you want to skip the line, you want to, like, if you want to boost yourself up the line, the board is completely modular, so you can always add to what you have. If you want to go a little bit faster, the line is always up right here on Twitch and YouTube.
I mix country and pop, so I'm going that path. Nice.
Perfect. So this is your collaborative production with Jane's vocal is kind of what I'm hearing. Let me know if that's correct. And then let me know if you're producing on it and stuff like that. Then let me know what you're using to produce, what instruments, what DAW, stuff like that. I like details.
Okay,
right.
Nice.
This is See Me by Adam right here. Okay, cool.
It's been 6 years, 6 tears dripped down my face, 6 beers. Still hear your voice in my breeze, whispering shit in my ears. Sick fear creeps in, life's a lit flare, quick flares. Burn bright, then it disappears. Tell me you're still there. I ain't seen your face since the day that they zipped you.
Wait, is this the right song? This is Jane?
It's got a fuzzy sound on the vocal for sure.
Yeah.
Now the smoke in the air ain't a sign that you're with me.
No, this is him. Okay. This is Adam.
Do they got front row seats where the angels fly?
Whoa, she's got a Miley sound to her.
All the stars real close when you stand that high.
It's like Miley and Dolly together, which is funny.
In time, I've been screaming at the sky, but it won't scream back. Just a black void like a deep relapse. Life's a game, but the ref never blew no whistles. I've been boxed in, trapped like a used old tissue. I wish you could come and I wish you could visit, but I talk to a tombstone and it just won't listen. I've been trying to keep it moving, but the wheels just spin like a clock with no hands. Man, I'm stuck in this shit. Do they got front row seats where the angels fly? All the stars real close when you stand that high. Do you still see me fighting to stay alive? Or am I just a shadow, a ghost in time?
What are you using right now, Adam?
I've been trying to keep it moving, but the wheels just spin like a clock with no hands. Man, I'm stuck in this shit.
Was there any other info for me on there?
No.
Do they got front row seats where the angels fly? All the stars real close when you stand that high. Do you
go.
Or am I just a shadow, a ghost in time?
Let's go. Y'all show some love to Adam. Show some love to Adam. I want to listen for something real quick.
Yeah, nice. Adam, really quick, do you have any other platforms that you want us to go over, or have you not ever distributed before? Like, do you have a Spotify, a YouTube, Instagram? Let us know where you're at on that side of things and like what your goals are. Okay, you do have a Spotify?
What's the name on Spotify? Let me pull it up right now. And there's something I'm listening for. Ocean.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
There's actually 4 of those.
Oh. Yeah, that must have been an error on the distribution side. Why is there so many Spotifys? Why?
They say it's just a hustle.
It's got that fuzzy sound.
Yeah, for sure.
I pull up every time you text me. I can't even tell you no. I got you on the back of my mind and I don't.
Let's give me a sec. Yeah, okay. Let me get back into the song. I know exactly what's going on. Let's get back into the song. I'm going to run it from the top really quick. I'm going to listen for a couple things.
I'm going to remove my headphones just
Yeah,
for the
that's fine.
second listen because my ears
fine.
are bleeding, guys. I'm sorry.
There's not like a ton we need to
But
go
yeah,
into
I
with this
did get
one.
to hear it that one time, so.
Yeah. All right.
It's been 6 years, 6 tears dripped down my face, 6 beers. Still hear your voice in the breeze, whispering shit in my ears. Sick fear creeps in, life's a lit flare, quick flares. Burn bright, then it disappears. Tell me you're still there. I ain't seen your face since the day that they zipped you. Now the smoke in the air ain't a sign that
What's up,
you're
Money?
with me.
I'm actually going to run the restroom, guys. Be right back.
Okay, so here's my context, and you can let me know what you think about this, Adam. So this whole production structure, including both vocals, is generative. So that's what I'm, I guess, a little bit confused about, and kind of what I want you to help me out with what you're doing on the production side. You said you're mainly doing the songwriting, so I'm assuming that you're using Moises or Suno to create the production structure, including the vocal. That's why I went and listened to your other one as well. But you can hear all the artifact. You can hear the blending of the instrumentation in the background where the piano becomes the guitar and then becomes the piano again. And then, of course, you can hear the artificial vocal structure as it like creates that vocal. So that's what I'm just asking about. So just let me know what you used to create it, just so we can kind of be on the same page. But the everything that I'm hearing here is AI, including what you have on Spotify. So I just want to be clear on what it is, and if your role is mainly just writing the songs and then using AI to produce it. But it is all generative. Okay, then your producer is, if you're paying them, then that's a whole other issue. So if your producer is doing the beats, your producer's lying to you and they're using AI. I have listened to thousands, if not tens of thousands of songs over just my career of doing music and doing these lives. And I've heard many, many, many AI songs. I just know the way that it sounds. You can hear it pretty distinctly. So if you're paying this producer to make these beats for you, then you are getting ripped off, because it's definitely AI. It's not even a question. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably a generative prompt into Suno or Moises. Those are kind of the two main ones. There's a bunch of them out. There's a whole bunch of them now. And in fact, they just lost a major lawsuit, so you can't distribute any of this. In fact, you're probably going to get a lot of stuff blocked in the very near future if they do recognize the artifact, or if it does pop up as AI on any site or is generated on any site, it'll probably be removed, and you're at risk of losing your distribution too. So keep that in mind. I think with Suno just lost a major lawsuit. There's a whole bunch of stuff going down because they're utilizing, I know, I feel that. Yeah. You're also utilizing copywritten material from other artists. Yeah, 100%. You're utilizing copywritten material from other artists. So the sound that you have on there for the female vocal is made up of someone else's
I
female
think
vocal.
it's honestly made up of Miley Cyrus and Dolly Parton.
Honestly, it very well
it
could
seems
be.
like it,
and
yeah.
they didn't license that vocal out. They're not getting compensated for their vocal likeness being used in that vocal structure. So that's why they lost the lawsuit. So just keep that in mind. This is not stuff I would release. In fact, the stuff you have released that is AI, and again, it is. I just made sure and went and checked. Make sure I'll get that off of platforms as soon as you can, so you can at least maintain distribution, focus on songwriting, start working with some talented session musicians, even people that are willing to do it for free, for points. Like session musicians can cost anywhere from like $100 on per song, but you might be able to find someone that'll do it for free or $50 for 10% of the production side or something like that, right? So find some people you can grow with. So if you are doing the songwriting on this, and then AI is used to produce it, and then the vocal who's on Fiverr, who's also using AI, if they're doing all that stuff, then just start to work with real people. For one, it's gonna be better. It's gonna sound better. This doesn't sound, even though it's like, it sounds fake good, where it's like it's technically well compressed, but it sounds fuzzy and has a lot of artifact and warbling to it that doesn't sound polished or professional, right? So you're definitely gonna
which is also probably why you have all, like, whenever we type in your name on Spotify, it comes up with like multiple different profiles. It's probably giving you trouble in that area because they're flagging it.
Yeah, your distribution's getting split and stuff like that. Yeah, so just something to, I'm not, like mad at hearing it. I just know how it sounds. So it's just something you need to look into, right? It's something you need to start working with real musicians. If you're a good songwriter, just find some people you can grow with. It might start rough. It might start worse quality. Find a cheap engineer for $50 that you can start to balance things out with. I promise you, you'll go farther.
Yeah.
I promise you, you'll get more
and
fans.
let us know how we can direct and guide you in the way of, like, if you want to be a songwriter, like if you need tools, stuff like that, we can definitely point you in the right direction.
100%. So let me skip to the last part of this, because the rest of it is not even something you can like you can hear it. I've heard so many AI songs at this point, especially even just in the live, like it just happens.
It's getting more and more obvious to me now. But this one's very fuzzy, so it was like super obvious.
So something to keep in mind, something that I would look for. And again, I want you, if you are passionate about music, I just want you to find the right people that are going to take care of you and give you some real music that you feel supported in. So let me skip to the end part here, because there's no part of the revision of the mix I would even touch. The fix to this mix is just real instrumentation and a real vocalist with a good quality mic. So that's kind of my overarching tip, right? But honestly, just try to find some people that you know you can trust, and vet everybody. If you're hiring on Fiverr and this is beating you up now, vet everybody. Listen to their stuff. Get on a face-to-face call with them. Know that they're real. Like, part of the reason why I have a business at all, and you can see me all the time right here, singing, engineering. I can show you my Pro Tools. I can play the piano right here. You constantly see what's happening. If you can't see these people singing and engineering, you can't see them play guitar, don't mess with them at all. Even if they were real, if they're just like not willing to showcase what they do, I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. So let us know how we can best help you in your session today, your consultation. Whatever questions you have and any direction we can possibly give you, we got you 100%.
Let me hear the last 30 seconds, just for the sake of playing out this last 30 seconds here and hearing what the song was. So now that we've brought up AI, generative effects, you'll listen for it. You'll hear the fuzz. You'll hear the artifact. You'll also hear this blending of instruments. So you'll hear like a guitar in the background that like all of a sudden is kind of a piano. And then it kind of blends back a little bit.
I also thought when you said, because let me see, this song is a letter to my father. Telling him how I've been doing lately with life. Like, I thought it was gonna be more emotional, or like just be more of like that vibe of like being a letter and more personal and stuff like that. It didn't feel personal at all. So yeah.
I personally don't think so, Eddie, just because what I love about music is playing music. So like, what I love about playing piano is playing piano, right? And what I love about hearing piano is someone
that makes
piano,
sense.
Right?
Happy, sad.
Got you. Yeah. All right. So it's like,
I don't think you could get with Joseph. Joseph does the happy, sad really well, right?
So like, and so like the same thing with like other AI art and stuff. Like, it can be a tool. It can be something that you utilize. Like, I don't have any issues with AI as a whole, right? Even in some aspects, the way that it's utilized in like mixing formats and things like that, it can be a tool, right? But I don't like necessarily think it's cool, because to me it is just a cheaper, faster, high energy draw.
Once you like hear that generative factor and you learn how to pick up on it, you can't unhear. You can't change your brain. You know?
Now you'll hear it. Now you'll hear that this is like a really brilliantly recorded bad quality song. You know what I mean? Like it's the duality of it.
Adam
It's
said he was going for happy sad, and I was like, oh, you should get with Joseph. Joseph
Mhm.
does the happy sad well, as Adam previously mentioned.
So if humans, I mean, if real musicians played this with like real instruments, it would sound infinitely better. Not even a question.
But it's tricky because if AI is writing the structure,
Yeah.
then that also gets really tricky too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
you just have to be
It's
careful.
a lot of gray area. So I don't necessarily. That's why like if some producer's charging you $400 and then using AI, get your money back. You know what I mean? Then you're obviously in a bad spot.
Yeah, and also if you'd be comfortable sharing the producer, we would like to know. That
Yeah.
way, they can stay on our radar as somebody
Definitely.
that scams people.
Yep, 100%. I know a few. So
Yeah.
unfortunately.
All the stars real close when you stand that high. Do you still see me fighting to stay alive?
In the background there, is it a piano? Is it a guitar? Is it a banjo? It's whatever. It's just this blend of noise to fill the mids. So it's generated to make sure that it's there, but you can't even tell what it is. And a real, like a real country production, you hear the acoustic panned wide, you hear the sharp bass in the middle, you hear a slide strat on the right side, and then a slow low right here. Like you can distinguish it all.
Stars real close when you stand that
Hard to miss once you know.
Do you still see me fighting to stay alive?
Same with the background vocals. They're just kind of
Am
there.
I just a shadow, a ghost in time?
Like that acoustic high movement right there turned into a bass at the, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I guess that's kind of the
course.
debate, right,
Yeah.
Eddie? It's like one of those things where it's debatable, I think.
What is music?
Yeah, like what is music? What defines music? And if you consider generative stuff, it's kind of like AI art in that same way. It's like it's always not going to feel like true art. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? It's going to be generative. It's going to feel like a computer.
Yeah. And the only reason I would say, like, because obviously from a perspective, like if you objective perspective, you're like, it's like, yes, I heard a song, I heard music. Like, right. Obviously, like what you hear is a song and it hears music, but you're not hearing, there's no one doing it. Right. So no one played guitar, no one sang, it's zeros and ones, right? It's completely generative. So it's like, as far as like what I know musicianship to be, an instrument, like an instrument structure.
Yeah,
it's like
Adam, do you
not,
have
right?
any questions for us?
Yeah, let me know, man. 100%. Cuff, welcome in. Appreciate you hopping in.
Right, exactly, Eddie. I think you're spot on.
But Adam, thank you for being vulnerable with your craft and even just sending to know. I appreciate you sending it in. But I think you have a lot of conversations to have more than anything.
Exactly.
Look
and
internally at what you're
because
doing.
I am a little
Yeah.
too confused how like it was you singing, but your vocal is
What's
like
up, Zach?
AI. Like I don't know how that. Thank you,
Thank
Cuff.
you so much, Cuff. I
Big
appreciate
shout out
you,
to
man.
Cuff over on TikTok,
Thank you so much, bro.
sending all the love. He is the gifting king.
Dude, come on with the money. Come on, bro.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
So
you so
yeah,
much,
there's just like there's confusion there for me where I'm like, okay, so how did you sing it? But also like
because your vocals AI.
it's
too.
literally AI. So like
Yeah.
So I don't understand that, but
Oh God.
of
Come
course.
on.
Hey!
Whoa.
Of course, if you have any specific questions and ways we can help you, then you know that we're here.
Yeah, have some conversations with the people around you. Look internally on what you're doing, what you're choosing to do within the structure of your own music, and I think you'll be in a good spot.
A
Man.
good model probably has been used for my vocals.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the vocal that you have on there, and the one that's released on Spotify too. These are all like when I hear this is AI.
They
Yeah.
say
You hear you hear that crunchy artificial little nugget right there.
Yeah, releasing AI on Spotify is such a bad idea.
You could be blocked from your distribution completely. So yeah, just something to keep in mind. Look internally at what you're doing. Talk to the people around you that you're saying you're utilizing for some of this stuff. And Miss Cuff going crazy, bro.
Cuff,
Dude.
you're so sweet.
Love
You're
you.
literally an angel.
All
We
we
love
ask, man.
having you in the Vibe Tribe. Thank you so much.
That's all I ask. Take it to heart. See what's going on, and then see how you want to adjust in order to facilitate potentially a career as a songwriter authentically. I'm excited for the opportunity
Exactly,
for that
yeah.
too, man. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let's keep it going, man. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully it just kind of opened your eyes and you get kind of
Thank you for being here,
a
Adam.
fresh outlook. All right, Cassie, quick update. Cassie, let me know if you're here. Let me know. And Cuff, thank you so much for all the gifts, man. Love and appreciate you so much. Hope you and the family are doing absolutely incredibly.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, with the cauldron,
dude.
Yo!
St. Patrick's.
The pot of gold, man.
That was cool.
Dude.
Cuff always lets us see gifts we would never otherwise get, and it's such a blessing, dude.
I appreciate
thank you
the love so
much,
much, bro. Thank you.
We really love you, Cuff.
Please make sure y'all follow Cuff, man. Show some love and support to the family. Do anything you can to boost them and help them out.
I would get him
too.
pinned, but it won't let me pin. Oh,
let's go.
That's so pretty.
Fine. We gotta get you one of those.
I know. I want to screenshot that.
All right, I don't see Cassie, so we're gonna go straight into David.
I need that. I need to just wear that.
I know.
All the time.
That just looks fire, regardless. All right, David, hop in the chat. Oh, it's like a bird.
Gosh.
Where is it? Oh, it's right there.
Wow.
It's like on me. Let's
so
go.
cool.
Let's go, man. Shout out to Cuff, man. Once again, if you're not already following the family, you need to. You absolutely need to.
I have a question for you guys. I went from 20K monthly listeners to legit like 30K or 30. Okay. No kidding. I didn't drop for 5 months and lost everything. How often do you think you should drop music, and how long do you think is too long to wait to drop? Yeah, so it definitely comes down to engaging your
Love
audience. Yeah, thank you.
Seriously,
thank you,
love you so much, man. Appreciate all of your generosity.
Dude, you're the best. You're the best gifter in all of the land. Like, literally.
In all of the realms.
In every single realm. I am the queen and you are the king. Gifter.
Queen or King Cuff.
Exactly. Or what is it? Like, I ordain you as, I don't know.
I knight you.
Yeah, I knight you as the best gifter in all of the land.
We love you, man.
Yeah, Sick Rats, it really comes down to what was I saying? Creating that it's like creating that hype, but also figuring out what it takes to maintain that viewership, right? And those follows. Dang. I know Twitch is kind of left out on this side, and so it just seems like we're like
so much, bro.
Like going crazy. But if you hop over to TikTok, you'll know why we keep stopping the live, because Cuff Malone over on Twitch is sending a bunch of movies.
He's sending a movie over here.
Yeah, Cuff, you're making us look crazy out here.
I know, we're like have 2 personalities. Yeah, so 1200 hertz. Oh my gosh. Just like back and forth.
Yeah, so 1200 hertz. Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, it really comes down to, that's why we always talk not just about releasing and also like making sure that you're marketing, but making sure that that foundation is solid. Because if the foundation isn't solid, the rest of it is not sustainable, right? So that's why it's so important to have everything in order and make sure that you're giving people reasons to not only, listen to one of your songs when you release it, but actually follow and actually like come behind you and support you, right? And that's the biggest thing that everyone needs to like work on growing is that audience and that like ride or die fans, you know?
I mean, I think your intuition is correct. You know,
I feel like I got a big way from TikTok, but never connected with them and retained them. Exactly, dude. Yes, you're like hitting the nail on the head. So that is what I would really, really focus and work on is ways to really connect with your audience and make sure that what your big focus on is not promoting, right? Or getting them to listen to one of your individual songs, but rather what value can I offer you guys and how can I best connect with you? How can I make my audience feel like they're more of like a friend? You know what I mean? Because as soon as people feel like you're a friend, then they're ride or die.
Got you.
100%.
Yeah, on a practical note too, Sick Rats, Spotify specifically as a DSP now. Now, people can hate on Spotify, but Spotify is 60% market share, right? So it's like people are like, I think Delinquent was saying earlier, like SoundCloud pays 10 times more than Spotify. I'm like, well, SoundCloud is 0.4% of the market share of major streamed music, right? Apple and like YouTube being like the other 20 and 15%, and then Amazon and Tidal and Deezer and stuff being underneath that. But Spotify makes up 60% of the market share. So speaking to Spotify specifically, because that is where most of your exposure will come from, it is a social platform by default. Music is on there, but it operates very similar to a social platform where they value likes and shares and consistent content and feeding their algorithm with new information. It's why, like, they're not going to keep, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for following on
They're
Twitch.
not going to keep pushing just like this like old song from like 98 from Chris Brown if there's newer stuff that they can add into an R&B playlist, right? Like they value new information, new content. It's also social sharing. You can have collaborative playlists on there, all of that stuff. So they do value new content on the platform. Now, whether you do that once a week if you can, or you do that once a month, it is valuable to have new information on the platform. So I've experienced this myself, man. Cuff with the travel with me.
Dude,
oh my god, bro.
Oh my god.
Dude, thank you so much.
Can someone screen record before Cuff does that?
Sent us to the Grand Canyon.
Literally,
let's go.
Incredible. That's the best vacation we've had in the last 10 years.
I know, we have not had that's
kidding.
as close as we have gotten. Yo, shout out, Cuff. That's as close as we've gotten to a trip in a long time, man. Thank you for the love.
We've just been so focused on grinding.
Dude, seriously.
We believe one day it's going to pay off, but literally you just gave us a vacation.
So I would recommend.
Thank you so much, Cuff.
I would recommend more consistent content. If you can do once a month, I think that's pretty ideal, or at least once every other month. Thank you, bro. And thank you so much for the follow over here as well. Appreciate you all a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Consistent content will be to your benefit. Now, you can do that strategically. If you only have the capacity to put out a song every 3 months, and that's just all that you have, then do an acoustic version that you can do. Do a slowed down reverb version. Do a sped up version, right? Like, just start to put new content out there so that there's at least new information going to Spotify consistently. It's definitely helpful.
That arm was going crazy. I almost thought it was another gift.
It's going crazy. Is that a view? I know it's all blurry too over here.
Is that a dragon or is it Torvik's hand?
Dragon, or is it the palm of my hand? Anyways, hopefully that makes
Sick Rats, I think thinking of it like any other social platform definitely can help. And like I said, just retaining that followership. No, that's not a word, but I think
let's go, Ozzy.
Hey,
thank you.
I think you'll get it. The fact that you even had that many listeners means you can get them again like that.
Yeah.
Yep. So don't worry too much about it. And honestly, even more than releasing every, however often, it's really just going to be how can I get these people to be fans on every single platform that you're on. And I know you probably already are since you're big on YouTube, which I'm really happy to see that you're big on YouTube. It's a big one. But make sure you are posting shorts and prioritizing shorts as much as you are prioritizing your TikTok and your Reels if you're posting those too.
One tip that I heard from a music marketer once too.
And then we'll move on because I know we spent a lot on this.
One tip that I heard from a music marketer one time who was like really high.
Thank you so much for the bits, Wubsy.
Worked with hundreds of artists and they're really, really high like level like Republic music marketer, right? Like one of the big ones. And they talked about releasing at the capacity of your promotion. If you release past your capacity for promotion, it doesn't do anything. So if you release a song a week and don't put it anywhere, it doesn't really matter. And so it's like if you only have the capacity to like barely post at all, like you have no time to post or make any content, there's not a huge benefit in flooding the Spotify market with songs that no one's ever going to hear, right? Because you're only going to get paid out for those songs if they get at least 1,000 streams in the annual anyways. Otherwise you don't get paid.
Yeah, because that's why I hesitate to say like make sure you're constantly putting out on Spotify, because then you can really end up watering down your stuff at the same time too. You want to make sure that what you're releasing is actually good quality and
that's
like,
the foundation of it.
Yeah, of course. Like in that it's worth it to actually put out. It's still that industry standard vibe. Sure. So that's why I say more than the consistency of getting a song, because that's really not feasible for most people that aren't like full producers, engineers. Like that can get really expensive and unsustainable, right? So what I would mostly focus on is growing those platforms up and just like really focusing on getting those connecting with your people.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, let's keep it going. We got David in the building. David, you're up. We're on our last 3 songs.
Like Torvik mentioned, Sick Rats, your intuition is great.
Thank you so much. Is it Moof? Am I saying that correctly? Moof. Thank you so much for being here.
No worries
I'm so glad you're here. Hey, not at all. Yeah, that's why it's track talk.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I really thank you so much for that compliment. That was really sweet.
All right, this is David G.
I like how you said move.
Is this move?
I'm dead. You're also catching us towards the end of our stream, so please forgive us, but we are going to increasingly get more stupid.
Yeah, so you're getting the butt end of this. All right, let's get it. This is Supernova by David G. David G, give me context.
David, I'm excited.
Talk to me about production. Talk to me about the mix structure and your role that you played in creating this track. Hey, thank you for the March Cuff Malone. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love.
Y'all, if you have a TikTok and you can easily hop over there, go send some love to Cuff Malone.
I love that, dude.
He is being extremely supportive in the live and is the reason we are able to gift boosts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I love that, man. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's get it. Supernova by David G. Let's run it.
We don't really do that, David, but thank you for offering.
And then, but yeah. So give me some context on production and mix, and then let me.
It's pronounced mouth, but with an F. Okay, mouth.
Okay, got you. I just saw a lot of O's and O's.
It's like mouth, not move.
All right, let's run it.
Thanks for doing that, Katie. Cuff deserves it. Y'all go tap in with Cuff. He's so supportive and encouraging and sweet.
Perfect. Ooh, some 80s shit. Where'd you get the production? Is that your vocal too there, though?
Sometimes I wonder where I feel I'm from outer space. Homes in the stars I gaze. They're just nothing on this planet that resonates. Everyone hates the truth, but I'm doing better, doing better. You will feel my place for months, but I'm doing better, doing better.
Yeah.
I don't compare to the sun because I'm supernova. Ooh, supernova. Supernova. I hear that sound in the space where God be calling my name. You can't imagine
Nice.
how I'm fucking supernova. Ooh, supernova. Supernova. I hear that sound in the space where God be calling my name. You can't imagine her high because I'm supernova.
This is nice.
Let's go, David.
She looked in my eyes and she said I would blow up cause she recognizes a star for the globe.
And thank you for including your Spotify. I got it. I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah, last couple tracks. We might be back on tomorrow, though.
Doing better. You will feel my place for months, but I'm doing better, doing better. Feel my place. Just know I'm reborn again. Supernova. Supernova. I hear that sound in the space where God be calling my name. You can't imagine how hot I'm fucking supernova. Supernova.
Ooh, I could hear the Kid Cudi vibes.
Yeah.
I hear that sound in the space where God be calling my name.
I like your voice a lot.
You
Really
can't
cool.
imagine how hot because I'm supernova.
And I love as you can see, I love the 80s synths. I love that movement. Oh, that's perfect. Or do Mouth, go do the community review there. The community review there. You can get a free breakdown there from the community as well.
Yeah, and I also wanted to mention that you could hop in the Discord, like he said, for live or stream notifications.
Yeah, for sure.
We also have a broadcast channel on Instagram that we notify before we go. So those are some options, but we would absolutely love to have you. Ignore that Nightbot because we need to update that.
Yeah, we need to update that.
But these are the submission rules for whenever you are ready to, just so you know how it all works and
Yeah,
stuff. But very happy to
definitely.
have you hopping in here, and thanks for being
100%.
part of the Vibe Tribe.
All right, let's run it back from the top. Let's go, David G. I'm excited to break this down. It's got a really cool feel. The thing that's kind of at the forefront of my mind as we dig into this song is the balance between the two vocals and not getting too noisy, because you have a really cool voice. I like her voice a lot too. The structure is good. The production is cool. I love the 80s. That's kind of my vibe. I want to see if we can find like a sweet spot between vocal layering so it doesn't feel like there's two prominent lead vocals vying for your attention and becoming noisy, but it feels like supported. It feels foundational and obviously like nice and clean and punchy. But honestly, I like a lot of what you're doing, David. So this is David G featuring Zaylee, I think is the name. The song is called Supernova. Let's get into it. I'm excited, man. This is nice. Love those synths. I mean, that's my jam.
Hey, hey! Your love, your love, please, your love.
Ooh, sometimes I wonder where I feel I'm from outer space. Arms in the stars I gaze. Ooh, there's just enough on this planet that resonates. Everyone hates the truth, but I'm doing better, doing better.
I like her accent. It's cute.
You feel my place for once, but I'm doing better, doing
That little accent section, no, I'm doing better. That little vocal accent right there. I would love for that to be stacked, just because that's a really easy stack point and stat point in the song that I think you could amplify from just having the singular vocal and maybe an ad lib in the background kind of floating around to something that has like a harmony on it or like a double stack that feels really really energetic on both of those. I love it, David. It sounds cool. I like it a lot. That would be a good opportunity for you to really beef up the vocal stack there
I
to
love
give it that
it. Yeah,
accent
it adds
and that
extra
energy
character, which is nice.
and add that energy there on that portion of the song, on kind of like your pre-hook of the song. Let me back it up.
truth, but I'm doing better, doing better.
So even like
Bro's got a
the
website. Let's go.
even like the third right there,
Truth, but I'm doing better, doing better.
kind of in that like in that, and then let it go.
Feel my place for once, but I'm doing better, doing better.
Like having that little stack right there just to amplify it before the hook would just give it that little flip, that little bit of energy moving into the hook.
I don't compare to the sun.
Overall, it's like a pretty like well balanced mix. Everything feels pretty clean and clear. I like it a lot. What are you tracking with?
Cause I'm supernova. Ooh, supernova.
Love the stacks there.
Supernova. I hear that sound in the space where God be calling.
Okay, nice.
You can't imagine how hot I'm fucking supernova.
I like the energy behind your vocal. It's got a cool energy.
I like that.
Where God be calling my name. You can't imagine how hot I'm fucking supernova. Ooh, supernova.
Nice.
Supernova.
Pretty good, Jenna.
That sound in the space where God be calling my name.
You can't imagine how hot
Because I'm supernova. She looked in my eyes and she said I would blow up. Cause she recognizes I star for the glow. Heat like the solar, you stuck in the polar.
Vocals tracking's nice and open.
And a galactic mind up
Very
on my
nice.
shoulders. Ha, you cannot break me so. Better run safely home.
Kind of the same thing we were talking about before. Honestly, to be honest, like most of this is like pretty clean. I think some of the rhythms of each vocal could be a little bit more concise. Like some of the phrasing will be slightly off, so you'll hear like the S's and stuff like that be a little bit off of each other. This is another tip I learned from another producer or another engineer who he makes all of like Nick D stuff. I didn't learn it from him. Actually, learned it years ago, but he just talked about it recently, so it's back in kind of my attention. Is taking the S's out of your background vocals and the T's out of your background vocals, so you get like all of the phrasing, but you don't have to like line up the syllables and stuff like that, because that can be super frustrating. Where like your like main consonants and like sharper consonants are like cutting in at different times. It makes the vocal sound kind of chaotic or noisy. If you don't have something like Vocaline Project 5, which is what I use to line up vocals if I need to, then you can literally just take out some of the syllables of these or like carve them out with automation on the background vocals so that you don't even have to line any of that up. You still get all of the other phrasing of the vocal. That's like really intentional engineering, but it can definitely make a difference. Yeah, 100%. If you want just like the quick fix, but costs a little bit of money, that would be Project Five Vocal Line. I use it all the time for R&B vocals and pop vocals because it just lines everything up perfectly. So both of your vocals, one would be used as a source, one would be used as a tail, and then it matches those transients, and it's
David,
so
you
easy,
do everything. I'm very impressed with that.
so easy.
This is really impressive.
Yeah, super cool. And your vocal mix is really nice, but that's part of what makes it noisy, right? That's part of what makes it feel more detached, is just hearing all of those kind of echoes of the same line, ending a vocal phrase at slightly different times, and that's you start to pick up on it. So that'd be one thing I think would be a really nice polish on this record. Vocal line's great. I love it. And that low red.
I know. What the heck?
Damn, bro. Come on.
Is Joseph here? You would love that.
I love it.
Amazing, David. You should be so proud.
Let's go. Nice, nice.
Always for us to know. The allergies are like year-round in Texas.
I really like this, David. I think you're doing so many things really, really well.
Super catchy.
Cool. It's a catchy song. I mean, I'm going to be humming that for the next 2 hours.
It's gonna do really, really well.
Super, super catchy. Yeah.
I'm excited for you.
If there's any level of professional polish, I think it would just be lining up the vocals where you can, like I said, you could do manually. You can dig into it on Melodyne and really, put some things together, or spend $200, get vocal line, and fix it in about 30 seconds. Sometimes, like for me as an engineer who spends a lot of time engineering records and producing constantly, just like this, what I do, that 2 hours was worth it. You know what I mean? Me having to dig into Melodyne for 2 hours per song and per vocal layer that I'm working on to just line everything up and chop it up. It's so annoying. I spent, I think, like $200 on Project 5 Vocal Line, and the first time I lined that shit up, I said, hold on 1 second. We could have been doing this for the last 5 years. Was worth it for me, might not be worth it for everyone else, but that was one of the plugins that I've gotten. Most of them I feel like you can just do with stock plugins, but that was one that I paid for. That was like, man, that was worth it within the first day. It just bought me half a day back. So honestly, if you're making a lot of R&B and pop and working with great vocals like hers and your own, might be worth it.
Yeah, Recheck, we're going to try to go this weekend. We'll see how it pans out, of course. So we'll keep that one pending and tentative, but we'll definitely be live on Monday and Tuesday for sure. And that will be the last of it for a week at least. But or we might try to do some fun random little lives. I don't know. What do y'all think? We've been thinking about maybe doing like something fun like a talent show or just something less serious, but of course we'll be back doing these once we're back.
Definitely.
David,
show some love.
Absolutely
David, amazing.
Would you mind pulling his Spotify up on the? Oh, perfect.
There you go. I'm gonna use the restroom.
So, one thing I wanted to point out for sure is that you want to get a banner in, whatever you feel like your aesthetic is. Your profile photo will show up as the banner on like an iPad like I'm on right now, and maybe phone. Let me see what it does on phone. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so on mobile devices, it will make your profile photo the banner, but I always like to recommend that you designate a banner that works for all different. I didn't even realize I could do a banner till now. Yeah, no worries. That's why I always point it out. It's always helpful to have an extra set of eyes, right? And ears. So that's what we're here for. But yeah, just make sure you get a designated banner that feels accurate according to the aesthetic you want to present and put forth in your music, and just consider your music identity and think about what you want that brand to be, and then come up with some kind of banner that you can, ideally you want your aesthetic to be very identifiable as David G's music. You know what I mean? you want people to see your aesthetic and be like, oh yeah, that's David, or vice versa. They see you and they're like, they have an image in their head of what your aesthetic is, you know? So definitely get a banner up there that will work with all what is it called, screen sizes. So that's always the trickier part, is like it'll look fantastic on a desktop or something, but then on the mobile it's like completely cut off. So ideally with Spotify, because people utilize it on so many different platforms, I like to make it something a little more abstract or just like very wide angle. That way it doesn't have like words that I'm cutting off and shit, you know? And then your description actually looks fantastic on there, so I'm really proud of that. What I will say would help is adding some keywords. So a location would do well. You already mentioned genres, which is fantastic. But definitely tagging some artists that you pull inspiration from, that you feel like have a bigger audience that you could pull from, or that Spotify could, Spotify's algorithms could use to get you even more listeners. So, thank you so much, Jenna. You're so sweet. You're awesome, amazing too. But yeah, so what was I gonna say? One more thing about that. Honestly, overall, your Spotify looks really great. Congrats on the 3,000 monthly listeners. You know, that's not nothing. So you're obviously doing something well. Your biggest thing is going to be what we were just talking to Sick Rats about, which is just making sure that you're really building up that like thorough and, ride or die fan base, so that it's not as hard to maintain those listeners. And obviously only ideally even grow it. And then I saw that you had a website, which is so fantastic. It's laid out really, really well. It looks very professional. I see basically the only identifiable like brand or aesthetic that I see now is like the blue kind of, moody-ish vibe you're going for. So yeah, I would just explore that a bit more and maybe build out your branding according to that. But overall, you're absolutely killing it. Let's see.
All right.
Yeah, no, I feel like your homepage is a nice like. Yeah, no, it's a nice like look into. Or like what? Oh god, this is when my brain starts like glitching and I can't think of words as well because it's like,
Insight.
Not insight.
Just hopping in, sending
like it's like a quick look at everything you have to offer, which is ideal for a homepage. Mm-hmm. Thank you. The website still needs some work. Haven't touched it much lately. Well, I'd say it looks pretty good. Yeah.
Nice.
Of course, there's always things to improve, right? I think it will be really cool when you get merch and you actually have something at the shop link and stuff like that. But overall, David, it looks really, really good.
Fantastic. Man, y'all give it up. Give it up. Give it up. David G. And you can find David G on all platforms under that name. So yeah, you've got some great movement behind what you're doing already, man. I'm super, super excited honestly, to see what you do in the future, man.
Yeah. And what I would point out and what your next focus should be, besides working and building out that brand, like I was saying, which you definitely can hop on Pinterest to do a bit more of, is working on getting your YouTube claimed. And if it is already claimed, then just make sure that it's combined with a personal YouTube and start posting on YouTube. YouTube is definitely underutilized by a lot of artists, but it can really pay off. So absolutely. I would definitely say to build out your YouTube for sure.
100%. All right, man.
And then, David, of course, if you ever have any specific questions, we got you, David.
So glad you came in,
Thanks for being a part of the Vibe Tribe now. Appreciate I hope that you hop in the Discord.
Absolutely. All right. Quick call for Cassie. Let me know if you're here. If not, Kumi, let me know if you're here. I know we're getting deeper into the list now, so I don't know how many people might still be here.
Yeah. Oh, but we do have Stanky.
Yeah, I'll do kind of two at a time. Absolutely, dude. I'm so glad you came in. You got a really cool voice. Yeah. And I mean, the 80s stuff is like
very talented.
That's my jam. I love it, dude. I don't see Cassie or Kumi. Stanky.
Cassie, Kumi.
I know Stanky's in and out.
Yeah, I'm sure that Stanky's here.
Let me know. Let's go. Stinky, you're up. Let's run it. Let's run it. Let me
It
pull it
pays
up.
to stick around, guys, because you just never,
Never
know.
know,
Yeah,
never know,
you never
never
know
know.
if you might just get to go.
You
Just
just
awesome.
saved. And what's the name under Stinky so I can find it? I don't.
This is our
see-
last one for tonight, right?
2 more.
Oh man, I'm dying.
Or if we have to.
No, it's okay.
We have
I
to
think I
swing.
got it.
Okay.
And then Stinky, just let us know if you have any specific questions on the branding side, or if you, I hope maybe you included something in the email.
Yeah, let me know what the name of the like what would be on the email, because when I search Stanky, nothing pops up. But just let me know if it's under like a different name. That way I can just pull it up and I have what we need.
I'm so excited, Stinky. I know you've been waiting a while, and we have absolutely loved having you in the Vibe Tribe and in these live streams. If you need a break, I'm okay with playing another day. Thank you so much, Dom. That's
appreciate
very
that.
sweet. Yeah.
Dom,
means
what do
a
I?
lot.
Is that circle time? Is that you? Which one are you on the board?
I do want to hear the children's music, though. That's so cool. I'm so excited about that.
Okay.
Yeah, Stinky, we've absolutely loved having you. You're so cool. You instantly became family.
That didn't pop up. It's not in spam, I don't think.
No, I do remember seeing that. Let me see.
Yeah,
I feel
double
like I
check it.
remember seeing that.
Okay, cool. Okay, got you, Dom. Yeah, okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I had the right name up there. Excuse me. These Texas allergies are getting to me. Got in this morning with you.
Yeah, of course, Stinky. But if you have, no, we can't find the email for some reason. I feel like I pulled up your Instagram the other day, though, didn't I?
Stinky sticking up orange. Is it a song that's released? If it's a song that's released, then I'll just pull that up. Stinky.
Yeah.
The hustle, just the way.
Turn this A off, shit off. Alright, stir. Okay, I got you here. Gotcha. Oh, okay, what's the song name? Yeah, what's the song name? And I'll just pull it up from there. And then any other platforms, just drop them in the Discord, and then we'll bump it. And then this is we're already closed there, so I'm going to close up on anyone who's on. If you're on the list here on, you can see it on Twitch or YouTube. Anyone can push themselves forward. So if you want to skip, you want to make sure you go to tonight to be the last one that we play. Of course, you still can. That's up to you. But I'm going to go ahead and close it since we just have one more after this. Let's get Stanky off the list officially. Stanky, so glad we get to one of your songs here. And then we'll do one more.
Yeah,
song.
I do think Circle Time will be last if
They might if no one else
Cassie
pops
or
in,
Kumi doesn't hop in.
which is rare. So I'm super excited.
Yeah,
if we do
awesome.
get that chance.
Yeah.
All right, Don't Want to Be Alone.
Is it a 10?
15.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Let's go.
That's awesome.
I love it. All right, this is Stanky Stick. The song is called Don't Want to Be
Let's go,
Alone.
Stinky. I'm excited.
Remind me real quick, since I couldn't pull up an email with any more information, just update me really quick on, as you know, you've been here, on the production. Did you produce it? Is it BeatStars, YouTube Beat?
Wow, your description is
all that
so
stuff.
nice.
Let me
It's
know.
so long. I love that.
All right, Don't Want to Be Alone, Stanky Stick. Let's run it. Beautiful. Love it. Okay, nice. I like that. Amazing.
I know you gotta go. I know, but I don't wanna be.
She's good.
I know you gotta go. I don't wanna be alone.
Ivy.
Don't wanna be alone. Don't wanna be alone.
Ooh, that bass line is nice. What'd you use for that bass line? That's nice. I like that.
I don't wanna be alone.
This is super commercial, man. I could see this being played in so many different environments, restaurants. stores, retail, commercials. It's nice. Cool production. Friend played it, bases. That's a beautiful line. Boom. Give that little 7. Do you DJ or perform anywhere or anything like that? Production structure is really cool, Stinky. I like this.
Sounds good.
What dog are you using again? Did you say FL?
Yeah, exactly.
Like that little auto pan there. Let's go, stick. Let's go. I like the vibe a lot, Stick. really, really cool. Really commercial sounding. I like it. You could have a lot of opportunities with something like this. So show some love to the family and Delinquent on Twitch. Stanky says they appreciate it a lot. Man, y'all show some love to Stanky Stick. Let's get straight back into it. A couple little things that I think would help polish. We'll talk about vocal structure really briefly too. I do like her voice a lot too. She's especially in this style.
Especially for being her first time too.
Yep, first time, fantastic. I like the style a lot too. It works really well with her vocal. There's some processing you can do on the vocal that's really simple that I think would tighten it up a little bit, because the production itself. So this is always what I kind of keep in mind. If this production is like really pure and polished and tight and highly compressed, and like all these things, then you kind of want to make sure that the vocal at least points in that direction. It doesn't have to be as compressed as everything else, but it kind of needs to point in that direction at least, so it feels cohesive, right? If it's like a really raw, dry vocal in a highly processed track where everything's really like kind of perfect and quantized, then it'll feel like there's mistakes, which are just like natural vocal inflections. Now, if this was like just an acoustic guitar and a cello and it was like really open, then that vocal might fit perfectly. But you have to kind of find that sweet spot between processing to like make sure that it fits the genre and the energy of the track. So that's one thing that we'll talk about just really briefly. The other one is the bass line, which it's my favorite part, but it also I got you then. I got you. It would be cool. This is a great idea for a YouTube video. I've been posting a lot more consistently on YouTube lately, and I'm wanting to do a lot more of doing a vocal processing video and taking the same vocal and doing something high and something that's super loose and showing the contrast and how it could work. Yeah, we'll talk about that. There's some of that stylistic you can decide, but I do have some recommendations. But let me just chop through a couple things to hear it. But honestly, a lot of the sound design is the same for the whole track, so I shouldn't need to chop through much. So let's talk about vocals really quick first. I'll give you some just nuggets. I like the idea of a more have a link. Yeah, we already got it up. You're set.
Yeah, I have it.
On the vocal side, I like the idea of a more raw vocal here. So I do like the idea of something that has that chorusing of the double vocal right there. It's a little bit more raw. I would slightly tighten up your compression on the vocal a little bit too, so the vocal doesn't fluctuate as much in amplitude. It doesn't get like too like loud when she starts singing, and then it gets a little bit quieter after that on the next line. It's a little bit tighter. I typically there's a lot that you can dive into that I can't address all here, of course. But I would probably have at least 2 compressors on your vocal. One that's really fast, that grabs on the vocal very quickly. I personally use 1176 for this. And one that's really slow and smooth to just grab and control the vocal and determine, compressing your dynamic range just a bit more. I typically use an LA2A for that. So I do an 1186 that feeds straight into that. One just grabs the top about 5 dB or so, and the next one kind of smooths it out. That really helps this like really controlled, smooth vocal. That's also going to be kind of naturally saturated by the LA2A2 because it is an optical tube compressor, so you are going to get a little bit more of that breakup, which sounds really nice, really smooth. I use it all the time. That'd be one recommendation. The other one is tuning. Now, I don't mind some of that stylistic. Like when someone says this is too much auto-tune or not enough auto-tune, it kind of depends on what you want. Mm-hmm. I like a more raw vocal. I would bias towards raw. My recommendation, I'm not here to tell everyone to spend money, but would be Melodyne. I just don't think there's anything that beats the manual control over tuning. What I like about Melodyne, it's about $120 for the cheapest version, and there's a bunch of better versions, but the cheapest version that does what you need to do, it's about $120. Yeah, I like it raw too. So I would keep it that way. This is where Melodyne will come in. It'll transparently perfect the pitch structure of the vocal. You can do it automatically, you can do it manually, and you can adjust infinite amounts of little pockets in there to get it really, really perfect. If there's a note that's just not quite right, you literally just click it and drag it into the right note, and it's ready to go.
Yeah, you need to make Melodyne videos.
I do need to make Melodyne videos. Melodyne is one of the first plugins I ever bought for myself, and I was like 13 years old. No, like literally. I was like one of the first things I ever bought for myself 18 years ago. I love crazy. Melodyne. I've used it forever. It was about the same time I got Auto-Tune 2, and I used them both. Those are like the 2 first plugins I ever bought for it was like $75 back in the day. Anyways, that'd be one of the first. What this allows you to do is have a technically perfect vocal where it's like in the right key, but all of the natural inflections of the vocal are natural. So the fry, the little vibrato, and little tiny pitch changes are all going to be really clean, and you can adjust how clean it is, of course. It's going to be really clean, but it's going to sound very transparent and very natural without completely changing the way the vocal is structured. Now, auto-tune, of course, there's controls in there too, which I also have and use all the time. But auto-tune is going to affect like the biggest thing that people hear in auto-tune is affecting the retune speed, which is how fast that vocal gets corrected to the note. So it's going to correct it to the note, but how fast does it get it there? If it's really slow, you'll barely even hear it's happening, or it might not correct at all because you already changed notes because it was too slow. But if it's really fast, you get T-pain, right? So you can always add a little bit of that. If you want to go raw, you want to go a little bit more organic sounding, I would use Melodyne, and or I would just have a really slow retune speed of like 40 to 50 milliseconds on autotune, so it's technically hitting all the right notes, but also opens it up a little bit.
No.
It's just a raw vocal.
Yeah. It's really not bad for a raw vocal, and for it being her first time singing ever. Like, that's really impressive, actually.
And I would challenge any TikTok reviewer, because I know all of them, I'll be honest. I would challenge any TikTok reviewer to post their raw vocals that are being highly auto-tuned with their Travis Scott preset. Sorry, not trying to get into saying. I'm just saying most of these people that are like, oh, that's pitchy and trash can barely sing at all. Yeah, so most people, even some of the top artists in the world posting their raw vocals would wake you up to how much work is being done in the studio. So I'm not trying
That's ridiculous, and I would definitely encourage you to vet the people that you send your music to, because it's honestly, like, they will prevent people from literally, like, they'll basically encourage people to give up on their dreams.
Had to.
And it's just wild. Like,
yeah.
And half the time when you go look into their own music, it's completely unwarranted.
Yeah.
Are there, ways to make this vocal fit this style more, like Torvik's talking about? 100%.
Oh, I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Usually a black background. Or, I mean, there's a bunch of people that are Sony corporate.
Yeah, a lot of big time people, you just never know. They just say that. We used to have people come in that had Sony in their name. They were no one, bro. It's insane.
Yeah, I literally know everyone who's kind of in that space. So yeah, you gotta
Joseph. Oh my god, I hate that so much.
You gotta.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So, anyways, there's a whole lot of. If it's not controlled, then yeah, exactly. So here's the thing: it's like, does the vocal need a little bit of pitch work? Sure. So does everybody. So does Ariana Grande's.
Yeah.
So does Adele's. So you know what I mean? So it's like so did Whitney Houston's, right? So to me it's like it's too pitchy, and then they like kind of trash you for it, and I'm like, you can't even sing, right? And
Hydra, we might actually be going this weekend. Surprisingly, we might go tomorrow or Sunday, but worst case we'll be back Monday and Tuesday for sure before we go out of town.
Yeah, so this is why a stick, and hopefully this is why y'all are here, right? Is I would rather hear that vocal for what it is and offer very specific, actionable tools of what you should buy or not buy, what tools you should use, how to use it, and kind of what to listen for. Like the biggest thing, I think my biggest strength as an engineer and a producer is not that I'm the most technical engineer in the world. I'm definitely not, but I have a really good ear, and I think the more that I can train y'all to hear things in your mix and hear things in your production, the more that you start to hear them for yourself, you'll know you can always learn the tools to fix it, right? So that's what I think would be really, really beneficial.
Oh my gosh, yes, Katie, exactly.
Yep. Oh, 100%. Honestly, the vocals on American Idol, the vocals on The Voice, the vocals on there, oftentimes, not always, if they want them to leave.
Congratulations, Hydra. That's awesome.
You'll hear it unprocessed if they want those people to leave, and then people are like, damn, let's not vote for them. But you can literally go in, and I want to do tests on stuff with this too, but you can literally go into like the voice competition and you'll hear processed and post vocals that are tuned. Rebecca Black went on the show a couple years back and like auditioned for it, whatever.
Thank you for being here, Rain.
You could literally, you were an audience member, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you can literally hear auto-tune artifact on a vocal show. It's so funny. Yeah. I know people that were top 20 on American Idol that they never showed. They just literally never showed them. Like, no, you weren't.
Yeah, there's sometimes people come in our lives here and they're like, I was technically on The Voice. I was technically on this, whatever. American Idol was one of them. and they're like,
you'd never know
let's
they
just not
existed.
talk about it.
Unless you would never know they existed outside of seeing it in their like Instagram bio, right? So it's all political. It's all a game. I've signed up for shows like that before. I've whatever stuff like that years ago. Like it's kind of what the whole thing is. But stick back into what you're doing. So just process a little more. Is it worth it to re-release?
I would think that it is.
So here's my perspective. That's the last thing I'll say, and then I'll skip just kind of towards the end because most of the same would be a shorter edit because your sound design doesn't change a lot. The other option is if you're going to have a long form song structure, you need a lot of changes. The bass line's very consistent. A lot of the dynamic is very consistent. The vocal changes a little bit.
Thank you, Delinquent.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But I would cut this down even for like an EDM cut, right? Or
like
something
you
like
can
this.
leave this one on here if you want.
Yeah. But do a radio edit that's 3.5 minutes. I mean, it's shorter the better, honestly.
Much
for radio.
shorter. Yeah.
But this also isn't a typical pop song with
Right.
like a pop vocal structure. So I think you could get away with like 3.5 to 4 minutes. It's 6:45 right now, which is like a long EDM structure for a set. You know, which makes sense. It makes a lot more sense. If you can get this down to definitely under 4, under 3 would be great. I think that would be really nice. That way, when the bass line kicks in, it's like exciting, and then it leaves, and you're like, oh, cool. As opposed to here, where it comes back in 7 different times, so you get a lot of that same kind of monotonous structure of coming back into the same sound design and stuff like that.
Yeah, for
100%,
sure. Exactly.
100%.
So
That
leave
makes
it
sense.
as long as you want. If you want to help in the way of like replayability and getting as many streams as possible and all that kind of stuff,
Yep.
and potentially tapping into an audience that would be more like industry standard and, you know, like get it played a lot and possibly placed in playlists, stuff like that,
Yep.
then that's when you would want to do a radio edit. So we're not saying you have to do it, it's just an option.
I would recommend most producers, whether you do EDM, dubstep, house, lo-fi, all the way across the board. If you are a producer, I would recommend double releasing all of your records. You might as well, right? Put the song out and a week later, drop a radio edit. Then you can wait another month. It's only been 3 weeks since your release. You can wait another month, drop a long form record that's a 7-minute
All
set.
it does
You're
is
gonna do
give
at a
you
festival,
even more content.
and then boom, you drop
Yeah.
another one a week after that. That's the radio edit. For one, because you're not going to get many of these really long ones placed in playlists. Most of those are going to be under 3 minutes long. Even if you go to like a major lo-fi playlist, a lot of those songs are like 1:45, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, right? So I would have a double cut of each of those because it's honestly is just going to give you that much more exposure for what you're doing and just help support what you do. Even if it's thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. Both Rain and Delinquent, I appreciate you a lot. Good people. Yeah. So I'll say that this goes hand in hand. So this is kind of the interesting thing about the music industry, though, Stick.
Yeah, thank you
is
guys. So sweet.
The very thing that will allow anyone to hear your music at all is the same one that makes you money. So even if the money doesn't matter to you, no one will feel good with this music if no one hears it, and no one will hear it if it doesn't get pushed out to more people. So it kind of goes hand in hand.
And it's
I
also
totally
like
get that.
who would not like some bonus money?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
sure.
Like if you're doing the work anyway, it can mostly be for fun. At
Yeah.
the same time, it's like, I mean, if it can make money, why not?
And I say that just because I've heard that so many times,
Right.
and I've been in that position myself where I'm like, yeah, I don't care. But the same thing that makes the song makes 100,000 people, or like, let's say the song makes 1 million people happy. That's also the same thing that gets you $4,500. They go hand in hand.
Yeah.
And if this song only made you $2 and you didn't care about the money, but it only reached 82 people, no one actually ever saw it, then you'd be like, well, it didn't actually get anywhere. So they do go hand in hand. The exposure impacts more people.
Honestly,
and
we're
pays you
talking
more.
about this too because I think that you are genuinely good enough
Definitely.
to
You're a good producer.
get quite a bit more listeners for sure.
Definitely. So that's also something you just need to work out emotionally and internally. Like, what do I want? How do I want to get there? What barriers am I willing to break, and what boundaries do I want to have in the industry? I get it. Some people don't want to show their face. They don't want to do all these things. So you have to kind of internalize it and decide what you want out of what you're doing. But I would just encourage you to kind of look at, okay, what is my North Star? What do I want out of my music? Is it just to have fun? Then don't even release it. Put it on SoundCloud. It costs money to release it. Don't put it out, right? But if it is to reach people, make them feel good, make people like just lighten their day when they hear it, then you want to get it to as many people as possible. And that comes with kind of a set criteria to an extent. And then you can just point your energy in the right direction. Honestly, most of the sound design is the same, so I don't really feel like I need to touch too much more if you want to dig into a couple things. Yeah. But y'all show some love to Stanky Stick. I'm so glad we're hearing this. I think you're a really, really talented producer.
And thank you, Stanky. Thank you for being patient, and also thank you for submitting and being vulnerable and sharing your art with us.
Dude,
it's been really fun. So I like your Spotify. I think it looks really good. I feel like you have a clear, identifiable brand. It's just that like colorful, more modern kind of vibe. Just to recap, keep that long version as it is, and maybe release a radio edit with more processed vocals.
Yeah, like strategically processed vocals, right? Manual tuning, a little bit of auto tune if you want, right? Manual tuning, slightly tighter compression. Those are the two things. Overall balance is pretty good. Those are the two things I would focus on: compression and manual tuning if you have the capacity to.
Also, I really like your description. It's nice and long, which is really great. What I would definitely put in there, let's see. I don't know if you put your location, but a location would be good. I know that you say that you're Finnish, but maybe you could put your exact location for a keyword. And then another one, you do put genre, so that's good. But another one would be definitely tagging some bigger producers that would get out the algorithm to pick it up. Yeah. It would just help in the way of SEO and keywords and stuff like that.
Same name, retrack. Exact same name.
So, when you do that, make sure that in Spotify for Artists, when you're logged into that profile, that you put the @ sign before you type their name, and it should help. It should just pop up. Sorry. And then I pulled up your Instagram and your link tree. Let's see. Your link tree looks really cool. Like I said, it fits the aesthetic and the vibes that you're going for. So I really like that. And I feel like it partners really well with your music also. One thing I did want to point out is I love that you already have the little icons of Instagram and TikTok. So once you get those little icons in there like that, you can go ahead and delete TikTok and Instagram from the main link spot, because that's why you set up those icons, to take place of those links and make sure that you leave those spots open for more important things, like if you ever have a website, if you ever do YouTube and you're wanting to promote your latest video, if you ever do merch like t-shirts or stickers or anything like that. If you ever do an event, like you said, you would maybe be interested in doing events, then that is the stuff that you ideally want to put in the link tree, like in the actual link section. So I would get YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram all in the little icons and then delete them from your main links. And then if you are interested in doing events, I would highly recommend getting Facebook. And once you actually do get those events lined up and stuff like that, maybe you hire a booking agent or something like that. But once you have, what are you doing?
I'm just looking at this thing.
What the heck?
Continue. Onward.
Continue. Yes,
Continue,
thank you.
Onward. Fucking onward.
So that was distracting. What about TikTok content? I have no idea what I'm doing there. Yeah, so it really just comes down to what you're comfortable posting, right? Like Torvik said, how much you want to show your face and stuff like that. But what I recommend doing if you're kind of at a loss and don't know where to start or anything like that, then I would honestly pay attention to and focus on what you like to consume, like what makes you stop scrolling and be like, ooh, like this gets my attention, and then actually study the video and do some research and plan out what they did and why it must have worked. And then try to do your own take of that content and make it your own. So what I recommend doing on Instagram and TikTok and stuff is making a collection of saved videos that can be used as inspiration for your own content.
Definitely.
I know this is a lot of information, Sankey, but I hope you're finding it helpful. And then don't forget to post and establish your YouTube as well, because that's another big one. And even if you aren't ready to do longer form content, it can be really beneficial to post shorts on there as well, because it's a completely different algorithm. So you never know, if something's not going to take off on TikTok or Instagram, it might just happen to take off on YouTube shorts, So that's what I'll give you for now. And then, of course, if you ever have any specific questions, you know we got you. Okay, no worries at all. That's my best piece of advice is just starting to look at what other people do that you like and then making it your own and putting your own spin on it and then posting the same things over and over again. Honestly, that's what it comes down to is like, you know, putting one song to 30 videos or 100 videos, different videos, right? But posting your song that much and not being afraid of like, oh, well, am I gonna annoy people? Like, if you annoy them, then they're not your people. You know, your
Yeah.
people will find you, and I just wouldn't worry too much about that.
100%. Man, y'all show some love to Stinky Stick, one of the family now. Appreciate you so much. Let's get into our last song. Quick call
What's
for
up,
Cassie.
Ty? Good to see you.
Quick call for Cassie or Kumi, just really, really quick. Yeah, and thankfully you're towards the end of the live, so you can find it a little bit more easy, a little bit
Exactly.
more easily too. Quick call for Cassie or Kumi. This is our last one of the day. Everyone else will be saved for the next time we go live, which I'm pretty sure will be tomorrow, either tomorrow or Sunday. Maybe we'll do a poll to see which would be better for y'all, but either way.
We're aiming to go this weekend, guys, but
Yeah.
if we can't, then we'll definitely be here on Monday and Tuesday
Yep.
for sure. Any time for the Pinterest? What do you mean? Do you have a Pinterest that you want to send in?
I think they said under the same name. And then
Oh.
circle time. I think we'll go ahead and close it up with you. So let me get you
Yeah,
down.
in the future, Stanky, if you don't mind, if you do end up submitting again, if you could submit the link with the email, that's very helpful. Let me see if I could try to find it through here.
Real quick while I get Mr. Dom. Now, Mr. Dom here in the chat. My man, do you have an Emmy? Is that what I see? That's why I was Lester was like, what are you doing? I was like zooming in.
That's amazing.
I was like zooming in on on the computer. I was like, is that an Emmy right there that I'm
It
seeing?
might your board might be private. This is the only one that I see, Stanky. And it just has one pin right here. Oh, right here.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, Dom. That's amazing, man.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Amazing.
Big congrats to you,
Congratulations.
man.
Film producer,
Turn musician.
Very
Beautiful.
cool,
I
Dom.
love that. What did you? I just want to look it up. What'd you get the Emmy for? I want to look up whatever it was and check it out. That's super. Anytime we get a chance to support someone who has had some success in that space, it's really cool, man.
So I can
love
go over it next time, Stanky. But I'm glad to see that you have a Pinterest, and that will really help develop your visual aesthetic for sure,
Nice.
and just help you figure out what you want your brand identity to be and all of that stuff. So I'm glad to see that you're on there. Good start. Just make sure that whenever you do have your board, that
Love
it is that you're posting as much as you
Nice.
possibly can of stuff that inspires you. And then in the future, if you want to keep it private, you can, but you just need to invite me, like send me the link through the email, and
Perfect.
I'll have access to it.
Love it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I love Mr. Dom. That's amazing. Yeah, congrats. I love that. I just want to give you. I saw that in the emails. I just want to give you flowers. If flowers are due. Going for the EGOT now. Let's go.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool, Dom.
Hold up.
What you do?
There we go. All right, y'all. It's time to close it up. We're gonna close it up with Mr.
Okay,
Dom.
if you want to keep it private, you definitely can. All you need to do is give me access to it, and then that's it.
Let's
But
get
yeah,
it.
so next time we got you.
All right, this is Mr. Dom of It's Circle Time, children's content with parents in mind, looking to brainstorm on building a stronger audience outside of YouTube. This song is called Getting On Up, a positive song about getting out of the house and having fun. Love it. And this is a world that is smart to be in, man. So I'm excited to dig into this too.
100%. We've definitely considered it because I did childcare for over 10 years, honestly. And obviously we do
Have
music.
the production capabilities. Yeah.
So it's very tempting sometimes.
Love
for
it.
sure.
Most of our music is modern with the thoughts of getting parents to enjoy it so that the kids would enjoy it even more. Let's get
Fun.
it. So excited. So
Cool.
obviously this is, I'm assuming, unreleased. But any other context on perfect. Wrote and co-produced. Beautiful. And let me know if it is your vocal that we're hearing or if it's someone else. And then if someone else is engineered or if it's self-engineered or by a studio, something like that. This is Getting On Up by Mr. Dom right here in the TikTok chat.
And
Appreciate
I'm so
you so
glad
much
that
for
we're
being here.
getting to you because sometimes I know it is tricky to get to those 15s and 10s, but this was awesome. It was meant to be.
Perfect. All right, let's go. Closing it out.
What you doing there, yo tumbleweed, with a smile turned upside down? Come on and get on up. You were the best cowboy in town.
So
So
cute.
let's grab our dancing shoes, our buckle belts, and our chicken.
Do you have
nuggets.
visuals for all of
It's
this
about
too?
to Go down at the hold down. Come on and let's get it on up. You don't know what you've been missing. This beat is hot like fried fish. You could have sworn it was made in the kitchen. We cooking on up.
Yeah, this will definitely get
You
the
better not
parents.
be sitting down.
Perfect.
It's about to go down at the hold down. Yeah, let's get it on
I love
up.
this.
Just get it on up.
Hey,
Now get it on up.
Is it already on YouTube? I'd love to pull it up.
You can't be outstanding if you just sitting down. Now get it on up. Oh no.
love this dude.
Okay, we'll pull it up.
It's about to go down.
You're so talented, Dom.
Yeehaw.
This is amazing.
It's about to go down.
Hi there, I'm Miss Kiki. Giddy on up, it's fun, believe me. Move to the left and I move to the right, then slide. Make it look easy. You don't need no cowboy boots to get on down. Turn the music loud and get on up. Just feel the rhythm now, so giddy on up. You don't know what you've been missing. This beat is hot like pancakes. You could have sworn it was made in the kitchen. We cook it on up. No time for sitting down. It's about to go down at the hoedown. Ding, dang, tuna.
Get it on up.
Oh, this is killer. Dude.
Just get it on up.
Yeah, this is so good. This is like the best kids music I've ever
Come on,
heard.
dude. Look at this.
You
1.2
can't
million.
be outstanding
Nice.
Come on, dude.
if you just sitting down. Now get it on up. Oh no. It's about to go down. It's about to go down.
Right?
Got you, Wayne. Appreciate you so much.
Katie said the next Wiggles. Not a
Yeah.
Giddy on up, giddy on up, giddy on up, giddy on
I
up.
could still see this going
Just giddy
viral
on
for
up.
adults too, like pieces of this
Giddy on
content.
up.
No,
Come on,
literally.
You
dude.
can't be outstanding if you just sitting down. Now giddy on up. We gonna need to turn this up. You can't be outstanding if you just sitting down. Now giddy on up. Just giddy on up. You can't be outstanding if you just sitting down. Now giddy on up. Just giddy on up. Giddy on up.
When and if we have a
Bro,
kid,
come
you
on,
better
dude.
bet they're gonna be getting on up.
Dude, come
With
on.
Dom.
I'm so hyped to dive into this, man. Y'all show some love to Dr. Dom. This is getting on up by like released through its circle time, it looks like. So man, y'all show some love. Let's go. Dude, you got me hyped because we just know and have seen firsthand the success that can come from this space.
Yeah, and doing it well.
And doing it
Not a lot of people
well.
can do it
man,
well, yeah.
doing it well. Like I went to y'all's YouTube too, and just seeing the movement
numbers
that
are
you already
awesome.
have on there. 155,000 subscribers. Like, dude, crushing it. This is so fun. This is very unique, man, and I'm so glad that we're getting a chance to hear this. Let's drop back through the song. Honestly, I don't think there's anything to even really.
Can we play the video?
Yeah, is there a video? Is this one out? Is
yeah,
this one
it was
out?
on there.
Okay,
You
hold
just
on.
passed it. No, go back.
Oh yeah, right here. Okay, beautiful.
Yep.
Oh hell yeah! All right, perfect. Let's go. Okay, yeah, we'll watch the video on here. It'll give us a better idea of kind of what you're doing. But this is sick. I'm gonna make sure I subscribe to you on here
I'm
too.
trying to be entertained to the max, bro.
Dude, this is killer. I'm super excited for y'all. Let's run it. Video music. Kaizen.
What you doing there, yo tumbleweed, with a smile turned upside down?
Okay, nice.
Come on and get on up. You are the
Perfect.
best cowboy in town. So let's grab our dancing
This is so
shoes,
good,
our
dude.
buckle belts, and our chicken ducks. It's about to go down at the hold down. Come on and let's get it on up. You don't know what you've been
Amazing.
missing. This beat is hot like fried fish. You could have sworn it was made in the kitchen. We cooking on up. You better not be sitting down.
Let's go.
It's about to go down at the hold down. Yeehaw.
So
Let's
cool, Dom.
get it on up.
Like you really like this is so like you have something here, and it's just so fun when you see something like. Obviously, we hear a lot of great music, great artists, and great producers, and people just fighting to get noticed and insert themselves into the conversation in the music industry. And then every once in a while, you have someone that comes through that just like has the thing, has the idea, has the spark. This has
Y'all make
it,
sure to go
dude.
check out the YouTube for sure. It's you can literally just type in Giddy on up, it's circle time, and it'll pop up.
Yeah, you've got something that has so it's got legs. You know what I mean? Like it's ready to run. It's ready to go.
Definitely, and I'm excited to talk about how you can branch out
Yeah.
outside of YouTube for sure.
Because music doesn't need any work. It's clean. It's pumped. Yeah, it's like whatever. I'm not even gonna touch that. We'll just talk about the other stuff. But honestly, this is killer.
let's
Dude,
go.
you come fucking hype,
You're getting
dude.
us hyped. Like
Seriously.
I'm literally trying to tap in.
You got
to
something here.
To what you guys are doing.
You got something
so
here,
cool.
man. It's like sometimes you just get that idea and that spark and it just hits. You're like, oh hell yeah, dude. And yeah, you got it. This is great.
Just giddy on up.
And I think what I love is I heard your concept first. And this is right in line. Like sometimes someone's like, I wanted to create this kind of a song, and I hear it, I'm like, I don't know if that's reflected in what you're doing, right? Like that happens all the time with artists, right? You told me a concept, you put some of it in the email, and I'm like seeing it reflected, hearing it reflected beautifully. Like so good.
Now giddy on up. You can't be outstanding if you just sitting down.
Like these lines
Now
right
giddy
here are
on.
viral lines that people anywhere in when I say adult content, I don't mean what most people mean by adult content, but I mean like adults on TikTok and Instagram, right? That could easily use in their content. Like you can't be outstanding while sitting down. Like I could see videos of like people that like are going out on the town, that got ready and they're doing transitions and stuff like that. Like there's so many ways that I could see people using this song separate from it being kids music, which is why I feel like you really have something, because it's not just going to be for kids. I could still see them having legs as their own song, like their own thing, right? Let's killer.
Oh no! It's about to go down. It's about to go down. Hold down. Yeehaw! It's about to go down. It's about to go down. Hold down.
Hi there, I'm Miss Kiki. Giddy on up, it's fun, believe me. Move to the left, and I move to the right, then slide. Make it look easy. You don't need no cowboy boots to get on down. Turn the music loud and get on up. Just feel the rhythm now, so giddy on up. You don't know what you've been missing. This beat is hot like pancakes. You could have sworn it was
I was
made
gonna
in
be
the
stuck
kitchen.
in my head
We cook it
all
on
night,
up.
bro. Jesus.
No time for sitting down. It's about to go down at the hoedown. Ding, ding, tuna.
Giddy on up. Just giddy
Close.
on up.
Yeah.
Now giddy on up.
She's in like y'all go check out the video, but she's in like
Yeah,
a
it's
horse,
funny.
like a
It's
horse
awesome.
inflatable. And soon we'll be able to throw YouTube videos up on
Yeah.
Twitch. The only thing that I don't like about that is it could get us ripped off YouTube and stuff like that, just because we're playing long form videos that are owned by someone else.
True, yeah.
So there's whatever, we gotta figure some stuff out. But it would be cool to be able to show you all the videos as we're playing them on Twitch and YouTube. But
You can't be outstanding if you just sitting down.
I like the sideways cowboy hat too. There's so many things I love about this.
Now giddy on up. Oh no! It's about to go
And the music's good. Can't deny it.
down.
It's so catchy, so good.
It's about
About to go down.
It's about to go down. Hold down. Giddy on up. Giddy on up. Giddy on up.
No,
giddy
literally,
on up.
Shloud.
Just giddy
We're
on
all
up.
gonna be getting up tonight.
Giddy on up. You can't be outstanding if you just sitting down. Now giddy on up.
Like, did you just create
And
the
those
next?
dance moves, like, sure.
Did you just make the
Fire.
next like wedding line dance song? This is fucking.
It's
This is,
about to go.
bro, it's so good. I hate how good it is. This is nice, man.
We gonna need to turn this
You got me
up.
hype. You got like what I love about this too. What I love about this, beyond this just being so fun and lighthearted and just a good piece of content, a good catchy song, all that stuff, right? What I like about this personally as just like as a producer is you're getting my wheel spinning. And like what I'm hearing here and seeing here is like all of a sudden my like
I mean,
creative brain is just like, you could do that and that and that and that.
how
And I
is
love
this
music
that
that does
far
that.
off from that one song?
I love it.
What is that one song that got really big?
Old Town Road?
Yes.
Yeah. Like
And
I mean,
like Gangnam Style and all that. Like
Yeah.
it's like, dude, there is definitely a
Playful
lane
crossover
for this
music.
outside of the kid space too, which is really exciting.
yep. Like playful hybrid music. I mean, even
I
just
love
see what
that
like
so much, Dom, and it just makes me so happy. And I think it's what's inspiring us too. Is oops,
about to close
it's
anyways,
fine.
yeah.
But yeah, it's that I've spent too much time on Dom's TikTok. But it's what's inspiring us too is getting to do what you love
Mhm.
and really like catering to where you shine, and you really, really do have a gift in this. So it's just so cool, and like I said, very inspiring to see.
And what's cool, Retrack, is so this is Mr. Dom here, but the channel name is It's Circle Time, and that channel has 155,000 subscribers. Like, that makes all this music and these videos and stuff like that. There's songs with millions of views and streams on here. So what's really cool is it's like it doesn't even have to be licensed to someone else. Their own brand is so established and their own production structure is so good that it's their next thing for them. Like, they have complete ownership of all of it. They don't have to license it to anyone else. That's what's really cool. Is like,
So
you
let's
just
talk through some things for
dude,
sure.
let's go. Y'all show some love. Mr. Dom.
Absolutely killing it.
So glad. I gotta make sure I'm following you whenever we get out of here.
Yeah,
but
I
man,
already am.
so
But
fun.
Dom, one thing that I guess would be a big deal is what you have access to as far as copyright goes.
Love it.
I made this channel after me and my babysitter started making music. The channel blew up in 2021. Amazing.
Sick.
Okay,
Love
so
it.
you are the predominant owner of this channel, right? It's Circle Time is all you. If so, that's fantastic news. I love to hear it. Let us know.
Beautiful.
Fuck
Fabulous.
yeah.
Fabulous.
Okay.
But
Fucking love that so
businessman.
much. Okay, so then let's talk TikTok, okay? And honestly, even Instagram
Mm-hmm.
and even Facebook. I mean,
All music.
man, nothing's off limits.
I mean, you are an Emmy-winning filmmaker, so I would expect
So
that
cool.
you edit videos.
So, yeah, all that info is at the website. If you do exclamation point website, you can at least see minimums there.
100%.
But thank you for asking, JV. So yeah, let's talk TikTok at least for now. But honestly, there's no problem with cross posting, just to get it to as many platforms as you possibly can without putting too much more effort or energy in. I hate social media, but I'm starting to get on. Yeah, no, I feel that so much. It's social media is a job in and of itself.
Yeah.
And
really.
honestly, if you were interested, you could always hire a social media manager. But you're so good at it
Yeah.
that I think you're probably running into a lot of what we end up running into, which is like,
The
dude, we
bottleneck of, I
can
don't
do
know if-
it,
yeah.
and we are really good at doing it. So why don't we just do anything and everything on our own? But then you're like drowning and it's overwhelming. So I completely understand finding that balance. Even just having maybe somebody to help post a few times a week on your behalf would take some off of your load. But either way, whichever direction you go, there is so much potential for content on TikTok specifically. And then, of course, like Instagram Reels and Facebook could come as an afterthought. But what I will say is, since you own everything, one of the easiest ways to get content, since you already do longer form content on YouTube, is clipping your videos
all
and
day,
just
dude.
doing it, putting different spins on the clips, like putting different captions and the way that you would tap into an adult audience is by making the caption, if you're even interested in this. Or you could do what Miss Rachel does, which is just keeping it all kids,
Right.
Or I could also see you doing it where you kind of toe the line between both. Like, almost think like Pixar, how good they are at like catering to an adult audience with adult humor that would like go over
some
kids'
innuendo
heads.
that you're like, oh, I know what they're talking
Right.
about.
Exactly. I could see you, doing that type of thing where you're catering to both at the same time. And that would be really, really cool.
I love, dude.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
I'm
Let's
so
go.
hyped for
Yeah,
you, bro.
that's so
I could
sick.
not be more excited.
So I could see you definitely like posting your funny, videos, taking clips from even just what we just watched, and then putting like a really just a goofy like prompt on it, like POV, your I don't know.
Anything.
Yeah, your it's finally Friday. It could be as simple as that, or you could come up with, you could make it a little raunchier, make it funny, but just things like that. And then what I wouldn't hesitate to do, like we were telling Sick Rats earlier, and I don't know if you got to hear that, is don't be afraid to recycle content, especially on TikTok, because they are Totally towing the line. Yes, definitely. POV, there's a hoedown.
You could be like, yeah, there's so many. I mean, it just depends on how edgy you want to be. You could be like
Right.
POV, your hose down with the hoe down or something like that. And it could be some, a girl
Right.
dancing. I mean, there's so many ways that you could cross that line on different accounts. If you obviously don't want it to be connected with the circle time, there's ways that you could kind of build virality separate
Literally,
from the brand
like you
itself.
could have a It's Circle Time TikTok,
Mhm.
and that would be all the kids stuff. And then you could have another one that's just like one that uses your clips, and no
Sure.
one has to even know that it's you.
Yeah.
It can just kind of be like an alias that uses
Definitely.
your videos and makes it a little more adult and stuff like that.
Yep. I tell people that all the time, especially with like sports clips and stuff like that. That's a great option. I mean, every single one. So like my recommendation too would be every single music video that you have on here, and you've got a chunk of them. Every
Mhm.
single video that you have on here, since it is, I think most of these are 1080 to 4K, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see it on the laptop here, but I'm assuming most of them are 4K probably for a good chunk of them. But would also be to crop 916 on probably 15 to 20 seconds of it, nothing too long, 15 to 20 seconds, crop 916 all the way in so that, and you can use CapCut for this, I would recommend, or obviously you have software, so don't even listen to what I'm just saying here though. You have what you need to do on the editing side, and use tracking to keep you in the middle so it's not like randomly coming out of frame on a 916, because you're going to take something that's obviously like wide and you're going to put it into a TikTok screen like this, but you still want to maintain tracking on your image. So I would just make sure that you maintain tracking.
So that's one idea for how you can get some TikTok content out there. But another way is literally just creating videos from scratch by, like not even anything having to do with the kids stuff per se, or
Sure.
even the video that you already have on YouTube. But if you wanted like your own account to be less kiddie and more just you personally, then you could do like what you're saying, which is put your music behind it
Mm-hmm.
in a creative way. And just that the possibilities are endless in
Yeah.
that regard. You can create basically any kind of content and find some way to plug your music back into it.
Yeah, and I think that's what I do think it would be just for the brand of its Circle Time. If you want that to grow, if you just want to grow that IP, just practically speaking, right? Like if you want to grow that IP and you want that to be when people think about like kids shows and kids
Mhm.
music, you want to be a name in that.
I think that should definitely have a TikTok.
It should probably have its own social media across
Yeah.
platforms, just like you already have on there. Because
Mhm.
what I see here, and what I think, like when I and anytime that I hear someone say like I hate social media, I just don't even want to think about creating its own content for it. And then I see that you have hour-long videos here.
Dude.
You have 12 years worth of YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels and TikToks baked into your account already. Just pull one of those hour-long videos and post 2-minute snippets of it on all of the different platforms. And all you have to do is just make sure it's 916, make sure the main character is tracked, and that's it, right? But you don't have to like conceptualize new stuff. You might just take, maybe there was like a 4-minute segment on one of the shows that you had, and you can cut it down to 90 seconds by just
Honestly,
cutting the fat a
Dom,
little bit. You've already got all of your content. You don't even have to do
your
anything
best
extra.
bet, I think, is going to be hiring a social media manager just for the It's Circle Time TikTok. And I think that is going to pay
Yeah.
off infinitely, and you're going to see how much it will like make you even more money.
Yeah.
And like, the success is just infinite. Like there's really no cap on, because you already have those hour-long, so much of a catalog here,
Yeah.
like we're talking about. I really, really think that that's probably your best bet. If you're
Yeah.
interested, we do have somebody who does marketing and social media management. We do have that through the obsidiankey.com website. But even like if you want them to be local for any reason, like that's also an option.
Yeah.
But I think that would be such a weight off for you.
Mhm.
That way you don't have to be so engulfed in It's Circle Time. You just create, do the fun part, do the stuff that you like, and then it's like a machine just operating in the background of somebody like constantly, that it's taken care of, that it's constantly being put out on all platforms, but you're not the one having to do the heavy lifting constantly, because that gets really like, that leads to burnout. That's
Mhm.
overwhelming. you know?
Because we just know this as a business. Even like as we do this live and as we post on social media, it's great because it offers a lot of exposure and you get a lot of clients and stuff like that. But then you yourself have to execute on all of those things. So I can be really excited that I'm getting a lot of engineering clients, but then I have to fucking engineer all of these things, and that can be overwhelming. So it's like the fact that you're getting so much exposure, although a blessing, I know that it's a burden too. Because like, well, now I have to live up to and execute on all of this all the time.
Yeah.
So putting some
And
of that
keep it
off
up,
and
yeah.
maybe allowing your own personal promotion of it to feel more natural and personal and adult, I think would be a weight off for you. And then kind of handing some of the channel itself and the smaller promotional stuff off to someone
Definitely.
else.
And then you can have, like I was
Yep.
saying, your own channel to do with as you please.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be so tied to its circle time, but you can plug this, you know, the music every now and then and just do like funny content. But you can, it will allow you to be more yourself
Yes, definitely.
outside of its circle time, if that makes sense. Now I think my trouble too is really coming up with a better outfit look, really stand out. Extremely hitting every problem in my brain. The pressure is yay. Yeah. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And genuinely, like, we are here to help however we possibly can be.
Absolutely.
If you ever need a longer form consultation outside of this live where we hop on Zoom and you know, our focus is not as
Talk face to face a little
pulled
bit more.
in so many different directions with 6 screens and all that overstimulating. We can do that, or you know, we do have services, whatever, basically any way that we could possibly help you. I wasn't sure if you hopped in the Discord, but of course we would love to have you in there as well. But yeah, and then as far as the outfit goes, yeah, I definitely am going to set up some perfect. Yeah, we'd love to help you. As far as the outfit goes, do you mean like for the kid persona or for your like personal?
Yeah.
Yeah, like in your personal life and like on your personal page and stuff like that. I am a personal and editorial stylist, so that's literally what I do. I would be happy to help you with that too.
It depends on our live schedule. So the live is usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So typically we try to do it like Tuesday, Thursday, or sometimes the weekend. Just depending on our schedule. But yeah, usually like Tuesdays
Okay,
and
I
Thursdays.
see what you're saying. I think, are you talking kind of about like coming up with more of an identifiable outfit that's like the Mr. Dom outfit for its circle time? Is it
Oh, for my Mr. Dom look on YouTube. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
100%. That is so important and such a good point. So I'm glad that you're already thinking about that, because yeah, you're right. Every single like kid's persona that you see has that one look, and it's like people recognize them as that. And the good thing about having that identifiable outfit and look about you is that you can kind of separate yourself outside of it, so that whenever you're not in that outfit and you're in public, kids don't easily recognize you as much. Because yeah, that's not ideal. But it's like for Miss Rachel, if she's wearing the pink shirt with the overalls or whatever, those overalls and that headband, like she's gonna be getting you know, swarmed.
Yep.
Basically, and she wouldn't even be able to go about her regular life.
It gives you a public
For
identity
you, yeah,
versus-
it's like good because then you can have that buffer.
Yeah.
So for you, I do feel like, I mean, man, if I could help you with this, I would be honored to. You know,
Yeah, this
if
is
you
the
want to talk,
stylist lane,
if you want to talk outfits, I'm so down. So yeah, just let us know, Dom. You are killing it though, and I am
Seriously,
so grateful. You're actually the first person that has ever came in here and showed some music in this vein. So it's really cool.
Retrack, I know you've been kind of wanting to look in that direction. We did that 30-second lullaby you had the other day, so I know you've been kind of walking that edge a little bit too. Got you, yeah.
I thought that was for something
Sloud.
specific.
No, that was just a 30-second lullaby demo that they had
But
done.
I thought Retrack said it was for something. I
Maybe
can't remember.
Maybe I mistook. Man, so y'all show some love to Mr. Dom here in the chat. I'm so glad that you happened to hop in, Mr. Dom. So glad we got to close out the live. Like we said, sometimes it's hard to get down to some of the lower numbers, and I'm so glad that we were able to hear your track. And just you've inspired me so much, man. You've inspired me so much in just the way I approach. Like,
I'm so glad,
really
Dom.
honing
Thank
in.
you for letting us know that. And I will just say the best way to reach us outside of this, if you ever are interested, is of course we do try to hop in the Discord, but the best most like foolproof way is going to be through the contact page of theobsidiankey.com. So just so you know how to get in touch with us in the future.
Yeah.
But then of course, you know, you can always hop in the live and get our attention that way as well.
100%.
Thank
Hey,
you.
you
Thank
as
you
well.
so much.
It's all love, all love, all
Yeah.
love. Appreciate you so much. All right, y'all. That's gonna close us up for today. We
Yep.
will be on either probably tomorrow or Sunday. We'll keep everyone updated. We do have a notification group on Instagram. If you want to join that, you can join that channel at any point to be notified of kind of before we're going live. And
It's
you can
listed
also
in the Discord if you're interested. It should be
Perfect.
under the general channel so that you guys can join that.
down. Bro, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we're gonna be dancing all
I'm
night.
going to be humming that in my sleep. It's frustratingly catchy, which is good because the adults are going to be locked into it too. Got you, Zooted. We'll be
Sounds
here.
good.
I appreciate
we
y'all
love
so
you
much.
guys so much. Thank you so much for an awesome live. We'll see you next time.
Y'all have an amazing, amazing rest of your night. Peace.